Forward: in reading this book, it is important to remember the following facts. 1. The book was written in prison, immediately after a 29-day hunger strike, under particularly difficult conditions. It was written in the midst of the constant noise of cells being opened and closed by an iron hand and of guards and prisoners shouting back and forth, and within the framework of an absurd discipline, called prison rules, invented and applied for the purpose of brutalizing the inmates as much as possible. The section in which Charles Gagnon and I are still held as these lines are written is reserved chiefly for the mentally ill, drug addicts, men accused of homicide and facing possible life imprisonment, prisoners in depressive states, and, lastly, political madmen like Charles and me, whom the officers regard more or less as deranged. Very often one or another of our jail mates slits his veins out of despair, or simply to attract attention. For one of the chief characteristics of prison life is the boundless solitude each of us feels, especially during those hours of depression when it becomes impossible to communicate with others. In addition to this profound and unnameable suffering that constitutes our daily human environment, I must particularly mention the howling stupidity of the radio and television during lockout and rest period, the fact that we are forbidden to go outdoors to get a breath of fresh air and an occasional look at the sun, and the thousand petty annoyances that are deliberately imposed on our most elementary activities, eating, pissing, sleeping, in the cells in our Section 9. 10. Pierre Vallières: the lights are never turned out, receiving mail, doing laundry, etc. In short, this book was written in a universe of cunningly organized dehumanization, which drives more than one prisoner to suicide, or murder, if he is set free again. 2. This book is first of all a political act. It is necessarily biased. It contains not so much answers as questions, and facts, that I want to set before men, in particular the men of Quebec, who are capable of consciousness, social responsibility, and revolutionary action. It is the political act of one member of the Front de Libération du Québec, FLQ, of a militant who is still young, who has not had a long experience of revolutionary struggle, and who has no monopoly on truth. This book, moreover, was not written with the intent of shaking revolutionary thought and action to their foundations, but of performing an act whose meaning is given by the book itself, which comes from my guts as much as from my head. 3. In this essay, which is no doubt badly put together, and which I shall probably not have the leisure to revise before it is sent to the printer, unless my extradition to Canada or deportation to another country is postponed to the spring or summer of 1967, the reader will find many faults, repetitions, and awkward constructions, side by side with limpid passages where the words flow. For driven by the constant threat of deportation or extradition that has hung over Charles Gagnon and me ever since we were arrested in New York on September 28, 1966, I have had to scribble down in haste my memoirs, impressions, ideas, my short but brutal experience of life, and my boundless conviction that it is possible to build a better world now, if we all agree to roll up our sleeves and set to work. The world is to be transformed. All this necessarily makes for a book that is unfinished, imperfect, and full of words which, in this age of relativity, may have different meanings for the author and the reader according to the camera that each focuses on them, his vision of the world. I have tried to write simply, with everyday words, but I have not always been as successful, and in certain parts, chapter 6 in particular, you may find indigestible passages. Furthermore, certain categories, such as the words objective and subjective, may now be out of date. I have Forward 11 sometimes used them as convenient tools for making what I have to say more understandable to men who are not primarily concerned with language. It is also possible that I have given certain words a meaning that is rather personal or a content that is difficult to grasp for anyone ignorant of certain historical facts or systems of thought, thus contradict my first intent, which was to write a book that would be easy to digest. But sometimes the precise expression of what one means, thinks, or wants to make understood does not lend itself to simplification, although, another contradiction. In places I have doubtless succumbed to the temptation to simplify. For that matter, you will surely find more than one contradiction in this book. At least, that is my impression. The literary and autobiographical pages will probably seem clearer to you, perhaps because of the acid in them, than the pages devoted to a partial defining tie-in of our ideal of an egalitarian social structure. Certain of my analyses may be disconcerting to some readers, just as certain posy tie-ins that I take will no doubt be shocking to more than one discreamy. nating mind. But I think that the unity of the book and its meaning, in the phenomenological sense of the word, in the sense of truth or relative essence, relative both to the experiences, feelings, and ideas of the author and to those of the reader, lie precisely in this complex ity of the writing, which is only a very awkward expression of the complexity of human behavior, individual and social, personal and collective. An expression, furthermore, peculiar to one man, restrict to a given number of experiences and acts, formulated by a mind which is, when all is said and done, limited, and conditioned by a milieu, Quebec, which has just leaped from the Middle Ages into the 20th century. I believe that the unity and meaning of any activity lie in its complexity and that they cannot exist, develop, and become complete outside the contradictions inherent in reality as we perceive it, real. Ity as we live it, reality as we transform it according to the present. Changing state of our knowledge and means of action, reality as to a great extent we also undergo it, under the influence of the forces of nature whose secrets we do not yet possess and which we are not yet able to control for purposes really our own. 12. Pierre Vallières' contemporary scientists are convinced that the physical and human universe, can one really separate physical from human, of which we are a part and which, in each generation, is at a given but not fixed state of development, of evolution, is essentially infinite. I do not know what meaning they give to the word essentially. But in any event, if they are right, as I believe, in affirming that the universe is at once infinite and relative, which is fundamentally the same thing, and if, as they likewise affirm, our knowledge of reality can only be partial and must constantly be re-examined, if, finally, our action can only be biased, that means that our activities, whether in the domain of thought, of scientific research, or of political engagement, will always contain contradictions. In other words, every new affirmation calls forth a new set of case tie-ins. Every scientific discovery gives rise to hypotheses that were hitherto unknown. Every political action calls forth a reaction, tie-in being understood here as an effort to prevent man from becoming so identified with his creation or his revolution that he remains fixed at that point and becomes fossilized. But none of this, as I say somewhere in this rough draft, prevents men, us, from using practical, constantly modified affirma tie-ins and negations of the contradictions around us to make history, to evolve, ever more conscious and free, by means of revolutions. 4. This book contains a considerable number of footnotes, some of which are of respectable length. These footnotes should be read in their place, that is, at the end of the sentence, expression, or paragraph where they are indicated by the usual numbers. With a few changes, some of these footnotes could have been INTE graded into the text, if I had had the time and means to do 3 or 4 drafts. But under present conditions I am obliged to turn over to the reader a rough draft expanded here and there by explanatory notes. 5. I am neither a scholar nor an accredited philosopher. I am only a proletarian who has had the good fortune to read a great deal, but without method, since there was no money to buy method at a university, and who has also had the opportunity to act, who is acting and wants to go on acting. For whom it is enough to be honest with himself and to try, as best he can, to put his convictions into practice. 6. This autobiographical essay is a conscious witness and a forward 13 science appeal that I have made freely and for the same reason that I have made my political choice, my choice of the revolution, the conviction that the relations between men must be radically transformed and that imperialism must be definitively overthrown if, in this age when biologists, biochemists, physicists, astronomers, and so on are on the verge of discovering the mysteries of matter both living and inert, conscious and unconscious, and therefore the secrets of life and death, if, I say, we do not want humanity, on the threshold of tremendous progress, to become, in spite of itself, the victim of a universal nuclear catastrophe which would turn it back to the Stone Age. We must wrest the vast resources and gigantic possibilities of this century, which are due in large part to contemporary technological discoveries, from the grasp of the businessmen of state capitalism as well as the businessmen of private corporation. Capitalism, by practical, revolutionary, and collective action. Today, as in the time of Lenin, this action, which began as far back as the 18th century with the first rebellions of the English workers and the organization of the Chartist movement, must advance to new stages. It must do so not only in Quebec but in the entire world. For it must be recognized that with the present expansion of communications and of population movements, etc., which is based on the international organization of the market, of competition and class struggle, our true country is increasingly becoming the world. This, far from destroying nationalities and the individual, AC Tooley provides an opportunity, if we succeed in overcoming certain individual and collective fixations on outmoded categories of into our own, perhaps for the first time in history. 7. The author of this book is a Quebecois, a French-Canadian, a proletarian, a colonized man and a baptized son of the church. Hence, an extremely frustrated individual for whom freedom is not a metaphysical question but a very concrete problem. My consciousness and activity, what I sometimes call my responsibility, are bound up with my frustrations and my need to free myself from them completely, once and for all. I believe that my experience of life has much in common with that of many individuals, both in Quebec and in other countries, in my own class and even in the upper classes, which are better off, richer economically and intellectually. 14. Pierre Vallières. That is why I spontaneously chose to write an essay that would be at one and the same time an autobiography and an attempt to reflect upon and sum up acts which have already been performed and others yet to be performed, acts which concern you just as much as me. 8. I have no diplomas or medals. The one thing I take pride in is something I owe to the American police, who arrested me at the request of the Canadian police. By so doing, they in a way forced me, and my friend and comrade Charles Gagnon, to bear witness publicly to the determination, not only of a little nucleus of individuals but of the immense class of the oppressed, peasants, workers, students, young people, intellectuals, white-collar workers, and even scientists and researchers harnessed to the interests of big capital, to free their human activities definitively from the dictatorship of the sharks of high finance. The increasing number of letters that Charles and I receive offer us daily proof that we will not have borne witness in vain. 9. I take advantage of this forward to give infinite thanks to all those, students, workers, journalists, militants in unions and popular movements, housewives, friends known and unknown, without whom this work would have rotted in the many garbage cans of the Manhattan House of Detention for Men into which, often enough, we throw the whole plate of dog food they serve us at mealtime. To me, as to Charles Gagnon, the disinterested devotion and uncalculating support of all these friends is material proof of the existence of human solidarity. Solidarity which will be the cement of the new classless society, as money is the cement of the present society based on the exploitation of men by men. There is already a growing number of people for whom solidarity has replaced money as the reason for living, as the principal value in life. That is why we have chosen, to work for the revolution. As in the physical universe, so perhaps in the revolution there are neither straight lines nor curves. One can act in many ways, just as there are many ways of seeking and discovering the secrets of the universe. But there are constant relations among these many different ways of acting on the world and on society. And I have an increasingly clear impression that through these relations, which at first forward 15 glance are difficult to grasp and comprehend because they are complex and integrated with a universe that is perpetually changing, we are approaching a unity unprecedented in known human history, a unity which will not be monolithic or subject to the hegemony of any one group. A unity which we will make concrete only through a long revolutionary struggle, collective and multinational, conducted by the majority of the men who people this planet, the peasants, work heirs, white-collar workers, students, young people, progressive intellectuals, and researchers. It is this unity of conscious, responsible men, bound together in solidarity, that will create the new society humanity needs in order to progress. Yes, to progress, for this unity is not an end but a beginning, the first act of a new world, of a human history that will at last be determined by the majority of men. 10. Finally, this book, as is clearly indicated in the introduction, which follows this long foreword, was conceived first of all in terms of the practical tasks which today confront the workers, students, and young revolutionaries of Quebec. Nevertheless, perhaps it may also have something to say to the men and revolutionaries of other countries, colonized or even imperialist. Pierre Vallières, Manhattan House of Detention for Men, New York, Fall-Winter 1966 to 1967. By way of introduction, in writing this book I claim to do no more than bear witness to the determination of the workers of Quebec to put an end to 3 centuries of exploitation, of injustices borne in silence, of sacrifices accepted in vain, of insecurity endured with resignation, to bear witness to their new and increasingly energetic determination to take control of their economic, political, and social affairs and to Form into a more just and fraternal society this country, Quebec, which is theirs, this country where they have always been the overwhelming majority of citizens and producers of the national wealth, yet where they have never enjoyed the economic power and the political and social freedom to which their numbers and labor entitle them. This book is the product both of day-to-day experiences in a given social milieu at a given time, and of a conscious political commitment which today seems to me irrevocable. My life experience has always been an integral part of a collective experience. Necessarily. And my political commitment also is an integral part of the awakening of the Québécois collectivity, more particularly of the working class. That is why this autobiographical account is also an account of the evolution of a whole social milieu. And that is why the ideas developed in this book reflect the evolution of the ideas of many men and many groups, an evolution that has in turn been brought about by the social transformations that have taken place in Quebec during these last years and which have been summed up in the expression, the Quiet Revolution. This book is therefore not, strictly speaking, the product of an indie 18 Pierre Vallières visual but of a milieu. The milieu is contemporary Quebec, but more especially Montreal and the metropolitan area. A man from the Gaspé would probably have written a quite different book. This book is not perfect and does not pretend to be. Its observa-tie-ins are necessarily limited and incomplete. The ideas expressed lay no claim to the objectivity of a neutral person, they are biased and political. It is often forgotten that in certain areas such as politics, objectivity too is an ideology, the ideology of the status quo. I mention men by name and I take sides concerning them. I denounce certain institutions highly respected in Quebec, and I have no pity or understanding for the church and the ruling classes. But I do not seek controversy and I have not the slightest inclination to play the game of impertinences, as the functionary Desbians once did. I describe the things I see, I note facts and draw simple science from them, conclusions that are, so to speak, natural and that any unprejudiced man who is not compromised in the present system of exploitation can easily understand and remember if he observes the world around him, the world in which he moves and in which sooner or later he must determine his true place, take sides, and assume his responsibility. Social responsibility is a virtue not often practiced in Quebec, even today. One does not hear much about it in sermons, lectures, and editorials. One hears only about order, social peace, and respect for laws. The social responsibility of the class presently in power is so missing from its order, its peace, and its laws that workers who demand the most elementary justice are forced to resort to physical violence to make themselves heard, merely heard, because of the noise they make, and not respected. The ruling class has social responsibility only for its own interests. It doesn't give a damn about the 90% of the population who have nothing to say and no decisions to make in their democracy. This is an allusion to the great bestseller of the Quiet Revolution, Les Insolences du Frère Untel, The Impertinences of Brother Anonymous, by a teaching brother from north of Quebec. The author, who was later identified as Jean-Paul Desbians, became an educational reformer in the civil service under the liberal premier Jean Lesage. Trans. By way of introduction 19 The workers have already wasted too much time waiting for the conversion of those who have always robbed them and scoffed at them. The workers have already been deceived too many times by all the pure men of traditional politics, all the redeemers from the old parties, the René Lévesques, the Marcel Masses, and their kind. The workers and all the clear-thinking people of Quebec must take their responsibilities in hand and stop relying on the messiahs who are periodically thrown up by the system to fool the ignorant. Of course it isn't easy. There is a long and arduous road to travel. This book bears witness precisely to the efforts, the trials and errors we must be willing to go through in order to free ourselves from all the balls and chains that capitalist society attached to our feet as soon as we were born, chains which are sometimes so deeply embedded in our flesh that it is impossible to shake them off completely. But determination can overcome anything at last, even the dictatorship of capitalism over the bodies and minds of the majority of Québécois. It is the responsibility of the workers of Quebec to learn to stand erect and to demand, to take what rightfully belongs to them. For it is abnormal, unjust, and inhuman that the economic and political power which governs the entire life of the workers should belong not to the workers themselves but to others, to parasites whose sole function, sole ambition, and sole interest is to accumulate unlimited profits out of the labor, the energy, the sweat, the life of the majority of citizens. The true reason for the insecurity of the workers is not that their wages are inadequate, that jobs are scarce, or that they are ignorant. It is essentially that they have no control over economic and social policy. That is what the workers of Quebec have to get through their heads, as the saying goes. Because otherwise they will continue to remain for generations the white niggers of America, the cheap labor that the predators of industry, commerce, and high finance are so fond of, the way wolves are fond of sheep. Degree René Lévesque is the leader of the centrist, pro-independence Part 1 Québécois and a former minister in the Liberal Party government. Marcel Masse was Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs in the National Union government. This is an allusion to a remark by Jean Lesage, Quebec Premier, who made the mistake of replying to a reporter who asked if he intended to hold a plebiscite on the Constitution. How are you going to explain that to the ignorant? 20 Pierre Vallières Let us kill St. John the Baptist. 0 Let us burn the papier-mâché traditions with which they have tried to build a myth around our slavery. Let us learn the pride of being men. Let us vigorously declare our independence. And with our hearty freedom, let us crush the sympathetic or contemptuous paternalism of the politicians, the daddy bosses, and the preachers of defeat and submission. It is no longer time for sterile recriminations but for action. There will be no miracles, but there will be war. John the Baptist is the patron saint of French Canada, and in the folklore Jean-Baptiste is the old, traditional first name for a French Canadian. In many cities and villages there is a parade every year on his feast day, June 24th. In the 1969 parade in Montreal, demonstrators tore the papier-mâché figure of St. John from its pedestal and hacked it up. 1 The white niggers of America. To be a nigger in America is to be not a man but someone's slave. For the rich white men of Yankee America, the nigger is a subman. Even the poor whites consider the nigger their inferior. They say, to work as hard as a nigger, to smell like a nigger, as dangerous as a nigger, as ignorant as a nigger. Very often they do not even suspect that they too are niggers, slaves, white niggers. White racism hides the reality from them by giving them the opportunity to despise an inferior, to crush him mentally or to pity him. But the poor whites who despise the black men are doubly niggers, for they are victims of one more form of alienation, racism, which far from liberating them, imprisons them in a net of hate or paralyzes them in fear of one day having to confront the black man in a civil war. In Quebec, the French Canadians are not subject to this irrational racism that has done so much wrong to the workers, white and black, of the United States. They can take no credit for that, since in Quebec there is no black problem. The liberation struggle launched by the American blacks nevertheless arouses growing interest among the French Canadian population, for the workers of Quebec are aware of their condition as niggers, exploited men, second-class citizens. Have they not been, ever since the establishment of New France in the 17th century, the servants of the imperialists, the white niggers of America? Were they not imported, like the American blacks, to serve as cheap labor in the New World? The only difference between them is the color of their skin and the continent they came from. After 3 centuries their condition remains the same. They still constitute a reservoir of cheap labor whom the Capi 22 Pierre Vallières tailists are completely free to put to work or reduce to unemployment, as it suits their financial interests, whom they are completely free to underpay, mistreat, and trample underfoot, whom they are completely free, according to law, to have clubbed down by the police and locked up by the judges in the public interest, when their profits seem to be in danger. Our ancestors came here with the hope of beginning a new life. They were for the most part soldiers or day laborers. The soldiers came, a long time after Champlain, to fight the English, and they remained in New France because they did not have the money to return to the metropolitan country. They became traders, artisans, or coureurs de bois in order to subsist. The others came as volunteers, especially under the Talon administration, about a century before the English conquest. They were unskilled laborers who could find no work in Colbert's France and no reason for living. They belonged to the growing number of idle men and vagabonds who filled the towns of mercantile France. In Talon's mind, these volunteers were to be added to the unemployed to serve as a permanent local source of labor. Married by force, as soon as they arrived in New France, to orphan girls imported from Paris, the volunteers were given the task of laying the foundations of an independent society. They were to work at building an indigenous industry and developing agriculture, and they were to have as many children as possible in order to rapidly expand the labor force and the market. Those who refused to obey the directives of the intendant were put in prison or sent back to France. Many colonists preferred to become coureurs de bois rather than be forced to marry a woman whom they did not know and often did not want because she was ill-tempered, homely, or stupid. The colonists, or habitants as they later came to be called, were thus placed at the service of the ambitious projects of Colbert's protege. But these men, who were sent from France by the hundreds, had learned no trade in the metropolitan country. They possessed no technical knowledge and had nothing to offer Talon but their muscle, goodwill, and taste for adventure. In the mother country they belonged to that mass of unemployed workers whom the development the white niggers of America 23 of manufacturing, the concentration of capital in the towns, and overpopulation had driven out of the rural areas and reduced to idleness and vagrancy. In the towns of France they constituted that increasingly large and threatening class of pariahs who could find no other way to survive than to turn to highway robbery. The king had outlawed brigands and vagabonds, but the only result of the law was to send a considerable number of innocent men to prison or to death, because the state, whose revenues were devoted to financing incessant wars and the splendor of the court, was unable to provide work for the growing number of the starving. The ruling classes had three ways of getting rid of this cumbersome burden: the army, prison, or the colonies. Tens of thousands of these paupers, as the aristocrats called them, were therefore sent to the battlefields of Europe, America, Asia, and the Middle East. Tens of thousands more died in prison, had their throats cut, were hanged or decapitated. The rest were abandoned to their fate or exported like cattle to the colonies, where they were to serve as labor or cannon fodder. When the prions of the metropolitan country were filled to overflowing and the people were growing a little too restless, the hotheads were often exiled to the colonies instead of being hanged. It was more humane. Periodically the strongest prisoners were freed to be turned into mercenaries or colonists. The same policy was applied by the English ruling classes, especially with regard to the Irish and Scotch bastards, English Dixit. Furthermore, France and England were then engaged in an unrestricted and lucrative trade in black slaves. The pirates, the gangsters of those days, made fortunes by assisting the ruling classes of Europe in their work of civilizing and evangelize. Talon had little success in endowing the colony with an independent economy. He lacked not only qualified labor but capital. The French merchants were not in the least interested in sacrificing their monopoly in order to develop an independent economy which would sooner or later be prejudicial to the interests of the metropolitan country, that is, which would increasingly restrict their freedom of trade and their profits. For these merchants, colonization in the sense in which Talon understood it did not deserve to be encouraged. New France was to remain a trading post, a source of raw materials and profits for France. The theocracy Bishop Laval was trying to establish. 24 Pierre Vallières Lish, Talon's industries, and the rapid increase in the number of immigrants irritated them. The money swallowed up in colonization and evangelization brought no returns to France. And all the volunteers who were taking root in New France appeared to them as so many potential rivals and enemies. Decidedly, this Talon had become their chief enemy. They demanded that the king recall him to France, which was done in 1672. No intendant dared pursue Talon's work. The volunteers, destitute, disappointed, prisoners of their poverty, resigned themselves to clearing an ungrateful soil on the seigneuries granted by the King of France. They had to become hunters, fishermen, and woodsmen in order to feed their numerous children. In 1689 there were 10,000 French Canadians in New France. When the fur trade was monopolized by a few French merchants, the French of France, as they were already beginning to be called by the habitants, who hated them. All the profits went back to the metropolitan country. The little money, many times devalued, that remained in the colony was concentrated in the hands of a minority of speculators. The people lived in the most extreme poverty, under the amused eyes of the François bigots of the administration. Sometimes the habitants were called to the colors to defend the American possessions of the King of France, while their women cleared the land and tended to the sowing and harvesting, raising their broods at the same time. At times, alone or in groups, these women even had to arm themselves with rifles to confront the Iroquois guerrillas, while far away their husbands were fighting the English in the name of the king. With each war reinforcements arrived from France. And after each treaty, the penniless demobilized soldiers stayed to swell the ranks of the habitants, marrying their daughters and perpetuating their rough existence. Only a few officers had the signal honor of being admitted to the society of the nobles. Soon the seigneuries were overpopulated. Abandoned by the seigneurs, who were more interested in speculation and trade than in agriculture, the land deteriorated and the misery of the habitants became unendurable. A great many of them abandoned their fields, cursing God for having led them to this country of forests, rocks, and the white niggers of America. 25 Waterwearman wore himself out in vain trying to build a life consistent with his dreams of freedom, happiness, and peace. To the towns of the colony, like those of the metropolitan country, overflowed with idle, hungry men. A few years before the English conquest, the hunger riots broke out nearly everywhere. Bigot replied with an edict ordering all the unemployed to return to their land. "Take your hunger off our hands," Bigot said to them. "We don't know what to do with it. Instead of idling away your time in the towns and stinking up the place with your poverty, go cultivate the land, work harder. There is no work for you here. But all the land belongs to you. Go where you please." But the habitants could not work miracles and change rocks into arable land. Besides, all the land did not belong to them, as Bigot claimed. The best land had long been reserved for the handful of merchants and nobles who had obtained control of the wheat trade. 3 The riots broke out again worse than ever, and even under the intendancy of the saintly Hawkwart, the habitants became more and more of a threat. The last war between England and France, which was to give New France to the English, made it possible for the ruling class to enroll the rioters in the French king's army. Many habitants died in combat, and once the war was over, the people, exhausted, again withdrew to the seigneuries. The English merchants took over from the French merchants who, before surrendering the colony to the English, had had time to effect some profitable sales of arms. The conquerors had no difficulty in gaining the collaboration of the clergy and those impoverished seigneurs who had remained in the colony despite the defeat. Together they divided up the power. The English monopolized economic affairs and the executive power. The clergy continued to control education and collect the tithe. The seigneurs retained ownership of their land and obtained the right to hold certain administrative posts. Nothing changed in the frugal and monotonous life of the habitants. They were still beasts of burden, despised in a hostile country. But, God be praised, the clergy received the order from heaven to make this resigned and silent collectivity into a nation dedicated to the church. At last the life of slavery would take on meaning by become redemption. This people, planted in America by an accident of 26 Pierre Vallières' history, suddenly found itself invested with a supernatural vocation. Its task, in the pagan world of the savages and the English, would be to save souls by patiently bearing poverty, hard labor, and isolation. The clergy organized the embryonic nation into parishes, created elementary schools and colleges, arrogated to itself the right to regulate the lives of individuals and groups, and defined the ideology which was to fashion a vision of the world consistent with the interests of the church. The higher clergy became the true ruling class, while every day the self-complacent nobility sank a little further into decay. The population continued to increase at a very rapid rate. The land, which was already inadequate and impoverished, became less productive and more overpopulated. The young people left the countryside to try their luck in town, where the number of unemployed was constantly growing. In the meantime, in its classical colleges the clergy was educating an indigenous petty bourgeoisie, composed mainly of lawyers, notaries, doctors, and journalists. Toward the end of the 18th century, this petty bourgeoisie began to develop its own class consciousness and, in the name of the nation, set itself up in opposition to the clergy, the decadent aristocracy, and the English. By establishing a legislative assembly for Lower Canada, Quebec, England gave the petty bourgeoisie a forum which it used to the fullest to identify its class interests with those of the people as a whole. After a few years of apprenticeship, the French-Canadian politicians entered into open rebellion against the masters of the economy, the English, and their allies, the higher clergy and the seigneurs. The habitants, who had been completely dispossessed, were hypnotized by the fiery patriots and, despite the opposition of the higher clergy, demonstrated with increasing violence their will to overthrow the ruling classes. Papineau, more than any other man, inflamed the imagination of the habitants and became almost a god to them. Nevertheless, some of the habitants who were skeptical or discouraged were already beginning to set out for exile, seeking a more hospitable land. In 1820 there began an exodus of French-Canadian families to the United States. This exodus was to last a century. French-Canadian Christendom was suddenly transformed into a vast insurrection, which was just as frightening to the church as to the conquerors of 1760. The French-Canadian population of Lower. The white niggers of America 27 Canada had reached 500,000 and was growing rapidly. For many months unrest had been spreading across the country. .4 In 1837 and 1838 the people rose up without asking permission from their leader. The leader, Papineau, fled with his chief associates to the United States. The habitants had to confront the English soldiers alone and practically unarmed. After having met the savage counter-offensive of the English with heroic and desperate resistance, they were crushed and massacred. The patriots, the petty bourgeois led by Papineau, had not wanted a popular revolution. In mobilizing the people they had only sought to bring pressure on the English in order to obtain for themselves, for their class, and not for the habitants, a new division of power which would bring them certain additional revenues and a greater share in the economic advantages of the system. Thus, they demanded control of the trade in wheat and domestic consumer goods in Lower Canada. They wanted to participate in the financial activities which had up to that time been reserved for the English and to take back from them the rights which they declared had long been their due. But they did not want to overturn the system or to drive the English out. They demanded nothing more than a redistribution of privileges between themselves and the English. They wanted the victors of 1760 to recognize them as the ruling class and to admit them as equal partners within the same political institutions, the same economic system, and the same social organization. The discontent of the habitants had only been exploited as a means of applying pressure. The people, taken in by Papineau's eloquence and driven to desperation by their economic difficulties, had let themselves be had. The popular revolution took the patriots by surprise. It upset their plans. For now the English were justified, from a capitalist point of view, in granting no concessions to the French Canadians. Worse yet, the English still had the support of the clergy, who everywhere began to preach obedience to the established authority and submission to the just punishment which had been brought upon the people by the patriots' rationalism, atheism, and spirit of revolt. The defeats of 1837 to 1838, the defection of Papineau, and the many sentences of excommunication handed down by the upper clergy struck a hard blow to the hopes of the habitants, who, like 28 Pierre Vallières their ancestors, took refuge in bitterness and resignation to God's will. The exodus of French Canadians to the United States increased. For the petty bourgeoisie, once the English hysteria in response to the rebellion had passed, the defeat was quickly turned into a new compromise. The popular rising had alarmed those of the English who understood what was happening. They decided the time had come to integrate the petty bourgeoisie into their system of class collaboration and to meet some of the patriots' demands. La Fontaine and Baldwin were the instruments of this compromise. The French-Canadian petty bourgeoisie renounced Voltaire the way Christians renounce Satan, and all his works and pomps, and became reconciled with the higher clergy. Even Papineau made honorable amends before being officially rehabilitated and becoming the Seigneur of Montebello, a fine career as a revolutionary. England granted Quebec and Ontario responsible government, and a few years after the rebellion the French-Canadian petty bourgeois, with few exceptions, were only too happy to be paternally invited by London to play at being statesmen and to become English. But affairs remained under the exclusive control of the British. Since 1760 the British and their English-Canadian agents had monopolized the trade in furs and wheat and had been the sole beneficiaries of the sale of English products on the Canadian market, Ontario and Quebec, as well as of the export of Canadian raw materials, furs, lumber, wheat, to England, via the ports of Quebec. These capitalists, anxious to preserve the social peace that had been regained, began to buy the services of a few Quebecois lawyers and by giving them prestigious posts, to co-opt them into their companies and into the political parties whose machines they had controlled from the beginning. So it was that after the departure of La Fontaine, Georges-Étienne Cartier became a dominant figure, both as solicitor for the Grand Trunk Railway, the most powerful financial institution in the country, controlled by British interests, and as national leader of the Tory party. The Grand Trunk used him as chief propagandist for the projected Confederation, which was to be approved by London in 1867.5. The petty bourgeois had managed to come out all right, but the working class of Quebec was none the better for that. The clergy. The white niggers of America 29 began to worry about the exodus of French Canadians to the United States. The petty bourgeoisie, which often controlled trade in the countryside, was also growing nervous. If the rural areas continued to be depopulated, to be drained of their youngest and most dynamic elements, would not the clergy and the petty bourgeoisie lose the base of their power and profits? Montreal was then a city more English than French, and in the eyes of the French-Canadian elite, the rural milieu represented the true nation, the true people. But if the people refused to live in this rural milieu, would not the nation, that is, the petty bourgeoisie and the clergy, sooner or later disappear? What would become of the church and small, family industry? It was then that the instinct of self-preservation inspired the clergy and the petty bourgeoisie with the ideology of a return to the land and the colonization of the vast undeveloped regions of Quebec. This unexpected find was welcomed by the English Canadians and by the French-Canadian bourgeoisie of the towns, who saw it as the most practical and economical means of solving the problem of urban unemployment created by the rural exodus. Business circles and the government hastened to finance the colonization projects, and a whole literature began to circulate inviting the French Canadians to remember their glorious past, deliberately falsifying history so as to idealize the life of the habitants under the French regime, making the words rural, Catholic, and French synonymous and preaching the crusade of a return to the land as the sole tie-in to the grave social problems of the French-Canadian nation. Thousands of unemployed were dispatched with their families to Saguenay Lake St. John, to the Laurentians, to Upper St. Maurice Valley, to certain remote comers of the eastern townships, to the Portneuf region, and to the interior of the Gaspé Peninsula. Later, colonization was to extend to Abitibi and northern Ontario. The colonists were given plots of land to clear without anyone's bothering to find out if the land could really be cultivated. Some colonists were lucky enough to be granted land of excellent quality. But the major ity of these pioneers were innocent victims of the stupidest, most antisocial, most inhuman enterprise conceivable. Only a clergy and a petty bourgeoisie as backward as ours could have dreamed up and carried out such a reform. For decade after decade, hundreds of thousands of Québécois, left to themselves, were to wear themselves 30 Pierre Vallières out like convicts trying to convert acres of rocks into productive, profitable farms. The miracle never took place. And the result of colonization was even greater misery than any the French-Canadian workers had known until then. But listening to the cure's preaching, we could console ourselves with the divine thought that so much suffering could not fail to win us entrance into heaven. Were we not on earth to expiate our sins and to earn a place in paradise? This absurd philosophy was again presented to the people as the essence of the most perfect happiness. Does the history of mankind offer other examples of collective masochism as tenacious as the Catholic religion of Quebec? While the French Canadians toiled in pain and anxiety and expiated sins whose exact nature they did not know, the businessmen of Montreal and Toronto, with the advice and support of the Bussy-Nesman of London, were organizing the infrastructure that would enable them to grow rich. The compromises which La Fontaine and Cartier had reached with the English millionaires had left the habitants totally indifferent. Since the insurrections of 1837 to 1838, they had only contempt for professional politicians. The politicians did not dare to stir up the indifference of the masses by submitting the plan for Confederation to the popular verdict. The Confederation was established the way a law is passed in the House, in complete disregard of public opinion. The Confederation of 1867 institutionalized the domination of business over Canadian economic, political, and social life as a whole, coast to coast. Today we know the real motives that guided the fathers of the Confederation and the economic considerations hidden behind the sentimental speeches about the unity of the two founding races of Canada. The Canadian Confederation was not more than a vast financial transaction carried out by the bourgeoisie at the expense of the workers of the country, and more especially the workers of Quebec. At the time the Confederation was established, the railroad companies, which had invested large amounts of capital and were finding it very difficult to meet the competition of the American lines, were on the brink of bankruptcy. The Montreal businessmen were afraid of losing their monopoly on the trade between England and Canada, a large part of which was beginning to pass by way of New York rather than Montreal. Since the white niggers of America 31 roads were considered at the time as the principal economic agents of progress, the Montreal businessmen concluded that as much capital as possible must be invested in the construction of a railroad which would link the Atlantic to the Pacific, Toronto to New York and Quebec via Montreal, and the west to the commercial capital of Canada, Montreal. In order to reduce the risks of private enterprise, they decided that this money should be taken from the state coffers, that is, from the pockets of the taxpayers, from the greatest possible number of citizens. As the heads of the Canadian government, Cartier and Galt in particular, were also administrators of the Grand Trunk, the most important of the railroad companies, the operation was relatively easy to carry out on the legal level. The maritime provinces, with the exception of Newfoundland, Quebec, and Ontario, were inundated with romantic speeches about Canadian unity and the prosperity that this unity could not fail to bring to the privileged inhabitants of the vast country. Once Confederation had been voted by the House and approved by London, in complete disregard of popular opinion, Quebec, which 30 years earlier under the influence of the Patriots had dreamed of becoming a republic, was de facto turned, by the disciples of those same Patriots, into a minority within the fictitious bicultural and bilingual Canadian nation. Quebec patched together a government from the few jurisdictions left to the provinces, in the fields of education, social security, and natural resources, hardly developed at the time. The federal government retained control of currency, banking, commerce, customs, immigration, foreign policy, etc., and applied from the beginning a policy of centralization that worked to the advantage of the financial circles concentrated in Montreal and Toronto. The capital that was gathered together by uniting the provinces was invested in the private railroad companies, which thereupon experienced unprecedented expansion. The Confederation was no sooner born than it set off down the road toward its first bankruptcy, its first economic crisis, for which the workers would, as always, pay the bill. Already in 1840, the Anglo-Saxons, who possess a keen sense of their own interests, had taken advantage of the climate of hysteria generated by the French-Canadian Rebellion to proclaim a provincial union of the two Canadas, Ontario and Quebec, and to merge 32 Pierre Vallières the debts of the two provinces. Quebec, which had a larger population and no debts, since the ruling classes had invested nothing in the development of an infrastructure, was thus made to pay for the considerable deficit created by the construction of many costly canals in the Ontario of the Loyalists. 6 In 1867 the Confederation effected a similar merger, in more attractive guise. Quebec and the maritime provinces were made to serve the economic interests of the Anglo-Saxon bourgeoisie of Montreal and especially of Ontario. Once this conquest was complete, the fathers of the Confederation undertook to annex the West. The railroad, accompanied by the army, conquered each of the western provinces and bloodily crushed the least signs of resistance on the part of the local populations, in particular the Métis, a people formed by the intermarriage of Indians and French Canadians from Quebec. The result of crushing the Métis was to unify all classes in Quebec against the Confederation, that central power, and English Canada only a few years after the provinces had been united. The Québécois turned to their own state, the state of Quebec, and tried to make the best of their forced annexation to the rest of Canada. The federal government, for its part, granted them subsidies in order to avoid a resurgence of nationalism. The premiers of Quebec, in particular Honoré Mercier, cultivated this nationalism and turned it into an instrument of blackmail, to the profound irritation of the federal government. Daniel Johnson, like Le Sage and Duplessis, is only doing what Mercier did. But French-Canadian nationalism did not necessarily provide a living. The petty bourgeoisie, of course, turned it to good account, while at the same time making deals with the English Canadians and the Americans behind the people's back. But the condition of the workers hardly improved, even if Honoré Mercier did his best to make them believe in the greatness of their mission as Frenchmen and Catholics in North America. An estimated 700,000 French Canadian workers were forced into exile between 1820 and the end of the First World War. For the people do not readily resign themselves to dying of hunger, even out of patriotism. Today the descendants of these habitants are to be found in Louisiana, New England, New Brunswick, Ontario, Manitoba, and even British Columbia. Even now, in the period of the Quiet Revolution and Expo 67, the white niggers of America, 33 Québécois workers are abandoning their homeland to go chop pines in British Columbia or bury themselves alive in the mines of northern Ontario and Manitoba, a sure sign that, since the time of Honoré Mercier, the petty bourgeois nationalists of the state of Quebec have still not found solutions to the agonizing problems of the French-Canadian working class. The workers of Quebec are fed up with speeches, flags, hymns, and parades. They want to have their own industries, control over the sale and consumption of their products, political power and economic security, the privilege of studying and sharing in the discoveries of science, etc. They no longer want to sit like beggars on either side of Sherbrooke Street every June 24th to behold, with joy befitting the occasion, the allegorical floats of an artificial, national pride bought on credit at Household or Niagara Fi. Nance. The people are going to rise to their feet, parade in the streets themselves, and make of this country something other than a medieval masquerade organized by grocers who can scarcely see beyond the borders of their own parish. If Confederation made no immediate change in the traditional life of the people of Quebec, rural, Catholic, and French, it did create the economic and political conditions for the invasion of Quebec and the rest of Canada by the American entrepreneurs and financiers. Preparations for the real conquest were being made in the Polish offices of the executive boards in New York, which were in continual contact with London and in whose service a whole army of lackeys, in Toronto, Montreal, Quebec City, and Halifax, were working feverishly and spending millions to buy local politicians and Bussy Nessman and, with the complicity of the bishops and journalists, to lull the masses to sleep. Already the British imperialists controlled a large sector of the Canadian economy. But every year the United States was taking a bigger slice of their powers and privileges. The progressive transfer of financial, industrial, commercial, and political hegemony to the Americans could not be effected without provoking crises and liberating, for the time being at least, new, independent energies which were under the illusion that they could compete with imperialism. That is why, in order to avoid clashes that would be pointless, between capitalists, and politically dangerous, they might set the stage for popular revolts, the English and American business. 34 Pierre Vallières' men engaged in a gigantic underground bargaining operation of which the people, and sometimes even the majority of politicians, unaware of the economic reality, were totally ignorant. Leaving the imperialists to silently invade the country, Honoré Mercier, for example, converted colonization into a policy of nocturnal salvation and, with the help of the clergy, made the return to the land into a veritable mystical epic. This absurd nationalism was dubbed a Christian miracle, and the misery of the people was sprinkled with holy water. Shanties were decorated with dried palm leaves, effeminate sacred hearts, and bloodless virgins. Blessed are the poor, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. The religion of degradation, of the vicious circle, of unremitting sacrifice and resignation to misfortune became the imitation of Jesus Christ. But the forces of life were not to be so easily gainsaid by the requirements of Aten. For sin and saving souls from purgatory. Even in this society dedicated, in spite of itself, to the interests of the Holy Church of God and of his poor servants, cardinals, bishops, and canons, men were still men, basic needs were still basic needs, and money was still a vital necessity. For the bakeries, hardware stores, groceries, and clothing stores, the doctors, lawyers, notaries, and merchants of grain, hens, and livestock did not fatten their bank accounts on indulgences. Even the cures liked to collect the tithe, in hard cash. Because it took a lot of money to build cathedrals and presbyteries, those lowly houses of God, out of Italian marble. So you always had to get more money, by working if possible, or by stealing from others. Or finally, in desperation, by giving yourself up to the moneylenders of every village and county, who asked nothing better than to get you out of the hole, the better to take the shirt off your back. Thus, while God looked on amused, a new social category became more important every day, the moneylenders. These realistic Christians, who would have made excellent Calvinists, placed in circulation the money that was to enable the petty bourgeoisie, professionals, tradesmen, and clergymen to prosper during the end of the 19th century, which marked the high point of our collective misery, our virtues, the virtues of baptized slaves, and our impotence, sublimated by Catholicism. The French-Canadian petty bourgeoisie, doubtless less Christian than we, the blessed poor, took full. The white niggers of America 35 advantage of our docility, first by developing trade in everyday consumer goods, especially in the countryside, and later by creating those thousands of small, family manufacturing enterprises which are so justly celebrated for the low wages they have always paid and still pay, in the name of patriotism. Toward the end of the 19th century, the English, American, and Canadian capitalists became aware of all the advantages and profits to be drawn from Christian Quebec. Already, in order to build their railroads, they had begun buying up a number of seigneuries and driving the farmers out. Shortly thereafter they demanded the abolition of the seigneurial regime, which restricted their freedom to build roads, speculate in real estate, and exploit the rich forests of Quebec for export. It will be remembered that at that time the English forests had been devastated and the British demand for lumber was constantly growing. They immediately obtained satisfaction, despite the opposition of certain French-Canadian seigneurs, including the revolutionary Louis-Joseph Papineau, then seigneur of Montebello. Seeing the abundance of cheap labor standing idle in the towns, suburbs, and even remotest colonies, businessmen said to themselves that they must take advantage of all these hands begging for work and use them to exploit cheaply Quebec's vast resources in timber, minerals, and hydraulic power, and at the same time to develop in Quebec certain industries based on the exploitation of cheap labor, such as the textile industry, which was flourishing at the time. In this way they could create and develop, with a minimum of expense and a maximum of profitability, a Quebecois economy that would complement the dominant economies of the end of the 19th century, those of Great Britain and the United States. After buying up the best land, these capitalists obtained broad lumbering and mining concessions from the provincial government. And almost for nothing. The sawmills multiplied. The forests were devastated in record time. Thousands of colonists became lumberjacks. Little by little the lumber industry reached out to every region of Quebec, and the great majority of farmers began to sell their labor to the lumber companies, at least for several months of the year. The French Canadians, peasants in spite of themselves, became a people of hewers of wood and drawers of water. The textile industry began. 36 Pierre Vallières to develop in turn, particularly in the Montreal region and in the eastern townships. A whole army of workers, men, women, young people, were turned into slaves of the spinning jennies and looms in factories where there was neither light nor air nor safety. Wages were low, accidents frequent, diseases numerous and sometimes fatal. These conditions have not changed. Finally, at the beginning of the 20th century, asbestos began to be mined in the eastern townships, and gold, copper, and zinc in Abitibi. Hydraulic resources were exploited for the manufacture of newsprint on the St. Maurice and of aluminum ingots in Saguenay Lake St. John. The proletarianization of the rural, Catholic, and French Canadians and the urbanization of medieval Quebec became irreversible. The return to the city needed no propagandists, it happened of its own accord, like any natural phenomenon. While continuing to preach, return to the land, buy at home, and the call of the race, the clergy and the petty bourgeoisie were taking advantage of the industrialization of Quebec, particularly in the region around Montreal where a considerable number of industries were being installed, close to the financial and commercial institutions, communications, and the headquarters of the masters of the economy, most of them foreigners. The petty bourgeois paid court to the Anglo-Saxon businessmen and, on the periphery of the fiefs reserved for the big shots of imperialism, began to establish hundreds of small, family industries for the manufacture of products for domestic consumption, furniture, clothing, shoes, candles, food and drink. Later, around 1920, they would secure additional revenue by taking control of the food, dairy, and loan cooperatives, and especially of the cooperative credit unions. Around the turn of the century a few French Canadians launched out into big industry, railroads, Senecal, lumber, Dubuque, textiles, Hewden, wholesale trade, Paquette. But their rise was as short-lived as it was rapid. They were unable to resist the formidable American financial offensive launched at the beginning of the 20th century and not yet ended. In fact, a number of Americans had already undertaken the economic conquest of Quebec in the middle of the 19th century, without being too sure whether they should rely on British imperialism, which was still very powerful, or on the new American imperialism, which was much more dynamic. These knights of industry, the white niggers of America 37, these adventurers of the dollar, had neither patriotism nor national interests. They had only class interests and all they cared about was their own fortunes. Capital was at one and the same time their religion, their politics, and their reason for living. Their language was the language of business. Their empire was the world market of capital and goods produced by an anonymous mass of cheap labor for which they had only contempt. They manufactured law, justice, democracy, and the rights of men from day to day, as these served the unlimited growth of their investments and profits. Their great ambition was to take possession of the world in the name of the dollar, which God gave to businessmen so that, along with the Pope and the Archbishop of Canterbury, they might worship him, love him, and serve him in the gilded basilicas, abbeys, and cathedrals of the Church of Poor Little Jesus. These American Christians, who constantly invoked the name of God in their apologias of capitalism, made friends with the higher clergy of Quebec and the heads of the Quebec government just as quickly as with the financial circles of Montreal. Religious communities were invited to join them and invest in banks, commerce, and industry. It was at this time that the Montreal clergy began to demand that Rome give them a cardinal, who, with the prestige and financial powers attached to his rank, would be in a position to promote the interests of the Church by negotiating the most advantageous transactions possible. All that, of course, for the propagation of the faith, in China, the Congo, and Peru. Still, it cannot be said that the Vatican bureaucracy hastened to give satisfaction to the tonsured bourgeois of the Canadian Sea. From the time they arrived in Canada, the Americans, who came from New York, Pennsylvania, or the New England states, practiced a double allegiance to English capitalism and American capitalism, waiting to see which country would in the end eliminate the other in the frantic competition they were carrying on as they multiplied agreements, understandings, and treaties on matters of common interest. These great entrepreneurs, who were often men of genius in their specialty, gave a vigorous stimulus to the exploitation of Quebec's natural resources, took control of the most profitable SEC tours of the infant French-Canadian industry, and soon bought the allegiance of almost all the premiers of Quebec who came after the Na. 38 Pierre Vallières Tionalist Honoré Mercier and of most of the Prime Ministers of Canada, starting with the French-Canadian Sir Wilfrid Laurier. At the end of the 19th century, they were convinced that England would continue to lose ground and that in a few years the United States would be master of the world, which the evolution of imperialism in the 20th century was to confirm. The Americans encountered no opposition within the Quebec government, no matter which party was in power. Nearly all the successive premiers of Quebec were invited to sit on the executive boards of one or another of their enterprises. The electoral machines of the two traditional parties were also well provided for, and the business circles got on as well with the Reds as with the Blues. At the federal level, the Americans rapidly took control of the Liberal Party, while less British, who had a sentimental attachment to the English crown and managed British interests in Canada, had the Conservative Party well in hand. The struggles between the two parties only reflected the extension to Canada of the competition between English and American imperialism for control of the world market. But while Great Britain increasingly alienated public opinion by its openly imperialist and racist policy, its colonial wars, such as the Boer War, its ridiculous attachment to the gilded remains of a sanctimonious and conservative monarchy, its contempt for the French Canadians and for colored peoples, its hypocritical and inflexible legalism and so on, the United States, equally racist, imperialistic, and hypocritical, but more intelligent and wily, quietly affected the economic and, I might say, the spiritual conquest of Canada, especially Quebec and Ontario. The French-Canadian petty bourgeoisie, in particular the think-ing elite, ignorant of economic and social reality, of its origin, its historical development, and the direction of its evolution, and perceive the world through the ideas fixes of an immutable system, as in the Middle Ages, spoke to the people in a language that did not correspond in the least with the reality of the daily life of the worker. Henri Bourassa and his disciples were still talking about return to the land and Canadian independence vis-a-vis Great Britain at a time when the urbanization of Quebec was an irreversible phenomenon and the Americans were taking control of the economic activity and even the politics of Quebec. The tutelage legally exercised over the white niggers of America 39 Canada by London was now only symbolic. The Dominion of Canada, already shaky, was changing into an economic colony of Yankee America. And within this vast colony, Quebec was no longer anything but the poor appendage of a foreign economy. Bourassa's speeches were of no use to anyone except the small-minded petty bourgeois for whom attachment to the values of the past meant the subjugation of the people to their own narrow economic interests. It is thanks to this parochial mentality that the French-Canadian petty bourgeoisie was not completely swept away by the economic offensive of the Americans in the 20th century. Supported by one of the most powerful clergies in the world, this class of professionals, small industrialists, small tradesmen, and small financiers has succeeded in preserving and even strengthening its role as an intermediary between the people, on the one hand, and, on the other, the foreigners who hold the economic power and the English-Canadian bourgeois who control federal politics. The provincial state was, and still is, its licensed instrument of domination and betrayal, a means of perpetually bargaining over the collective wealth and auctioning it off, an enterprise for hoodwinking the masses and debasing the whole political life of Quebec. For the last 100 years the state of Quebec has been nothing more than the legal form of the dictatorship of the most reactionary strata of the French-Canadian petty bourgeois SIE, and their silent partners of the Rue Saint-Jacques, over the vast majority of the population of Quebec, for whom the sole political activity permitted by the system is the famous right to vote, the absurd freedom to choose which of 2, 3, 5, or 8 thieves will be granted the privilege of exploiting the masses. The Industrial Revolution of the beginning of the century radically changed the way of life of the Quebecois, or rather it urbanized and modernized their 3 centuries-old slavery. The population became concentrated in the cities which, with the exception of Montreal, were, and still are, only huge under-industrialized villages, poor and without a future. Montreal rapidly became the center of attraction for the hewers of wood and drawers of water. Many found work there in a little security, but Montreal alone could not absorb all the unemployed and poor of Quebec. Already in 1920 the proper tie-in of unemployed in Montreal was steadily rising. And when the 40 Pierre Vallières crisis of 1929 broke, the unemployed and the poor of the big city experienced a misery even more terrible than that of the countryside. Social agitation expanded with the Depression of the 30s. The union movement made enormous progress, and socialism began to recruit sympathizers and propagandists in Montreal. Strikes and demonstrations of discontent multiplied. In 1937 riots broke out in Sorel, leaving dead and wounded. The port of Montreal was more than once transformed into a battlefield, and the textile workers rose up against their exploiters. Finally, when the second conscription crisis broke out during the war, insurrections occurred all over, and Quebec experienced the beginning of a popular revolution. 7 Already, during the First World War, the draft had provoked violent outbreaks, and every night for 3 months the streets of Montreal had been invaded by thousands of angry workers demanding the overthrow of the system and trying to procure arms. 8 But these spontaneous uprisings had not given birth to any popular, political, revolutionary organization. On the one hand, the workers' leaders were for the most part dominated, if not terrorized, by the clergy, who systematically blocked every attempt at revolutionary organization of the working class. On the other hand, the anti-draft leaders of the 40s were petty bourgeois who had no real influence over the workers. They were disciples of Bourassa and Canon Graux, intellectuals who were often sympathetic to Mussolini and Hitler, anti-Semitic and racist. They were incapable of mobilizing popular discontent around a concrete program of social reforms, and all they did, in sum, was to prepare the ground for Duplessis by their exacerbated nationalism. 9 After the war, apathy, withdrawal, and indifference followed once more upon the disappointed hopes that had been raised by the unionists, the communists, and the anti-draft groups. Duplessis entered upon his reign without opposition. He took advantage of the fact to cede the rich iron deposits of northern Quebec to the Americans and, with their financial assistance, to endow his party with the most formidable political machine Quebec and Canada had ever known. The cooperative movement and the union movement, both of which, with few exceptions, were controlled by the church and the traditional petty bourgeoisie, were put into the service of the slogans, "Buy at home," French-Canadian thrift, monopolized by the white niggers of America, 41 Desjardins credit unions, and the preservation of faith, language, and religion. Certain union leaders even preached, return to the land and the abolition of any policy favoring immigration, because in their eyes the immigrants were only stealing jobs and land. The chaplains exercised a despotic reign over the unions and cooperatives, as did the curés over the parishes and the bishops over the dioceses. For the Church, while it had been struggling against the rural exodus ever since the beginning of the century, had had the wisdom to provide priests for the thousands of workers in the cities who were exposed to vice, pernicious ideas, and communism. The laymen who dared tell the priests to concern themselves more with God and a little less with politics and union affairs were automatically called rebels and communists, calumniated and persecuted. The Middle Ages would not be the Middle Ages without a well-organized inquisition. 10 And despite the efforts of the American capitalists, God did not want Quebec to lose its medieval character. It's a wonder the Holy Virgin did not appear to some child, the way she did in Portugal, to entreat us to obey those who were carrying on the work of the schizophrenic Bishop Laval who, in the 17th century, had laid the foundations of the madhouse we were living in. The American unions with branches in Quebec were less dominated by the obscurantism of the chaplains, but they were more subservient to the economic interests of the United States, which in the end was just as bad for the workers of Quebec. In 1949, striking asbestos miners took control of the city of Asbestos for a few days and refused to obey their leaders, including Jean Marchand, and even their cure. Duplessis police crushed their revolt, and this action aroused the people against the monarch of the Great Darkness. 11. The asbestos strikers received sympathy, support, and material aid from all sides. A few years later, in 1957, the miners of Madocville, on the Gaspé Peninsula, rose up in turn, and the opposition to Duplessis grew deeper and more widespread. Spontaneous strikes broke out in various corners of Quebec, and Duplessis political police became increasingly hard on the workers. The union movement got rid of the chaplains and the advocates of blind obedience to the very Catholic leader, who went to Mass and took communion every morning. Some of the Quebec intellectuals began to concern themselves with social sciences and founded Left Re. 42. Pierre Vallières' views. Weeklies like Jex Hebert's newspaper Vrai revealed the true face of Duplessism to the people. The Coffin Affair, degree among others, forced tens of thousands of Quebecois, accustomed to the cunning demagogy of Duplessis, to open their eyes and reawaken to their responsibilities. It was no longer possible for anyone to accept injustice without protest. Quebec awoke only very slowly from its long winter. In 1960, after years of obscure and difficult struggles, of lost strikes, rigged trials, legal assassinations, censorship, and inquisition, 11 years after asbestos, the unexpected victory of the Liberals and the coming to power of the socialist René Lévesque marked the end of the Great Darkness and the beginning of the Quiet Revolution. All the institutions of Quebec were publicly called into question. Secularism, separatism, and Marxism shattered the apparent unanimity. The traditional monolithic ideology was broken. Pressure groups, patriotic organizations, and political parties separated into opposing factions. New groups and parties were founded. Political reviews and newspapers multiplied. Young people were seized with a desire to read and to know, and the book trade enjoyed an unprecedented expansion. A hearty appetite for truth and a fierce need for freedom took hold of the nation. God made a terrible grimace and the bishops called an urgent meeting to invoke the Holy Ghost. The gospel of resignation and the apologia of slavery were ripped up with an enthusiasm mixed with an obscure instinct for vengeance. And more than one man who had helped to manufacture the traditional ideology and had profited from it began to suffer from insomnia and break into sweat dreaming of civil war. Like in Spain. Is it possible? Rich men and priests executed. Factories in the hands of workers. Churches burned to the ground. The socialists in power. The simple announcement by the Liberals that they intended to modernize, that is, bring up to date, the teaching dispensed to the youth of Quebec sowed panic among most of the venerable and undisputed bosses of traditional education, especially among the bishops, who finally succeeded in quietly sabo. Wilbert Coffin, a prospector from the Gaspé, was accused of the murder of 3 American hunters from Pennsylvania. Coffin, whom many believed to be innocent, was convicted on circumstantial evidence and hanged on February 10, 1956. The White Niggers of America 43 Taging Educational Reform, with the complicity of Jean Latax Lesage, Zero, who had only defended reform, which his Minister of Education wanted very much, in order to win re-election in 1962. But the bishop's sabotage was a partial defeat for the Church, which has never been so discredited in the eyes of the people as it is today. To be sure, the churches are still filled with the faithful on Sundays, and most people believe in God. But the Quebecois are disgusted with the comfortable priests who lead the lives of millionaires in their richly furnished presbyteries and drink scotch on the money of the poor. As for the young people, not only are they anti-clerical, but the majority of them refuse to go to church on Sunday to watch the empty and incomprehensible rituals of another age and to pay for the show besides, if only so much as 25 cents. Do they believe in God, in Jesus Christ, in Muhammad, or Buddha? I don't know. But I have the impression that they believe first of all in themselves and in human ity, and that, unlike their parents, they are not prepared to sacrifice their earthly life for a hypothetical celestial happiness. Notwithstanding the opposition of those who had formerly profited from obscurantism, the Quiet Revolution completely upset the habits of thought of the Quebecois, who for the first time in their history, thanks partly to the prodigious development of television, radio, and the press, witnessed a national debate that enabled them all to ask questions, discuss their problems openly, and take sides. The Quiet Revolution liberated hitherto unsuspected energies, and the reformist liberals were the unconscious instruments of unprecedented social ferment. Every level of society, every class, took a position in accordance with its present condition and its fundamental interests. The petty bourgeoisie expressed its traditional nationalism with new vigor. However, a broad faction of the petty bourgeoisie secularized this nationalism and transformed it into a resolutely separatist and lay movement. For the first time since 1837, the petty bourgeoisie set itself political, economic, and social objectives that were precise enough to constitute a complete political program, a program for the petty bourgeois class and not the working class. Today there remains no doubt that the entire petty bourgeois Jean Lesage earned his nickname by imposing heavy taxes to finance his reforms, notably new schools. This policy helped defeat him. Trans. 44 Pierre Vallières SIE, from the traditional nationalists to the separatists, are demanding a new division of power. The Canadian Confederation is at the point of death at the very moment when it is beginning to celebrate its centennial in an effort to believe it will survive, like a half-unconscious victim of cancer who refuses to make his will and persists in denying the death that is devouring him. In Ottawa, only a small minority of Quebecois who are either behind the times, blind, or ambitious for their own careers, I'm not sure which, still believe that LaFontaine, Cartier, and Laurier were not traitors and are desperately calling for a constitutional miracle that will save the Confederation. How, without denying history, can these intelligent men believe and declare that it is in the interests of French Canadians to perpetuate a pact, which in reality they never concluded and which was imposed on them in the same way as the recent Canadian-American Treaty on Free Trade in Automobile Parts? Can Messrs. Marchand, Favreau, Sauve, Pelletier, and Trudeau tell us when the French-Canadian people were democratically consulted on this famous Pact of Confederation, for love of which these gentlemen were willing to compromise themselves with the stinking, scandal-ridden Liberal stable? And with the Liberals' impotent leader, that darling of President Lyndon B. Johnson, that insipid Prime Minister for whom it would be worth instituting a Nobel Prize for incompetence? Decidedly, the great men who lived through, asbestos must have gone through some pretty traumatic experiences under the reign of Duplessis. They are still haunted by the Great Darkness. And their politique fonctionnelle is thrashing around like a man who is suffocating from having swallowed too much smoke. The phrase politique fonctionnelle refers to an article entitled Pour un politique fonctionnel, un manifeste, a manifesto for realism in politics, by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Marc Lalonde, now one of Trudeau's chief advisors, and others. This article appeared in 1964, at a time when Trudeau, together with Gerard Pelletier and Jean Marchand, both now ministers in the federal government, was preparing to go into liberal politics. The manifesto expounded the author's views on functional politics, or pragmatism in politics, as the phrase is sometimes translated, that is, the necessity of dealing with practical social problems rather than with grand schemes and ideologies, i.e., separatism and Marxism. The Trudeau government still considers itself to be carrying out this manifesto. Trans. The white niggers of America 45, while the founders of the Cite Libre degree imprisoned in the Parliament in Ottawa as members or ministers, pace back and forth in their offices like madmen unaware of their madness, ceaselessly turn over in their tired brains ideas that men of healthy minds do not even want to discuss. The French-Canadian workers fix their eyes on Quebec. All the promises of reforms and revolutions that the petty bourgeoisie in power, the Liberal Party, waved in front of the people, educational revolution, social revolution, revolution here, revolution there, have aroused new needs and deeply stirred old hopes that have given birth to a feeling of urgency among the most disadvantaged layers of the population. The ignorant, whom Lesage despises, want their share of the feast, their ample share. Do they not constitute 90% of this nation that has just been promised a new life free from fear, ignorance, and servitude? The promises of 1960 are still the promises of 1966 except, in part, in the field of education. Promises are even postponed indefinitely. And with Danny Boy in power, some people are wondering if the promises that are kept by the new regime will not be consigned to oblivion tomorrow. Since his surprising election, Mr. Daniel Johnson has been talking a lot about independence, but he also talks about breaking strikes, cutting social expenditures, and granting new privileges to foreign investors. How can Mr. Johnson reconcile his policy of independence with his unequivocal invitation to American investors, whose economic activity, in the words of the economist Andre Gunder Frank, can only develop underdevelopment and impoverish us collectively and individually until Quebec is nothing but a country in ruins? Naturally, Mr. Johnson will not answer you because it is not in his party's interest to do so. But as my father used to say, we're not crazy. In recent years, taxes have been steadily going up in order to finance these so-called reforms which the people have not yet been allowed to see, as though they were state secrets. Where has all this degree the phrase, the founders of the site Libre, is an ironic allusion to Trudeau, Pelletier, and others. In 1950, these men founded the magazine Site Libre, in which the Manifesto on Politique Fonctionnelle was to appear 14 years later. The magazine's point of view was Catholic, secularist, nuclear pacifist, anti-duplicist, social democratic, and, later, anti-separatist. Since la site is sometimes used in French in the broad, political sense of the marketplace or public life, Vallières is making a play on words to mock the pretensions of the founders of the Free Society. Trans. 46 Pierre Vallières' money gone into the pockets of the ministers, the party hacks, the Filions, zero swallowed up in Sidbuck, the stillborn steel works. Wasted on pieces of road or on gifts to certain school board members. Transferred to friendly capitalists in the form of industrial loans. Given to the Americans in payment of interest on the ever-increasing national debt. Invested in projects for the centennial of the Confederation and the Expo of the capitalists. In 1962, social credit gave the first concrete formulation to popular discontent, and Cowet's party, finding support in the old resentment of the French-Canadian farmers and workers against the capitalists, swept Quebec in the federal elections. The creditists disappointed the workers by their internal quarrels and incongruous statements, but popular discontent continued to grow. 2 years later, strikes broke out pretty much all over. Lesage wanted to muzzle the press, and conflicts multiplied in journalistic circles. La Presse, Le Soleil, L'Action, La Tribune went through difficult times. The very long strike of the employees of La Presse, a strike that had a strong political coloration, made the population aware of the problem of freedom of opinion and the right to information. The people understood that in trying to censor newspapers, the liberals were trying to hide the truth from them, and that this was being done at the instigation of the very men who had launched the reform movement. Strikes increased in number and intensity. The liberals became professional strike-breakers and club swingers. Their speeches boiled down to irresponsible denunciations that were pointless and sometimes even hysterical. The people saw them as their worst enemies. In the elections of June 1966, Lesage's crowd received a vote of no confidence. The National Union Party was carried back to power in spite of itself, and in spite of the workers, who could not choose their methods. But never fear. The workers of Quebec may have voted against Lesage so as not to go through another period of great degree. Gerard Filion, long a Catholic Farmers Union official and suburban mayor, later director of Le Devoir, is now president of Marine Industries, a mixed state-private corporation. He is an anti-nationalist and an advocate of the view that his fellow French Canadians should forget about separatism and acquire the business sense of the English in order to get ahead. Social Credit is a right-wing, religious fundamentalist, anti-separatist party with a working-class orientation. It rose from obscurity in the elections mentioned. The white niggers of America 47 darkness, but do you think they are going to let themselves be burdened for long with Daniel Johnson and his clique of upstarts who are in the pay of the Americans and the most reactionary elements of the nationalistic petty bourgeoisie? And do you really think the work heirs of Quebec are going to go on playing at elections indefinitely, for the fun of it, every 4 years, just because the system asks them to? Hunting rifles can sometimes be used for other things besides shoot deer. At the time these lines are written, there is nothing to indicate that there will be a slowdown in popular demands. Violence is breaking out everywhere. Farmers, workers, and students make no secret of their profound dissatisfaction and constantly manifest it in one form or another. The government of Quebec is finding it harder and harder to master the situation, especially since the state coffers are empty and it is impossible for the party in power, whichever it may be, to think up lasting remedies to quiet the muttering storm. While the working and agricultural class, farmers, however, represent only 6% of the total labor force, is slowly and painfully developing class consciousness, without which no revolution is possible. The Americans are seizing more and more of our national patrimony. It is estimated that today they control, directly or indirectly, 80% of the economy of Quebec. By means of an increasing number of long-term loans, they capture an ever-growing share of the revenues of the state of Quebec in the form of interest and thus hold back any possibility of autonomous development. Even if Quebec gets all the taxes back from Ottawa, this additional revenue will soon pass into the hands of the Americans, who constitute the main obstacle to the economic independence of Quebec. As for paper independence, Washington couldn't care less. What difference does that fiction make so long as American interests are safeguarded? Imperialism is not interested in flags. One flag more or less in no way disturbs its universal system of exploitation of natural resources and cheap labor. An obedient, nationalist government is the surest ally for Washington, as Latin America shows by many an example. What the Americans fear is socialism, popular revolution. With Daniel John's son, as with Jean Lesage, they can rest easy. 70,000 in 1760, the French Canadians of Quebec today number more than 5 million, out of a total population of about 6.48 Pierre Vallières million. 90% of them belong to the working class, and to that figure should be added the majority of non-British immigrants, Italians, Greeks, Spaniards, Poles, et al., who represent an important percentage of the proletariat of Montreal. 40% of the population of Montreal, according to a study made in 1965 by the Montreal Labor Council, is considered economically weak, and in the countryside, where 2/3 of the French Canadian population lives, the proportion of poor people, unemployed, seasonal workers, and welfare recipients is considerably higher. With the exception of the area around Montreal, where all the wealth of Quebec is concentrated and where the headquarters of both indigenous and foreign exploiters are located, most regions of Quebec are economically chained to a single type of local production controlled from abroad: aluminum in Saguenay Lake St. John, pulp and paper in the St. Maurice Valley, copper in Abitibi, iron on the St. Lawrence North Shore, etc. A drop in the world, or American, demand for one or another of these products suffices to bring the whole region concerned face to face with famine. Moreover, only a minority of workers can find jobs in these industries, which are sometimes highly automated, and the great majority of the population vegetate, as the saying goes, and spend their time surviving. The Quebec market is flooded with foreign products, and local production of consumer goods, even food, is reduced every month by the overwhelming competition of products imported from the United States, Japan, and elsewhere, a competition that is completely unrestricted. Prices rise steadily and so does the indebtedness of the workers. Credit poisons the life of individuals and insecurity is the general condition. Notwithstanding the unprecedented number and long duration of their struggles, the WCCRs of Quebec have not yet succeeded in creating an independent political organization with a view to taking power and radically transforming the society into one of justice, equality, and fraternity. But the idea of such a revolutionary, popular organization and the need for it are becoming increasingly clear to the workers, farmers, and youth of Quebec. The violent demonstrations of May 24 and July 1, 1965, the recent conflicts of workers in the textile industry, in the ports of Montreal, Trois-Rivières, and Quebec, in the La Grenade Shoe Company, in the construction trades, hospitals, railroads, and the post office, and the struggles of the white niggers of America 49, the trade school students, the teachers, and lastly the employees of Ayers at La Chute Zero, to cite only a few, show beyond all doubt that the white niggers of America are determined to break the yoke of slavery once and for all and to take the control of their destiny into their own hands. 12 After 3 centuries of an entire people's mute and useless submission to the interests of you exploiters, the truth is at last throwing a glaring light on everything, and you must not expect the popular revolt that is brewing to concern itself, Messrs. Bourgeois and Bish. Ops, with what is going to happen to your privileges and your respectable persons when it breaks out. pitiless and inevitable outcome of the system of exploitation and enslavement which yourselves established and developed. 2. While it is no exaggeration to call the people of Quebec white niggers, they are not the only whites in America who deserve this degrading title. The Industrial Revolution of the 18th and 19th centuries drove from Europe millions of peasants and workers who came to America in search of freedom as well as work and bread. Only a small number of them succeeded in growing rich and enjoying the freedom of enterprise which, on this continent, is bought at great price. The majority of immigrants have remained the hired servants of the first white men, the entrepreneurs of the superior English race, who ever since the time of the Washingtons, Jeffersons, and Franklins have considered themselves the sole proprietors of North America. These immigrants, despised by the European capitalists, were welcomed with open arms by the founders of American democracy, who badly needed cheap labor in order to make maximum profits out of the labor and capital they had invested in the American colonies since the 17th century. The first white men became accumulators of profits, speculators, and businessmen, while the newcomers were invited to cooperate, by selling their labor by the hour, in the rapid development of this gigantic country which was supposed to belong to them. The famous melting pot was, and still is, a snare and a delusion. There was a melting pot at the level of the wage earners. The degree Ayres refers to 3 companies, Dominion Ayres Wood, Ayres Blankets, and Beautirist Mattresses, all owned by Gilbert Ayres. Trans. 50 Pierre Vallières unemployed, the poor, those who struggled to survive. But there was never a melting pot at the level of the American aristocracy, the class of the big bourgeoisie, the financiers, and professional imperialists. Furthermore, American democracy developed a spirit of division in the working class that has enabled the bourgeoisie to dominate the enormous and extremely mobile mass of cheap labor without much difficulty. First, American democracy kept immigrants from the Christian countries of Europe as far as possible from the blacks. It organized black slavery in the South, white slavery in the North. Later, it conquered the West, and the new rich of Texas and California organized Mexican and Indian slavery. In the North, the Yankee elite divided the white slaves into colonies, Italian, Irish, Polish, German, Puerto Rican, etc. The Second Industrial Revolution, stimulated by the War of 1939, gave rise to an exodus of Southern blacks to the big industrial cities of the North. The white slaves, already grappling with unemployment, greeted their black brothers, who were even poorer than they, like enemies. The unions, which were organizations of the white slaves of big industry, were closed to the newcomers. Racism, which had already turned the South into a veritable hell, poisoned working-class life in most of the cities of the North. The blacks were penned up in ghettos where the misery exceeded anything that the various colonies of white slaves had known. The workers' struggle against capitalist exploitation was compromised by fierce hatred of the blacks, engendered by the racist ideology. Financed by the exploiters of white and black workers alike, racism enabled capitalism to delay popular revolution in the United States for many decades. By keeping the workers at each other's throats for rational reasons, racism made it easier for the big bourgeoisie to sabotage the American Union movement and protected the millionaires from the disagreeable experience of having to curtail their profits a little in order to finance social reforms. The Union movement, controlled by speculators who were tied to the financial and political interests of the warfare state, supported the official policy of Washington and became the surest ally of the big corporations. Disgusted and in revolt, thousands of white slaves, who had been ardent Union members before the war, set off hundreds of wildcat strikes in protest against the joint dictatorship of the unions and the companies. As for the white niggers of America 51, the blacks shut up in their ghettos, they rose up en masse and set fire to their miserable poverty. Automation brought with it a considerable increase in the number of persons unemployed or on welfare, and a few years ago the State Department had to admit publicly that there were 50 million poor in the United States, or nearly a third of the total population. Today the unemployed number 3 million, while the young people, particularly those who belong to the working class, have no idea what the future may hold for them. The blacks, the Puerto Ricans, and the Mexican Americans engage in more and more demonstrations and riots. Thousands of them fill the prisons, north and south. Black power is organizing, inspiring the most conscious elements of the working class with the idea and the necessity of workers' power. The war in Vietnam has aroused the youth against the state. Groups opposing the war, fascism, and capitalism are multiplying across the country. Class consciousness is developing despite the long history of senseless hatreds that has so weakened the movement for workers' demands in America in the last 30 years. It is a slow process, but little by little racism is giving way to solidarity. The big business nature of the unions, although discredited, still remains a major obstacle to the emancipation of the workers, but the workers are beginning to find more direct and violent ways of asserting their rights than collective bargaining and legal strikes. The blacks are at the head of the movement, followed by the Puerto Ricans of New York and the agricultural workers of California and Texas. These slaves learned long ago to mix their blood with their anger. The white slaves, who are just beginning to awake from the long nightmare of racism, will not take long to discover that it is in their interest to follow the colored workers who long ago set out ahead of them on the road to liberation. 13 It is the same in Canada, where the workers of Ontario and British Columbia and the Frenchies of Northern Ontario and New Brunswick are beginning to turn to violence. The development of class consciousness among all levels of work. Heirs in America is still not clearly discernible because it has not yet reached the stage of independent, revolutionary political organization, and because there are many unhealed wounds left by long years of racism. So far as black nationalism is concerned, far from seeing it as an obstacle to the class struggle, as do certain so-called orthodox 52 Pierre Vallières Marxists, who are more obsessed with scholastic orthodoxy than with the urgent necessity of working practically, under given conditions, for the liberation of the working class. I see it as one of the most positive and progressive manifestations of the development of the American Revolution. For that revolution will have to take into account not only the proletarian aspect of the worker, but also his culture, his ethnic origin, his traditions and customs, his particular needs and tastes, otherwise it will not be a human revolution, total and liberating. Black nationalism, like French-Canadian separatism, is of inestimable service to revolutionaries in that it forces them to envisage the liberation of the whole man and enables them to avoid the trap of half-revolutions which, as soon as they are victorious, change into the oppression of racial, linguistic, religious, or other minorities. Black nationalism and Quebec separatism are again teaching people how much is demanded by a true respect for men in the equality of natural and historical differences, and not of differences in power and privilege created by the unequal division of wealth, by private ownership of the means of production, by free competition, the consent ration of capital in the hands of the fiercest exploiters, and the division of society into antagonistic classes. This respect of men for men presupposes the abolition of social classes, of capitalism, of the exploitation of men by men, and the nationalism of the poor, the exploited, in contrast to the nationalism of the steel and oil kings, the proprietors of nuclear energy and atomic bombs, the warmongers and the manufacturers of agenda rockets, aims to crush no one. Since they are already the ones who are most oppressed, the poor can only dominate themselves, that is to say, become their own masters. Their enemies cannot be the dirty niggers, because they are those dirty niggers. They cannot be the French pea soups, because they are those French pea soups. They cannot be the damned ignorant factory hands, because they are those ignorant factory hands. These niggers, who do not all have the same color skin, who do not all speak the same language, who believe in different prophets, live in ghettos that are foreign to each other and experience in different ways the dictatorship of the same economic, political, and social system. All these niggers whom the partisans of slavery, the businessmen, and the politicians have for centuries contrived to set against the white niggers of America 53 each other, the better to exploit them and keep them powerless, know today that in this world of money, violence, and oppression, freedom and peace can be won only by the strength of numbers and of arms. They already have the numbers. The arms will come in due time, on the day when they are sufficiently united to constitute the invincible army of their own liberation and the liberation of the millions of men on the 5 continents who are now enslaved to the interests of the free world. For the niggers of America are one with the niggers of the entire world. One with them in servitude. One with them in the struggle for liberation. One with them, when the time comes, in the final assault on imperialism and in the definitive victory of the human over the inhuman. One with them in the revolution of men and by men, in the grand event that will sweep away all the decay of the old system and prepare all humanity, that is, all men, to begin a new history, without masters or slaves, without war or racism, without banks or thieves. 3. But how can we, the niggers, who are the ones most deprived, materially, intellectually, technically, of the means of conquering power and keeping it, how can we hope to overcome the greatest economic, political, and military power in the world, overthrow imperialism, and found a new society on a completely different basis from that of the present society. We who possess nothing and who find it hard to understand the workings of the oppression that makes us slaves. Every nigger, every worker who becomes aware of the intolerable injustice of the present system, every slave, in short, who educates himself and opens his eyes to the truth, which it is the function of propaganda, religion, and education to hide from him as much as possible, asks himself with anguish and skepticism the famous case tie-in. How? A man accustomed to humiliation and forced labor in order to subsist, becomes fatalistic, passive, skeptical. He is tempted to say to himself, all those dreams only make us even more unhappy and don't change anything. And then, isn't it in the order of things that there should be some people more intelligent than others, more hard? 54 Pierre Vallières working, more thrifty, less given to drink, less lazy, who succeed more easily because they are more capable, soberer, better educated, richer too, you have to admit. But doesn't someone become capable because he is educated? And that education that he got at the university, didn't he pay a lot for it? Where did he get the money? Where did his father get the money? How does it happen that his father has a higher income than the average person? How did he get to be a doctor or an industrialist? Where did his father's father get the money to have his son educated? And where did his father's father's father? And then, why couldn't my father have me educated, send me to the university? Why have my father and my father's father always been so hard up? And why are the schools in the working-class quarters dirty, ill-equipped, damp, as if they had been built on purpose to make you hate studying? You do better taking lessons from the gang. Stirs, you know. And it pays off fast, too. But I'd be afraid of that, and why are workers' wages so low, and the cost of living so high, that at 14 or 16 you have to look for work like your father, sell your labor by the hour or the week and accept the hardest job like a gift from heaven because it brings in a few bucks, which you will immediately spend at the clothing store, the corner grocery, the movies, the doctors, and at the tavern when, at the end of 6 months of this dog's life, you go there to drown the dreams of your youth in beer and noise. Can you explain to me, dear doctor, how it is that there are so many taverns in Montreal and so many drunkards inside? Can you explain to me why you meet mostly work heirs there, ignorant men and the unemployed? And why there are more of these taverns in the French East than in the English West? There must be an explanation for all that, Joe says to himself over and over. It's not possible that all of us from the east end of the city, and from Saint Henri and the Point St. Charles, are mentally retarded. And that all of those damn rich men from Westmount, Outremont, and Mount Royal are more intelligent than the rest of us. Here, take my boss for example, he doesn't even know that Cartier made political deals for the railroad companies. He doesn't know the first thing about the history of his country, and he believes in fairy tales. The other day he said to me in all seriousness that the white niggers of America 55 father knew Ringgit well, the author of Maria Chapdelaine, says he. Degree how can those damn fools get rich so fast while I, who am still taking courses at night and am interested in everything that's going on and everything that's being written, I'm still paying back my debts. In the middle of the 20th century, my wife has to go to work as a cleaning woman to pay for the schooling of my oldest, who's at the college, and I'm not even sure I can send him back next year. And while the rest of us are busting our guts, those bastards tell us to get an education. Of course there's Arthur, my brother-in-law, who's a contractor, he has money and no education. But he makes it off patronage, damn him, he steals from his own people. I'm sick of hearing them preach to us. If this goes on, I'm going to send one of those bourgeois to the next world. If I haven't done it already, you see, it's because I'm not sure it would help much. A lot of us would have to get together and settle their account once for all that gang of damn heartless exploiters, there's enough dynamite in Quebec to blow them all up at the same time. But the men are afraid. When I get worked up at a union meeting, the president cuts me short, because he doesn't want the men to do something foolish, he says. And the men fall for it, because Monsieur le President is a great friend of the business agent. The business agent, he's a lawyer. He knows a lot about the law, but he doesn't know much about life. He's not one of us. He doesn't understand what you say to him. And then he complicates everything with his labor code that you can't understand a word of. But things are going to change, I'm telling you. Take a worker's word for it. At the next elections, we're going to kick all the old ladies off our executive. We're going to take our affairs in hand. And then to hell with the regulations on this and the regulations on that. The sparks are going to fly. We're fed up with having the bosses and the union treat us like children. From now on, either they listen to us or we smash their faces for them. I hope the men will stick together. It's damn well time we took our responsibilities and stopped making our revolutions in taverns and started making them in our factories. I can't wait for the day when one of our degree Maria Chapdelaine is a well-known novel written in 1913 by Lewis Hemon. It deals with the life of the habitants around the turn of the century. Ringgood is the pen name of Philippe Panneton, the author of another novel on the same theme but set during the Depression. Trans. 56 Pierre Vallières boys, a longshoreman, say, or a lumberjack, yes, a lumberjack, a big strapping fellow, stands up in front of us, thousands of workers assembled in La Fontaine Park, and strikes up the Marseillaise or the chant to partisans, because we don't have any songs like that yet in these parts, and then this lumberjack shouts to us, aux armes, Québécois. And all together, like one man, we repeat, aux armes, Québécois. And then we get out our rifles and grenades and decide to make an end of. But that great day, it won't be tomorrow. We'll have to rouse the men. If we can get rid of the mossbacks and the ass-lickers, that will help. Those idiots are worse than the bosses. By the way, you know the little newspaper La Cognée? I don't know who writes it, but they're right on target. Read it. If I could write, that's the way I'd do it. They're just right when they say the big shots in the union are rotten. But we're going to change that, and no later than this year, whether they like it or not. We're sick of being spat on. I, for one, anyway. I've made up my mind. Nothing is going to stop me. If the men can act like men. It is through such reflections, based on a daily experience of exploitation, that every conscious worker reaches the conclusion that the heart of the problem is not the alleged capacity of some, the few, and the incapacity of others, that it is not a question of competence, much less intelligence, but basically a question of privileges unequally divided, of powers unjustly acquired through centuries of violence during which the weaker have always been pitilessly crushed by the stronger, stronger because richer. For the heart of the problem is neither metaphysical nor moral. It is material, it is at the same time economic, historical, and military. Consequently, its solution must be of the same nature. Since the evolution of humanity is not a philosophical system, there is no theory. Cal solution to the problems that it raises. There are only practical solutions. Theory is an instrument of research whose usefulness is measured by the practical actions it enables us to perform. A theory is progressive and revolutionary insofar as it enables men to perform acts which transform their world by radically changing their social relationships. The white niggers of America 57. That is why every worker who comes to realize the injustice of his condition, the condition of his fellows, and consequently of the vast majority of men, is immediately confronted with the most gigantic practical problem that has ever presented itself, first to men, then to collectivities, how to transform thousands of years of exploitation of men by men and of incessant murderous wars, how to transform centuries of accumulation of capital and concentration of wealth at the expense of men's progress and freedom, how to transform this long history of massacre, pillage, and slavery into a new history of peace, justice, and freedom. How to transform a world dominated and perverted by money, hatred, and violence into a world without money, hatred, or violence. How to make a world without niggers. How? It is not a theoretical problem but a practical one, because it is solely a problem of the relationship of forces. It is a case tie-in of overturning the present relationship of forces, of seeing to it that the weak, the vast majority of the 2 billion inhabitants of the planet, whose numbers give them a natural, inalienable right to control their own affairs, become the stronger, the sole masters of their fate, the sole artisans of their social universe, of seeing to it that the powerful, the small minority who make up the international business bourgeoisie and who monopolize economic, political, and social affairs, the means of communication, the engines of war and the reigning ideologies, are reduced to impotence, held in check, prevented forever from exploiting human labor for their profit. It is a question of making men equal, not only in law but in fact. It is necessary to create the material conditions for this equality, that is, to abolish everything that makes the present social relations the relations between masters and slaves, sellers and buyers, rich and poor, exploiters and exploited. It is necessary to replace all that with new social relations which are no longer based on force, money, and systematic injustice, but on all men's right to equality, on justice, fraternity, and the collective enjoyment of the wealth, both material and cultural, that belongs to every man from birth. Humanity, like everything that is natural, can find within itself the self-regulators necessary to its survival and progress, without need a class of businessmen to act as policemen. Perhaps, up until now, humanity needed to be run by a minority class of entrepreneurs in the broad sense. But today every man is in a position to 58 Pierre Vallières become his own entrepreneur, because science and technology have already reached a sufficient level of development to enable all the collectivities on earth, and through them, all men, to acquire the material and intellectual means of achieving freedom, social equality, and the happiness of working through personal and collective tie-in for the progress of humanity. Only the usurpation by the international business bourgeoisie, businessmen, manufacturers of automobiles and rockets, war mongers, of the instruments of research, the industries, the discoveries, the universities, the means of disseminating knowledge, etc., only this usurpation by a handful of financiers and their army of technicians, scientists, and intellectuals prevents humanity today from taking the most gigantic step in all its history, from making the most profound and human revolution the earth has ever known. Only this class of businessmen, to whom must be added the bureaucrats of Soviet and East European state capitalism, prevents humanity from coming out of its long prehistory. The point of departure of all revolutions has been that a broad tie-in of a given population has recognized the conservative and parasitic nature of the dominant class, which enjoys everything without doing anything, without producing, while the majority is reduced to servile obedience to the dictates of the guardians of order. The great revolution for which humanity is ripe will really get underway on the day when the workers, scientists, technicians, and intellectuals meet in joint opposition to the gold-plated obscurantism of the bankiers and monarchs of the universe. In this century more than one revolution, civil war, insurrection, riot, general strike, and war of national liberation has demonstrated the will of the peasants, workers, and youth of the entire world to transform this world, pillaged by the international race for profits, into a world of peace, social justice, and fraternity. But too few scientists, technicians, and intellectuals have as yet come to understand that their discoveries and labor will always be subjugated to the class interests of the great financiers, to their wars, to their exploitation of the labor of hundreds of millions of men, and to the systematic development of underdevelopment in the majority of the countries of the Third World, until the day when, instead of assisting the capitalists in their enterprise of dehumanization, made in USA, they turn toward those whose toil, over the sent to the white niggers of America 59 rise, is precisely what has enabled them to make discoveries that are the pride of the 20th century, and who, for their part, are ready to join together to build a world commensurate with the imagination of the scientists. Unless they renounce all dignity, unless they cynically flee from their tremendous social responsibility, the scientists, technicians, and intellectuals of the 20th century must consent to become politicized, to get their hands dirty along with the millions of ignorant men, the starving, the illiterate, the beggars, the peasants, the unemployed, the little office clerks, the sales clerks, and the wage earners, to whom science has so far brought only new and more refined forms of oppression and alienation. The same remark holds true for that faction of the petty bourgeoisie, of the middle class, which does not aspire to live in the orbit, or on the periphery, of the great multinational corporations, but which wishes to give its existence a meaning more worthy of men. This progressive part of the petty bourgeoisie must lose its illusions about the alleged ability of the system to put an end to injustice without itself disappearing. You cannot abolish slavery without abolishing the power of the master and the relation of master to slave. For the progressive petty bourgeois, as for those scientists, intellectuals, and technocrats who have not sold out to the present holders of economic and political power in the world, the only choice that makes sense objectively is to ally themselves with the workers, farm heirs, students, and all young people, with the great majority of mankind. By allying themselves, I mean that they must take over the profound aspirations, the demands, and the economic, political, and social objectives of the mass of men, not as enlightened and paternalistic guides of the ignorant but as responsible and conscious auxiliaries of men and women equal by rights, to whom history at last offers the opportunity and the means to organize, in every country, for their definitive liberation from oppression, from their thousand-year-old status as niggers, as cheap labor, as exploited and humiliated beings. 5. At first glance, the problems raised by the evolution of humanity at each historical stage always appear insurmountable. The picture 1. 60. Pierre Vallières paints for himself, and describes to others, of this society without exploitation, for the achievement of which one is ready to take up arms, is like something out of science fiction. And in the beginning, your utopia makes some people pity you, others ridicule you, and the majority look upon you as a kind of mice-tick without God. It is not long before you have acquired a reputation for being a dreamer, a fellow who is sincere but idealistic. If, on top of that, you intend to go on to action, then you become ipso facto a communist, an anarchist, an irresponsible and dangerous man who, in the interest of society, should be locked up as soon as possible in a prison or insane asylum. As long as you only preach your utopia, the established order is content to take note of your dissent with contempt or indifference. But as soon as you begin to act, the old system hastens to turn you into a public menace and a criminal, so as to be able to bury you alive before your idealism puts Molotov cocktails, dynamite, and rifles into the hands of the workers and the young people, who are very receptive to the idea of utopia, which is all they are waiting for to rise up en masse against those who organize, profit from, and defend oppression. For no matter what the ideologists of capitalism, neo-capitalism, and imperialism may say about utopia, it is not a philosopher's utopia. It sums up aspirations which cry out not only to be perceived and understood, but above all to be realized. Nor is utopia the final point, the terminus of human evolution. On the contrary, it is only the point of departure, the beginning, the first stage of the new history which men will embark upon together once they are liberated from their present condition as niggers, as submen. The worker or petty bourgeois who has one day confronted him self and become personally implicated in the unprecedented challenge which the liberation of hundreds of millions of men on the 5 continents represents, cannot help feeling that he is a visionary and a madman. And this is so even after the Russian, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Cuban revolutions, for we all know that these revolutions are still only first, stumbling steps. Much greater changes will have to occur if human freedom is to become not just an essence of the philosophers but an act, if it is to pass from being an ideal of the moralists to concrete existence, from desire to practice, if it is to become the individual and collective reality of life. The White Niggers of America 61-6. The author of this book is an idealist who, from childhood on, learned from his father to long for a better world in which the men who work anonymously from day to day, the farmers, workers, day laborers like my father, could enjoy life after having toiled so hard to subsist, to endure, and to perpetuate the species. Enjoy life not by getting drunk on the weekend, by drinking up their pay, beating their wives and children and destroying themselves in useless fits of anger, but by possessing the material and intellectual means of creating something in this world, of giving of themselves to others and of exchanging with them something other than curses, sarcasms, and humiliations. I wonder when we'll be able to take it easy for a bit and enjoy life without worrying about tomorrow, my father often said. And with a bitterness mingled with resignation, my mother would answer, "When you're born for half a loaf, you can't expect." My mother was learning to forget all the dreams of happiness that, like all women, she had had in her youth. And she did not want to discuss fantasies with my father. What was the use? You hurt yourself by hoping. You increase your disappointments and life becomes unbearable. Better to expect nothing and take what comes, as it comes. My father would say nothing, suppressing his hopes the way one holds back sobs. I would look into his deep, gentle eyes and read a mixture of immense kindness, silent suffering, and perhaps also grief. Sometimes he would smile, just long enough to tell me, without opening his lips, that his dreams could be realized, that one had to believe that. My mother would complain about her headaches, the dullness of the radio broadcasts, the slovenliness of such and such a neighbor. While I, trying not to hear anything that was going on around me, would listen to the revolt that mounted inside me and heated my blood. They say that silent suffering is the most terrible. I read that in a prose poem of Baudelaire's, I think. I learned very early to question fate in silence. Especially on those long rainy days when it seemed to me that the whole universe had withdrawn into the depths of a swamp of misery. There, men seemed to have given up, abdicated, as 62 Pierre Vallières if it was their destiny to go around in circles in the slimy mud of their impotence. Rainy days soon became unbearable for me. With eyes darkened by loneliness and hunger, I would appeal to the sun. For the sun gave me back playmates and made me forget my hunger. Life very early posed for me the questions that are hard for men to answer. It took me many years to begin to find the elements of an answer, and even more time to discover what had to be done to provide a concrete solution, a real solution, to servitude, passivity, alienation, and poverty. My itinerary from working-class slums to the FLQ was long and tortuous. For a working man's son, nothing in life is laid out in advance. He has to forge ahead, to fight against others and against himself, against his own ignorance and all the frustrations accumulated from father to son. He has to surmount both the oppression laid upon his class by others and his own congenital pessimism, to give his spontaneous revolt a consciousness, a reason, and precise objectives. Otherwise, he remains a nigger, he turns into a delinquent or a criminal, he consents to becoming at the age of 30 the ruin of a man, a bitter and disenchanted slave. The entire experience of workers shows them that the explanation for their poverty and impotence lies in the brutal fact that there are, on the one hand, those who possess everything and, on the other, those who possess nothing. That is something they all know, they live it every day. But, they say to themselves, what can you do when you are one of those who possess nothing? If revolt is natural to workers, hope is not. Except in times of crisis and revolution, when workers can take advantage of the weakness of the system to deal it a mortal blow, their long-enforced degradation often engenders fatalism, resignation, and even indifference to everything, including themselves. When a great darkness, such as characterized the Duplessis regime from 1944 to 1959, extends over a whole people, those who ask themselves questions about man's destiny are sometimes tempted to despair of others and of themselves. The triumphant reign of stupid ity seems to justify the metaphysics of the absurd, of individual anarchy and of nausea. Before going through its quiet revolution, Quebec went through the dictatorship of stupidity, and for a long. The white niggers of America 63 times the Quebecois struggled vainly, in anxiety and despair, like pen nihilist prisoners who are totally ignorant of the procedures that cause them to be in prison one day and in court the next, then in prison again, without ever understanding the working of the machine that shifts them back and forth in a universe from which all light, reason, and meaning are shut out, the universe called justice, law, and order, the public interest. Point 14 Under the reign of Duplessism, it was not easy for the Quebecois to resist intoxicating themselves by reading the classics of despair. How could one give a meaning to this society of crushed and silent men? Not even the best of the oppressed knew how to turn their oppression into revolt. Everywhere there was unanimous silence, a conspiracy among all men to remain shut up in their ghettos, to die there as soon as possible and no longer have to breathe the atmosphere of submission mixed with selfishness in which practically no one dared accept the responsibility, beyond his own immediate interest, of working for the downfall of stupidity. It was as if after the years of struggle during the Depression and the war, the Quebecois had become indifferent to their fate. They had no resiliency left. At that time, a man who chose to give his life for an idea would have stirred no emotion among the mass of sluggish men. Winter had frozen the best minds. Nothing was left but day-to-day living, without a future, without passion, without reason. Once in a while, rarely, a revolt, a burst of anger here or there. But no enduring passion, no firm determination, no precise goal. God the Father governed in Quebec, and while the Quebecois did not really justify that government, they did not seek to contest it either. They laughed at it, and took advantage of it, under the counter-political patronage provided social welfare for the disinherited and profits for the new rich who were manufactured by the regime to compete with the liberal bourgeoisie. It seemed as if, having come through many years of black misery, the Quebecois no longer attached any importance to their future, to what they called their fantasies of the old days. The only thing they looked forward to, and they didn't even really believe in that, was the American money that Duplessis dangled glittering in front of the 64 Pierre Vallières bishops, deputies, and petty bourgeois, and, when there was any left over, in front of the farmers or workers who promised him their votes and complicity in advance. And yet, A few years before, these same men had often assembled to denounce the dictatorship of capital and to demand the heads of their exploiters. They had invaded the business quarter and done significant damage to the big buildings of the financiers. They had refused to go and fight to defend the interests of Rockefeller. They had hidden in the woods, armed with their rifles. They had even mobilized their wives and children to organize resistance to the military police. They had been men. And now here they were, applauding the demagogy of Duplessis and the vulgarities of the drunkard Camille Houde. The country was becoming a vast circus where if one still wanted to give a mean ing to life, one had to have blind faith and commit one's inner self to a solitary hope, hard as the rocks of the Gaspé, black as the mines of Abitibi, dreary as the faces of the workers of Montreal and cold as the winter of Quebec. Few were those who dared to believe. Nevertheless, during the war men of this country had spoken to other men of this country in a language of combat and fraternity. A language which men like my F.A. kept in their hearts, in the hope that one day combat and fraternity would give them the homeland they did not have. Yet in those days there was war and hunger. At the very time when war seemed to be telling men that they were wrong to be bent on living, there were workers in Quebec, as in most of the countries of the world, who were longing more than ever for a change of system. Notes 1. While the Anglo-Americans numbered 200,000. In 1760, at the time of the English conquest, 1,500,000 Anglo-Americans mobilized their forces against 70,000 French Canadians dispersed over a vast territory. Camille Houde was the mayor of Montreal during the 1940s and early 1950s. Trans. The White Niggers of America 65-2. New France sought to evolve a sounder economy than it had yet known, with its sole reliance on the fur trade. Agriculture was encouraged, but it did not prosper and misery was often widespread. Commerce and industry fared as badly. The fur trade passed through its customary cycles of poverty and plenty, while inflation, shipwreck, and the profiteering of French merchants kept the prices of imports high, far beyond the means of most of the colonists. Local industry was alternately encouraged and then stamped out when it interfered with French manufacturing interests. Under the mercantilist policy which prevailed at court, in 1702 it was still the king's view that the colony of Canada is good only inasmuch as it can be useful to the kingdom. Where non-competitive industries could be established, they were encouraged with too lavish a hand, so that they never became self-sufficient. Corruption, the shortage of manpower and capital, the difficulties of communication and transportation, and absentee direction all combined to prevent New France from developing a strong and well-rounded economy. F. Mason Wade, The French-Canadian 1760–1945, New York, The Macmillan Company, 1955, page 31, emphasis added. See also the excellent study by Jean Hamelin, Économie et Société en Nouvelle-France, published by the Presses de l'Université Laval. As can be seen, the idyllic New France of Canon Graux never existed outside the imagination of the apostles of theocracy and obscurantism. Moreover, it is false to picture our ancestors as Louis Hebert's professional farmers. Agriculture was developed very belatedly in Quebec, especially in the eastern townships, under the English regime. The French-Canadian seigneurs took no interest in the development of agriculture, unlike the Anglo-American colonists, who quickly grasped the fact that at this time the development of agriculture was the very foundation of the accumulation of capital, and who instituted slavery precisely in order to accelerate and increase this accumulation by the maximum exploitation of human labor. That is why a bourgeoisie rapidly developed in the United States, while in Quebec the ruling class remained poor and powerless. The rich did not belong to the country and had come only for as long as it would take them to amass money. At the time of the conquest of 1760, more than one French-Canadian seigneur viewed the defeat as a kind of deliverance. These do-nothing noblesse would no longer have to answer for the country, they would no longer have to feel responsible for its development. They could die quietly in idleness, content with the privileges that protected them from work and insecurity. The dreams of Champlain and Talon were never realized. Under the 66 Pierre Vallières French regime, there existed no economic base for autonomous development. Under the English regime, the economic base, agriculture and commerce, was created and placed at the service of the Anglo-Saxon interests. With the development of banks, canals, railroads, and industry, this economic base expanded, but it continued to serve English and American interests. Today, in the era of the great multinational corporate tie-ins, the economic base of development is controlled and limited by American imperialism, according to the needs of the world market, that is, according to the interests of the powerful American business bourgeois SIE. Today imperialism is working hard to underdevelop the development that already exists, in order to prevent the people from building a solid economic base for the independence and social revolution they want. That is why, in nearly all the countries dominated by imperialism, even the once powerful national bourgeoisies, and most of the petty bourgeoisies, are reduced to the role of policemen and lackeys of Yankee interests. And that is why, when the necessary revolutions have taken place in those countries, everything will still have to be built. One of my future projects will be to gather the necessary material for an economic history of Quebec. 3. The nobles belonged for the most part to the group of privileged, idle men who formed the local ruling class, as opposed to the French mere chants who were only passing through the colony. In reality, this ruling class had only the power to profit from the general corruption, while the people, who were reduced to the most abject poverty, did not participate in the government in any way. The ruling class was poor because misery was too widespread for the accumulation of wealth to be the basis of the social structure of the time. Apart from the merchants, the only noblesse who succeeded were the Jesuits, the Sulpicians, and the priests of the Seminary of Quebec, who did not have to finance the numerous wars against the Iroquois and the English. Besides, ever since 1659 Bishop Laval, who was a Vaticanist and believed in centralization, had been taking advantage of the absence of civil administration in the colony to make the church the armature of the emerging nation. The missionaries were imported not so much to convert the savages as to conquer the country in the name of the church. For years after the arrival of this holy dictator and aristocrat, the town of Quebec alone had 150 ecclesiastics out of a total population of barely 500, or 1 for every 3 inhabitants. Even today, after 3 centuries, the power of the church is still one of the greatest obstacles to the development of Quebec. This was proved yet again when the bishops undertook to torpedo Bill 60 on educational the White Niggers of America 67 form. On this subject see, among others, the recent study by Leon Dion on Quebec pressure groups and Bill 60, published in the Cahiers de Yl Institut Canadien de Education d'Adultes, No. 1, 1966, entitled Le Bill 60 et le Public. 4. This whole period was dominated by a serious commercial and agricultural depression that affected both Europe and the colonial empires. This depression, which reached its depth in the years 1833 to 1838, sharpened and precipitated class conflicts in most of the countries of Europe and their overseas colonies. The French-Canadian Rebellion of 1837 to 1838 was thus part of an international movement of revolutions which sowed panic among the ruling classes of Europe. The economic depression of the first half of the 19th century had many consequences for the life of Lower and Upper Canada. Perhaps the most important of these was the massive immigration from the Irish countryside, which was being laid waste by the pitiless Industrial Revolution, presided over by the capitalists of His very British Majesty. It is estimated that between 1838 and 1849 England sent to Canada 428,000 Irish poor who had been dispossessed of their goods and independence. During this period thousands of French Canadians, likewise dispossessed of everything, emigrated to the United States. According to contemporary historians, 20 years after the failure of the rebellion of 1837 to 1838, 100,000 French Canadians had left their country. And, according to the first census of the province of United Canada, created from the Union of Quebec and Ontario, in 1851 there were 60,000 more English-speaking people in Canada than French Canadians, out of a population of about 2 million. Shortly after Confederation, the French Canadians would represent 31.07% of the Canadian population, and henceforth everything would be done to convince them that they did not form a tie-in but a minority, a cultural enclave, an ethnic group, exceeding 5 million today. They are still considered by the descendants of the conquerors of 1760, and by the Americans and most foreign observers who deign to take an interest in this curious people, as a remnant of medieval society, with no power and no future. Fortunately, the Québécois have a quite different view of themselves, and they firmly intend to carry out the revolution that is ripening in the cities and in the countryside, to the great despair of those who profit from the present regime and their most faithful allies, the politicians and the clergy. 5. Cartier was the only French Canadian but the cleverest politician in the group of Hincks, Galt, Merritt, Watkin, Kiefer, and Andrews, who created the coast-to-coast railroad network for which the British North America Act was drawn up. Already in 1854 to 1856 and in 1861 to 1862 he 68 Pierre Vallières had protected the interests of the Grand Trunk by a piece of legislation that provided guarantees and substantial loans for the reorganization of the railroads belonging to the most important financial group in the country. That is what the taxes wrung from the workers were used for. 6. One powerful force, in London, behind the Union Act was that of the banking firm of Baring Brothers, which had underwritten almost all the Upper Canadian securities. One of the principals of this firm, Francis T. Baring, was Chancellor of the Exchequer in the Melbourne Cabinet, and the Baring interests may have had something to do with the determinate tie-in of the Cabinet to shift the burden of Upper Canadian bankruptcy onto the shoulders of the prosperous Lower Province. F. Mason Wade, Op. Cit., page 225. It can be assumed that the same phenomenon occurred again in 1867, if one considers that the Grand Trunk and Intercolonial Railway Com. Panies were controlled by British interests. 7. During the summer of 1944 a number of street fights took place in Montreal between French Canadians and the military police. The St. John Baptiste Society of Montreal, of which Roger Duhamel was president, publicly condemned violence. Civilized people should have other methods for finding a common ground for their different viewpoints, he wrote in La Patrie of June 10, 1944. In the fall, acts of violence multiplied all across Quebec, even in Chicoutimi and Rimouski. There was more talk than ever about independence and revolution. The Rue Saint-Jacques and the clique of colonels were denounced on every hand. On November 29, after a speech by André Laurendeau, several thousand French Canadians paraded through the financial district of Montreal, breaking windows at the offices of the National Selective Service, the sold-out newspaper Le Canada, the Bank of Montreal, the Montreal Trust Company, and other Anglo-American businesses. The riots spread and the English-language newspapers demanded that the demonstrations be repressed. Le Devoir, as was its habit, deplored the incidents in Montreal, Quebec, Chicoutimi, and Rimouski. An angry crowd broke windows at the Quebec residence of Louis St. Laurent, then Canadian Minister of Justice. An eminent English Canadian recommended that machine guns be used to force the French pea soups to defend the interests of the free world. 8. The disturbances came to a head on August 29 and 30, 1917. Orators exhort the crowds to clean their rifles and take up a collection to buy other arms. The police tried to break up the meetings, at least one man was killed. The wealthy home of Hugh Graham, Lord Athelstan, owner the White Niggers of America 69 of the Montreal Star, was dynamited. One La Lumiere and 11 other French-Canadian workingmen were held responsible for this attack and were accused of having plotted to kill Borden, Senator Beaubien, and other public men who supported conscription. The leaders of the rioters, Villeneuve, Lafortune, Cote, and Mongeau, gave their entire support to La Lumiere and his companions. They were all arrested on September 12, 1917. Crowds continued to roam the streets shouting Borden to the gallows and long live the revolution, and shooting their rifles into the air. Some Paris newspapers began to raise the possibility of Quebec's seceding from Canada, while Bourassa preached more sermons on sterile violence and sang the praises of electoralism and dialogue. From Bourassa to Pelletier, the tradition is maintained, which did not prevent violence from reigning from one end of Quebec to the other, even in Sherbrooke, one of the most conservative cities in the country. In March 1918 riots broke out in Quebec. Several thousand persons poured through the city and set fire to the federal police station. The crowd went wild and sang the Marseillaise. They sacked the offices of the Chronicle and Leviement, then attacked the office of the Registrar of the Military Service Act and burnt it to the ground with all its records. On March 30 the army fired on the crowd, and the next day the entire city rose up. It was Easter. On the 1st of April the crowd in its turn fired on the army from rooftops, windows, snowbanks, any place that afforded cover. 5 soldiers were wounded and 4 civilians killed. Hundreds of workers and young people were wounded and some 60 others were thrown in jail. On April 4 the federal government decreed, by ministerial order, that the rioters should be immediately drafted, the effect of which was to heighten the rioting instead of lessening it. The disturbances ended with the close of the war, but the people's bitterness never ended. 9. Trained in the classical colleges of the clergy, where education was based exclusively on the study of the humanities, these petty bourgeois, stimulated by the Irish Troubles, began to promote a quasi-religious separatism without an economic program. Duplessis was able to take advantage of this to reinforce his power immediately after the war, but once firmly established he wasted little time supporting the nationalists, whom at heart he despised. He became God's gift to the Americans. In the same way, Duplessis took advantage of the clergy's admiration for Franco, Hitler, Mussolini, and especially Salazar, who had set up in Portugal the corporate regime recommended by the encyclicals, to place the bishops and cures at his mercy. Having broken entire back of the nationalists, the liberals, and the communists, Duplessis built his power on an alliance between religion and finance, with a pro-autonomy flavor, in order. 70. Pierre Vallières to save face for the banana republic that Quebec had become. His greatest delight was to provide the bishops with opportunities to come and eat out of his hand, when he had concluded good bargains with his American friends. 10. The Grand Inquisitor of the time, Cardinal Villeneuve, was the chief architect, along with Duplessis, of Quebec anti-communism, the French-Canadian and Catholic version of Senator McCarthy's witch hunt. 11. On the occasion of this conflict the Archbishop of Montreal, Monseigneur Charbonneau, declared, "We want social peace, but we do not want the working class to be crushed. We are more interested in men than in capital." Le Devoir, May 2, 1949. Alerted by the Rue Saint-Jacques, Duplessis persuaded Pope Pius XII to force the resignation of Monseigneur Charbonneau and exile him to British Columbia. 12. When Charles Gagnon and I went on a hunger strike at the United Nations, a group of Christians from the University of Montreal demonstrated their solidarity with us. One can judge from the contents of their Declaration of Solidarity what a long way social consciousness has come in Quebec, for believers as well as non-believers. This declaration has been one of the greatest consolations to us during our detention in New York. Here are a few extracts from it. We declare our solidarity with the hunger strike undertaken by Pierre Vallières and Charles Gagnon in New York on September 26, 1966. By this we mean that we are fighting for the liberation of the workers of Quebec, and indeed against all forms of exploitation of men by men, and that we are trying to promote a more just and fraternal society through socialism. If Pierre Vallières and Charles Gagnon thought it necessary to use violence by organizing the new terrorist network of the FLQ, they did so advisedly. One may dispute the realism and effectiveness of this method of action. One may also approve it. As one may dispute the realism of a world which right-thinking people believe to be peaceful when it is steeped in the violence that is done to the weakest every day. We are united in solidarity with those who are fighting against the chief enemy of men, which at the present time is neo-capitalism and imperialism. We are aware of the fact that our struggle in Quebec is taking place in the framework of another, much vaster struggle, that of all the clear-thinking, responsible, and fraternal men the world over, atheists or not, Christians or not, Marxists or not, who are fighting for the liberation of men. Le Quartier Latin, October 24, 1966, and Le Devoir, October 25, 1966. The White Niggers of America 71. This statement was signed by believers and non-believers, students, workers, professors, journalists, writers, priests, and so on. 13a. The American blacks, increasingly conscious, they are becoming increasingly responsible and active. Black power, however, is not yet a structured and ideologically defined organization. It is a sort of Afro-American equivalent of Quebec separatism and contains all the same shades of thinking. On the other hand, its immediate objectives are more clearly defined. They can be summed up as follows. 1. The first aim of black power is to give the black majorities of certain counties, districts, or great urban centers. In 1970, blacks will be in the majority in 50 big American cities, control over economic, political, and social affairs. First of all, the affairs of the blacks themselves, by putting in force the rights which the American Constitution already guarantees to all citizens of the United States, including blacks. In the Beginning, therefore, the struggle is legal, but the blacks are determined to have all their constitutional rights fully respected. And in the north of the United States no less than in the south, that is enough to sow panic among the white ruling classes, particularly among their richest members, who are almost exclusively of British stock. Nazism and all the other forms of fascism, Minutemen, John Birch Society, Ku Klux Klan, etc., are organizing the counterattack against Black Power. 2. That is why the second point of the Black Power program is the organization of armed self-defense of American black communities and of such governments as they may in time establish over counties, districts, quarters, cities, and perhaps even states. The blacks also want to take control of their schools, hospitals, playgrounds, etc., and to defend this control, weapons in hand. There is a striking similarity between this objective and that of the Popular Liberation Committees that the FLQ wants to help organize in the cities and countryside of Quebec. See especially Les Comites Populaires de Liberation in L'Avant-Garde, No. 2, February 1966, and my pamphlet, Tu est que le FLQ, first edition, June 1966. Armed self-defense was organized for the first time by the black revolutionary Robert Williams, who has related his experience in the book Negroes with Gum, New York, Marzani and Munsell, 1962. Williams' book, together with The American Revolution, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1963, by the black worker and unionist James Boggs, has appeared in translation in the collection Les Cahiers Libres of François Maspero under the title La Révolution Américaine. A good part of the philosophy of Black Power has been drawn from the famous lectures of Malcolm X, who was assassinated in 1965. The major speeches of Malcolm X have been published by Merit Publishers, New York, under the title Malcolm X Speaks. 72 Pierre Vallières, 3. In addition, Black Power demands that black leaders democratically elected by blacks to defend the interests of blacks be given the right to represent the 20 million Afro-Americans at the international level. That means that if the whites refuse to apply the majority rule, which they themselves invented, the blacks will simply get along without them. And that is the profound meaning of what is called black nationalism. The blacks are increasingly refusing integration, because integration means the subjugation of the black majorities of many counties, districts, and cities in the United States to rich, white minorities. Thus, in Lowndes County, Alabama, the blacks constitute nearly 85% of the population, and yet in the elections of November 8, 1966, there were in that county as many whites as blacks who had the right to vote. That's integration. Constitutionally, the blacks have the same rights as the whites, but in concrete reality they do not have the same freedoms. And when the rich whites cannot crush the blacks with laws, they assassinate them. Personally, I believe that in no civilized country does one find so much violence and hate as in the United States. And this hate-filled violence comes exclusively from the powerful American capitalists. Since the violent death of Malcolm X in 1965, the most influential and popular leader of the Black Power movement has been the president of SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, Stokely Carmichael, who is only 25 years old. He has already been in prison several times, but he has not yet been assassinated. Working with poor blacks of the rural South, Harlem, Atlanta, or Los Angeles, Carmichael has just launched a campaign against the drafting of blacks, whom the Pentagon sends to Vietnam by the thousands to murder innocent people and be murdered in turn in the diabolical war engendered by imperialism. A great number of American officials are now demanding Carmichael's head. Black Power is being organized in a climate of riots, bombings, and assassinations and is a strong expression of the class struggle that is developing in Uncle Sam's country and threatening its system. But while Black Power and the Black Panthers, the political party to which it has given birth in the South, are organizing the blacks against the white capitalists, their nationalism has a strong socialist coloration and is in increasingly radical opposition to the black bourgeoisie which, moreover, has just publicly condemned Black Power. Of course, there are conflicts of interest within the Black Power movement, but dominated and led as it is by the most progressive, and youngest, elements of the black nation, class, or community, it has every chance of creating, in the near future, the conditions for a revolution of unprecedented. The White Niggers of America 73 scope in the United States. For Black Power, which is a very popular mass movement, one which mobilizes the majority of the most exploited citizens of North America, is developing a strategy which cannot fail to radicalize class struggle in the United States and lead the millions of poor people in this, the richest country in the universe, to rise in revolt. That is why it is in the interest of all the other niggers, all the other exploited people, including the Quebecois, to unite with the American blacks in their struggle for liberation. More than one petty bourgeois in the black organizations dreads the approaching upheaval, but feeling it to be inevitable, is forced either to follow the movement or to ally himself with all the Martin Luther Kings of the black bourgeoisie and of Lyndon B. Johnson's Democratic Party, in short to prostitute himself to the organizers and defenders of colonization. At home and colonization of the Third World, in the name of non-violence. Today it is no longer Birmingham, that is, the integration of buses, snack bars, and bowling alleys. What a revolution. That symbolizes the fundamental aspirations of the 20 million black workers and young people, but what's, that is, armed violence, the disappearance of the slums and ghettos, the occupation of factories by the workers, and so forth. The black organizations that feel most responsible for their class are CORE, Congress of Racial Equality, and SNCC. These organizations, which were originally nonviolent, are becoming increasingly conscious of what is required to liberate the blacks and are learning in daily struggle the workers that it will be necessary to employ energetic and, consequently, illegal means to transform not only the unbearable condition of the blacks but the whole of American society, which is completely perverted by capitalism and its terrible social consequences, racism, poverty, unemployment, crime, delinquency, etc. With fire and sword, the blacks are regenerating North America and giving back to men what belongs to men by wrenching it from the grasp of the businessmen, the Johnsons, the McNamaras, and the Kennedys, Bobby, Ted, John F., and company. As for the white organizations, those that are most aware and most concretely committed understood from the beginning that black power and black nationalism, being fundamentally and spontaneously anti-capitalist, were therefore not racist. They saw at once that the blacks were not hostile to cooperation on a basis of absolute equality but to the white paternalism that constantly humiliated them, the paternalism of the Marxists as well as the liberals. The blacks loathed that sort of paternalism, and rightly so, but they willingly agreed to cooperate with the revolutionary whites, in particular Youth Against War and Fascism, the Du Bois 74 Pierre Vallières clubs, a mixed organization that includes both whites and blacks but is predominantly white, Students for a Democratic Society, the Progressive Labor Party, and the Young Socialist Alliance. All of these organizations are young, dynamic, open, and in ideological agreement with Marxism. They differ among themselves only as to means of action. Apart from Youth Against War and Fascism and Students for a Democratic Society, their members still take refuge too often in the clear conscience that comes from giving the blacks moral support. But they are all in the process of becoming radicalized and their agitation, like their propaganda, has increasing influence in the cities of the North and the poor rural areas of the South. The white publications which support and even contribute to the development of black power are as follows: A. Monthly Review, of international reputation, which, together with the French Review Partisans, François Maspero, contributes the most to the renewal of revolutionary thought and to the historical, dialectical analysis of the development of the class struggle throughout the world. By their profound economic analyses, Baron, Sweezy, Huberman, Günter Frank, and the others are successfully carrying on the work undertaken more than a century ago by Marx and Engels. Together with the Partisans group, they are certainly the intellectuals of the capitalist world who are closest to the revolutionaries of the entire world, the most useful to them on the level of revolutionary ideology and strategy, and the most listened to and respected by the movements struggling against oppression. B. The Partisan, published by Youth Against War and Fascism, a review more accessible to the masses and, like Monthly Review, open to the problems of revolutionary movements the world over. C. The Young Socialist, published monthly by the group of the same name. D. Challenge, the news paper of the Progressive Labor Party, published in English and Spanish. For the Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, in exile, in New York. B. The Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans of New York, of whom there are at least 1 million and whose numbers are growing very rapidly, constitute an increasingly dangerous mass for the capital of free enterprise, where everything is the greatest in the world. Unemployment, slums, disease, and ignorance bring them together with the blacks in the same struggle for liberation. Besides, the majority of them live near Harlem, and as nearly all the Puerto Ricans are brown or black, they are coming more and more to form a single community with the Afro-Americans, especially since they share the same living conditions as their Lem brothers. A fact to be underlined, in the Manhattan House of Detention, one of the biggest prisons in the state of New York, where Charles the White Niggers of America 75 Gagnon and I have been held since September 28, a minimum of 80% of the prisoners are black or Puerto Rican. The remaining 20% are chiefly Greeks, Italians, Jews, Poles, et al., in short, white niggers. The subordinate prison personnel are in great majority black, while the superior officers, captains and so on, are almost exclusively white. Personally, since I have been here I have seen only one black captain. And God knows we see enough captains. They are the only visitors we have inside the cell blocks. The Puerto Ricans, to whom should be added a few thousand Dominicans, Haitians, Japanese, et al., who live in the same district, have a few newspapers and magazines of their own. But unfortunately, these newspapers and magazines are quite conservative, although not so much so as the Yankee publications. There are a few small groups of revolutionaries, made up chiefly of refugees from Santo Domingo, but as yet nothing comparable to the black organizations. At first glance, it seems that the Puerto Ricans lack the rediscovered pride and determination which animate the struggle of the blacks. They seem more completely crushed, more disoriented. Many thousands of them do not speak a word of English, unlike the blacks, who all speak English. Consequently, they are more withdrawn into themselves and more vulnerable to the despotic nature of the system. The prisons of New York are filled with innocent Puerto Ricans who have no means of defense. The blacks, in general, do better, not because they are more intelligent, but because despite the centuries of slavery their community is better equipped, because they are more numerous, and because they have rediscovered their collective pride. They have a class consciousness which the Puerto Ricans have not yet sufficiently developed. But the struggle for independence and revolution going on in Puerto Rico makes them more aware every day, and their anti-imperialism is becoming more violent. A number of black and white organizations are presently contributing to the awakening of a Puerto Rican class consciousness that later will spontaneously integrate itself with a broader class consciousness, a class consciousness that is international and multiracial. As for the Mexican Americans of Texas and California, they are organized in agricultural workers' unions. In 1966 their demands took on unprecedented scope. Forming a population of a few million disinherited workers, stripped of everything, underpaid and enslaved to seasonal labor, they have begun to invade the luxurious cities of the new rich by the thousands. A number of strikes and demonstrations, directed jointly by union leaders and priests, have been repressed by the Western-style reigning order, which did not hesitate to have Kennedy assassinated and 76 Pierre Vallières, which is the brains and heart of the white, millionaire, extreme right. The Kennedy men, who are not very firmly established in this region, are trying to take advantage of the discontent of the Mexican-American poor who are beginning to imitate the black poor. It is possible that the Mexican-Americans will continue to be deceived by the Democratic Party because their struggle is only beginning and an ideology corresponding to their true interests does not seem to have been formulated yet. It is possible that they will be fooled by a Martin Luther King or a Bobby Kennedy, who is only a fascist disguised as a liberal and who is taking advantage of his brother's canonization by capitalist opinion to attempt to succeed him. But the recent and current history of the decolonization of the American black, that is the title of a book by Daniel Guerin, published by Editions de Minuit, Paris, demonstrates that all the Martin Luther Kings that capitalism can manufacture, now and in the future, are, like the system itself, not strong enough to resist the will of the majority of men, to resist their vital need for concrete freedom. The Mexicans of Texas and California will also finally come to understand that this freedom is not to be found by marking an X on a ballot. See, the white niggers, although their unions are rotten to the core, although most of their parties, including the Communist Party, are conservative and accept the rules of the democratic, i.e., legal, game, the workers, students, intellectuals, and youth of the United States are beginning to recognize the true nature of the system, its arbitrary character, which is called freedom of the individual. Which individuals? The rich, of course, those who can buy anything they want, even the right to kill the weak, to jail them, exploit them, etc., those who regularly spend millions to get themselves elected so as to be able to democratically impose on the people laws which will enable them to make even more millions, and to manufacture wars, in Vietnam, the Congo, Santo Domingo etc., in order to make billions out of the oppression they give themselves the right to exercise over 3/4 of humanity, in the name of the rights of man, the United Nations, world peace, the Great Kennedy, St. Paul Virgin Islands, God the Father, and General Motors. The war in Vietnam, the bloody repression of the Dominican Revolution, the intervention of the CIA in Indonesia, in Algeria, and in Brazil in 1965, the struggle of the blacks, the growing number of spontaneous strikes, the widespread and growing unemployment, poverty, delinquency, etc., the increasingly frequent intervention of the State Department in the private lives of members of the opposition, the rising cost of living, etc., are turning the white American way of life into a veritable hell. Revolt is rumbling among the whites. Housewives boycott the supermarkets, union members go out. The white niggers of America 77 on wildcat strikes, young people ally themselves with the blacks against the southern and northern racists, publicly tear up their draft cards and other symbols of American imperialism, burn Johnson in effigy and choose to go to jail rather than murder innocent Vietnamese. The unemployed and the poor whites, say 30 million Americans, are still unorganized. But out of the present social agitation there should arise a revolutionary organization capable of reaching this mass which now has no voice or power but which, if it rose up united with the blacks, Puerto Ricans, and Mexican Americans, would soon rid humanity of its worst enemies. Let us hope that the New Left in America will soon recognize the urgency of building a revolutionary organization and will devote less energy to publishing 75 newspapers that have undeniable value but not the value of a people in arms. It is interesting to note that most of the leaders of the progressive white movements are of non-British origin. They are the descendants of the generations of immigrants from whom the big bourgeoisie, which is of British stock, has drawn its wealth by exploiting their labor to the maximum and by rigorously applying the social philosophy of Adam Smith, give the worker a subsistence, that is, just enough to enable him to go on producing surplus value as long as possible for the profit of the Wall Street birds of prey. To that left which is accustomed to orderly offices and anti-revisionist conventions, the day when the whites will take up arms, join with blacks and other minorities, and march on Washington seems far off. But personally, I believe that the American working class is ripe for revolution. Although, like every working class in the world, it is poor in resources and weak in hope, it lacks neither courage nor ingenuity. But since the left neglects its responsibilities and is still content to wait, it may be up to the black revolutionaries to give the white niggers the opportunity and the means of making the revolution, notwithstanding all the difficulties presented by such an undertaking in a society contaminated by racism. But the economic interests of the workers, whatever the color of their skin, always win out in the end, overcoming both racism and religious prejudice. The poor economic health of the American people in this last third of the 20th century leads me to believe that the American Revolution is already on the march. 14. To be convinced of this, one need only read or reread the Québécois literature of the 1950s. To the realm of childhood. When I was born, a year and a half before the Second World War, there was growing unrest among the working class of Quebec. The year before there had been bloody riots in Sorel, and a number of strikes were turning to violence in Montreal and the other cities of Quebec. After the years of social peace, which had followed the Great Conscription crisis of 1917, a degree of hope was appearing for the first time. A small group of idealists, of communists, were trying as best they could to exorcise the people's obscurantism and fear of living, to change their traditional frustration and despair into passion and class struggle. It was not easy. But there was a steadily growing number of people who, like my father, believed that these men, denounced by the financiers and the politicians in power, were right. Yes, it was necessary to change everything, tear everything down and start afresh, get rid of the exploiters. The English and American financiers, the French-Canadian petty bourgeoisie and the clergy, united by common interest despite their continual wrangling, were asking, what is happening to our people who have always been so peaceful, so industrious, so profoundly religious, resigned, so submissive? The Catholic Middle Ages and capitalist oppression did not want to die. There was more and more talk of the approaching war. For some, it was an opportunity for awakening and revolt. For others, the material justification of despair. Most people were disoriented, torn by contradictory feelings and unable to take a position. 78. The realm of childhood. 79. It is hard for a people to learn to shake off a long period of disenchantment. 1. It's all very well to revolt, but what good does it do? The husband, coming home from the factory where the whole day had been filled with the workers' anger against the system, would try to convince his wife. But she, who had spent the whole day alone contemplating the grayness that covered the city, and her life, could not believe in miracles. "Look," the Quebecois wife would say, "look how wretched we are. Our servitude has become so complicated. There's no cure for it. War is coming. It's going to open up old wounds that are not yet healed and make new ones, even worse ones. Because these days they are much better equipped to spread death and suffering. Your friends talk about a new society because they want to take advantage of us. No, you're right, I shouldn't have said that. But why do they insist on reawakening a hope that will soon be dead and will have done no good? Can your friends prevent the war, depression, misery? Once again the flesh of millions of men is going to rot in the mud of battlefields, just as yours goes on turning black in the sweaty soot of the Angus shops of the CPB. Degree, our flesh, which has never known the tenderness or the warmth of what I dare not name, is only good these days for sowing the land with blood spilled for nothing. And you think that out of this universal atrocity there can one day come fraternity? Your dream ing, my friend, or else you like to forget reality. The wife felt like crying aloud the anguish she felt as a solitary slave, a disillusioned and exhausted mother hen. The husband, his face hard, his eyes wet, his heart full of kindness and anger, would place his worn hands on the wife's shoulders. That's why I want to fight. You are right to complain. But you are wrong to be resigned. I know it won't do any good, she would reply. I know it will do some good, to somebody, to our children, maybe. Degree Montreal is the eastern terminal point of the Canadian Pacific Railway, and Angus shops are its center for locomotive repair. Trans. 80 Pierre Vallières he would drop the discussion and say no more. Impatient as a child getting ready for a party, he would wash his face, his neck, arms, hands, consulting the newspaper the while to check the time and place of the meeting. One, it was a strange marriage, the one between my mother's disenchantment and my father's timid but tenacious hope. I do not know if it was a happy one. But I do not remember having observed in my parents the joie de vivre that one sees in people who are secure and self-confident and have no trouble believing in life. I always saw my parents worried, doubtful, anxious even when they happened to laugh. Men who are condemned to death are sometimes overcome with fits of laughter too. That does not mean anything. And above all, that does not change anything. What their daily problems were I know, for I lived through all their anxieties. But what was their love life like? That is something I can only surmise, only deduce from what I came to know after many years of painful conflict. The first years of their marriage were doubtless different from those which followed, those which I knew, when with 3 boys on their hands, my parents lived in continual fear of tomorrow, that is, of possible unemployment, possible illness, possible hunger and want. They could never escape from that fear by allowing themselves to forget their cares once in a while, to let go a little, to have a bit of diversion. No. They had to economize. Economize on everything, even affection. They had to make ends meet before they could think about living. My mother in particular lived in a constant state of insecurity. And her anxiety shut her off from the outside world. My father could free himself at the factory, with his comrades on the job. My brothers and I could free ourselves by playing with our friends or going to school. Then we escaped from the family hell. But my mother never went out. She could have made real friends among her neighbors but refused to do so. It was as if the only thing she lived for was to calculate income and expenditures, wax the floors, wash the windows, cook and do laundry, as if she were forbidden to leave the house. The realm of childhood 81. Nothing roused her interest. Nothing appealed to her except her sacred duty, which, in her mind, was the obligation to be continually on guard against any accident. That was why she did not want my father to get involved in politics, why my brothers and I were not allowed beyond the immediate vicinity of the house, etc. Anything that disturbed her habits was a terrible anxiety to her. She never ran a risk or took a chance. She was as much afraid of what might help her as of what might harm her, of what might help us as of what might harm us. She wanted to be sure of everything, to have many guarantees, to hold on to what she had. Any prospect of change would keep her awake at night. She always feared the worst. What if there were a change for the worse? That was one of her favorite questions. She clung to the little we possessed and refused to loosen her grip, to relax the tight vigilance that was stretched to the breaking point. Within a few years she changed into the boss of the little family, of which she was the principal servant. She became a slave to fear and tried to subjugate my father, my brothers, and me to her need for security. Security took precedence over freedom, economy over love, resignation over hope. Donalda had made her sacred duty into a tyranny from which, insofar as possible, sentiment was to be progressively eliminated. 0. My mother was unconscious of all this, but it was very hard for the rest of us to bear. We suffocated. That is why I have the impression that my parents never knew love but only pretended to love each other, as thousands of queebcoys have done and still do. There is no doubt that my mother suffered a great deal. She was disappointed in her condition, her poverty, and perhaps also in her marriage, her husband, and her children. In any case, she loved no degree. Donalda is the heroine of a novel by Claude-Henri Grignon, Unum et son péché, A Man and His Sin, 1933. The novel was a bestseller and was later made into a movie and into highly successful radio and television serials. According to the story, Séraphine, an aging miser, has made a bargain with Donalda's father, a peasant who is in debt to him, for the hand of his daughter. Donalda is secretly in love with young Alexis, but being a good French-Canadian Catholic, represses her love and remains faithful to her tyrannical husband. Trans. 82. Pierre Vallières won except her husband and children. But I am not sure she loved us as we would have wished to be loved. I can even say that, outwardly, her love seemed to be only a sacred duty, and that it had none of that quality which sometimes makes human love more precious than life itself. My mother suffered from her insecurity and did not want a still greater insecurity to come and add to her suffering. My father, who likewise suffered constantly from insecurity, would have preferred to join in a struggle against it instead of submitting to it. He knew that it was a social and collective problem that demanded social and political engagement. But my mother saw it only as an individual or, at most, a family problem. For her, other people did not exist. She did not know them and did not want to know them. For my father, on the contrary, other people did exist. They were his comrades at the shop, the neighbors with whom he had long conversations, although he was a very silent man at home, his brothers and sisters for whose sake he had left school at the age of 14 and gone to work, the place of his paralyzed father. My father read the newspapers and was interested in everything they said. But never would my mother have allowed him to become involved in politics or social questions. In Man's Fate, Malraux has say that to recognize another person's freedom is to acknowledge his right to it, even at the cost of one's own suffering. My father acknowledged my mother's right to freedom despite his own need to combat oppression. But what good did that do him? Over the years, his life, which was increasingly identified with his work, the work of an underpaid slave, became a routine made up of silently endured humiliations and useless submission to the arbitrary will of an anxious wife. Can it be said that in this way, through love for my mother, he recognized her freedom by acknowledging her right to it even at the cost of his own suffering? Can one recognize another person's freedom to annihilate you, to imprison you in a fear that is irrational and, to put it bluntly, selfish? In my opinion, there is no love where there is abdication. And my father abdicated. It is true that since the age of 14 he had been wearing himself out working and that his health was not very good. On weekends I would often urge him to follow his dreams and make the realm of childhood 83 haste to do something. But I soon noticed that by the next day he had given up the idea. Between us two, there was always my mother's no. How I wish my mother had been a woman with some courage and at least as much hope as my father. I am certain that then my father would have lived better and given a meaning to his life, because he would have fought against oppression instead of submitting to it without a word. I do not know what my father was like at the factory. From the conversations I had with him I gathered that he and his comrades often discussed their common problems and that they had not forgotten the teaching of the communists. Since the end of the war, nothing more had been heard of them, but their ideas remained in the air. Everyone at the factory agreed with those ideas and was desperately seeking a party to put them into practice immediately. There was talk of the reforms that had been brought about by the CCF in SAS. Catch you in 0, but the CCF did not know that there were thousands of Quebecois workers who would have liked to hear its leaders tell them in French that their party was ready to give them a hand too. The men were alone. They voted for Duplessis because they had to, out of habit, the way they went to Mass on Sunday, and waited to be offered a real choice. There was no alternative. My father was probably impassioned at the shop. At any event, his comrades loved him. But at home he was a defeated man. He was not the only one in that situation. Many of his friends had been defeated by their wives. But unlike my father, they reacted violently on payday, getting drunk, beating their wives and driving the whole family out of the house. The next day, however, they would go to confession and become gentle, silent husbands again. Silent at home, but in a constant state of rage at the shop, where they were always denouncing their situation and cursing it. Why, then, had my parents married, if it was not in order to escape together from their condition? They had married at a time when it was almost impossible for working-class families to provide for their basic needs. Hunger left no time for love and pleasure. The CCF, Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, a social democratic party, was the forerunner of the present New Democratic Party. Trans. 84 Pierre Vallières earning money, as much money as possible, because there was so little, took all the man's time. While the woman, busy counting pennies, seeing to the meals, cleaning up the kids, scrubbing the floors, always alone, even when her husband, stiff with fatigue, was lying by her side, could hardly imagine any way out of her misery other than a long, hard road of relentless, individual labor, beset with uncertainties and threatened time after time by illness or unemployment. A tenacious labor which all the same represented a will to live and prosper, but which did not count on any help from others. A solitary labor which often consisted of going around in circles through the daily chores, washing, cooking, cleaning. Which also often became perverted, and degenerated into avarice, selfishness, narrow-mindedness, and a hardening of the heart. The misery created by the system pushed my parents into marriage after a brief acquaintance. This misery did not disappear by virtue of the sacrament. It remained unchanged, heavy, demanding. It separated husband and wife, enclosing them in two different universes. The system shut my father up in the shop and my mother in cramped lodgings. At the shop my father had the fraternity of men working together. The work was hard, but there were many of them doing it, and they all wanted to free themselves from it. At home, on the contrary, my mother was alone with the children, and she was always faced with the same drudgery. She was forbidden by tradition from trying to escape her duty as a Christian mother submissive to the will of the good Lord. If love was there in the beginning, a host of factors very soon forced it out of this world monopolized by the million little worries that poverty engenders. And this was not an exceptional case. Only priests imagine that love can adapt itself to misery, to a stupefying daily routine, to crass ignorance of the laws and beauties of sex. Duality, to Jansenism and the dictatorship of capitalism. Only priests can see a kind of paradise in the proletarian hell, and how useful they are then, without knowing it, to capitalism. When a woman makes love out of a sense of sacred duty and submits to her husband's passion the way a prisoner submits to torture by the military police, how can joy dwell in her? When a man abandons the control of his own destiny to his wife, to please her, or prevent her from making the realm of childhood 85 scene, how can joy dwell in him? And when children grow up in an atmosphere of constant frustration, how can joy reach them? Sometimes it seemed to me that my father was ashamed of himself, and that my mother was afraid of her own desperate eagerness to preserve present security and ensure it in the future. The more I became aware of the spiritual poverty that went around in a vacuum, the more I said to myself that to accept this state of things was a crime against oneself and against others, and that one had to do everything to break the vicious circle of misery. In the beginning, the absolute evil, the foundation of this absurdity, seemed to me to be the family. Later, I came to understand that the family, more precisely, the working-class family, was only a product of the condition of the working class, which was itself the product of centuries of exploitation of men by men. The terrible thing about the working-class family is the function, imposed on it by the present system, of renewing and perpetuating the supply of slaves, of niggers, of cheap labor to be exploited, alienated, and oppressed. And the inhuman thing about a working-class childhood is the child's powerlessness to resist the conditioning not only of the system itself but of all the frustrations of the life around him, frustrations that are generated by the capitalist organization of society and that contaminate him even before he becomes aware of their existence. The children of the bourgeoisie are frustrated too, but not in the same way. The bourgeois child, when he becomes aware of reality, revolts against his parents and only rarely against his milieu or his class, which is in power. The proletarian child too revolts against his parents, but very early his revolt turns against the condition of his class and those who are responsible for that condition. The revolt of the bourgeois child and adolescent usually remains an individual affair. The revolt of the working-class child and adolescent is, from the outset, a larger problem. First, the son of a proletarian is ashamed of his humiliated class and wants to get out of it. Opposed to his entire milieu, he often seeks, through individual success, to be admitted to the middle class even at the risk of betraying his own. But the bourgeoisie can admit to its ranks only a tiny number of parvenus, for otherwise it might lose control over the exploitation of the working masses. That is why, in the majority of 86 Pierre Vallières cases, the revolt of the worker's son changes into class consciousness and an increasingly resolute will to work toward overthrowing the system. Of course the system crushes a great number of them, for it has many methods of oppression, psychological as well as economic, but in the long run the revolt spreads, grows deeper and more lasting, and it is then that the union of all these workers, who are profoundly frustrated but increasingly conscious, begins to make the ruling class feel that its days are numbered. It is therefore very difficult for a member of the working class to make it on his own. In order to liberate themselves, the workers must unite to tear down the old order and the old values and to build on their ruins a new order and new values, which will make new men, create a new society, and constitute a true humanism, for the first time in history. Notwithstanding the fact that it remains a social monstrosity, as is clearly expressed in the literature of the 19th and 20th centuries in capitalist countries, the bourgeois family nevertheless retains an economic base that enables even its rebels to prosper, to achieve fame and fortune. Gide, Mauriac, and Sartre remain bourgeois and privileged members of the system in their very revolt. Even their blasphemy is profitable too and can earn them a Nobel Prize. In Quebec the same remark holds good for the Mahus, Chamberlains, Prefontaines, et al., who while cursing their families and their class make enormous profits from so doing. The worker's son, with rare exceptions, makes no money and achieves no honor or renown by revolting, for the simple economic reason that he does not have the financial means to publicize his revolt and to buy literary prizes, fellowships from the Conseil des Arts, and finally a chair at the university. The bourgeois manufacture shocking and even pornographic novels for the same reasons that they periodically invent quiet revolutions, to give themselves progressive airs, to salve their consciences and to create a little change from time to time. For even the bourgeois are bored, as contemporary novelists bear witness. If the bourgeois family is a social monstrosity, as is scientifically demonstrated by psychoanalysis, psychology, pedagogy, and contemporary sociology, what term shall we use to characterize the work? The realm of childhood 87 ing class family, which capitalist religion, capitalist education, capitalist ideology, the state, and capitalist economy have constructed on the model of the bourgeois family, while at the same time, by exploiting the labor of the head of the family, and often of the mother and children, they deprive it of the economic base of the bourgeoisie. It is an understatement to say that the working-class family is a double or quadruple monstrosity. This possessing unit, as Engels calls it, is a hell, a room with no exit, zero in which the self-destruction of human beings is accomplished mechanically, like an automatic extension of the exploitation of the worker by his boss, of the farmer by the food trusts, the student by the university of the bankers and pharmacists, the consumer by the department stores and finance companies, the believer by his cure, the patient by his doctor, the accused by his lawyer, the attorney for the defense, the journalist by high finance and politics, the entire people by the state, capitalism, and imperialism. When you are only a kid, what can you do to escape from the room with no exit, the hell of the frustrating conditioning that seeks to demolish you before you have even become a man? And when, as an adolescent, you stand up, with your back already bent by too much effort, are you in any better position to win out? And when you are a man, how much energy it takes just to try to reverse engines, as the saying goes. How many sacrifices and how much willpower, how many painful years to reach the point where there is nothing left in you of that childhood and adolescence, noth ing left of the nigger, of the man who was born defeated. And in spite of everything, some part of it always remains, not only in your memory but in your flesh and bones. In the account that follows, I judge not my parents but society. I describe the life of niggers that we led as I lived it. And at first glance it might seem that I am judging men. But that would be a false impression. I have never judged those of my class. But neither have I ever been complacent toward them. I refuse to pity them, the way one refuses to humiliate someone. I am not the boss of a French-Canadian manufacturing concern. This is an allusion to Sartre's well-known play No Exit, in which the action takes place in a room in hell. Trans. 88 Pierre Vallières' pity is a crime against men. Man has a right to the truth, even if it is hard as granite. For a human world can only be built, develop, and endure on a foundation of truth. My only regret is that it took me so long to understand many things, that I was a cruel adolescent and that, among other things, I discovered my father's mixture of kindliness and sorrow only when he was no longer good for anything but to die of generalized cancer. What an atrocity, at the age of 53, after 20 years of loyal service to the Angus shops of the CPR. My father still lives among his comrades at Angus shops. But what is that survival compared to his life? My father never missed a day of work. When he left Angus, it was to die of exhaustion. What glory! They say that one must love the living and forget the dead. But I love this dead man who gave me life and with it gave me the visceral need to change our inhuman society. I learned more from this dead man, from his life and the life of his family and friends, than from all the theoreticians of socialism. Another man, who may also be dead, seems to me to have incarnated one of the great dreams that my father transmitted to me as my only inheritance, Ernesto Che Guevara. But right now I am talking about my father and my class as I see them today. I did not always think of them in this way. If as a child I was unhappy but integrated with my milieu, as an adolescent I was in continual revolt against my class and also against the bourgeoisie, the entire society and its mythology, God, religion, evil, good, etc. But as will be seen later, I was struggling in ignorance and more than once came close to being swallowed up by the things I hated, just as my father had been defeated by his wife's insecurity, an insecurity which nevertheless inspired in him a revolt sympathetic to communism. His revolt was gradually drained of its force and meaning and in the depths of my parents' life together, a life that steadily shrank into a pitiful existence. But my revolt, confused and demand, full of love for mankind and rage against injustice, steadily grew. My story is going to seem brutal to certain members of my family, especially to my mother, if she deigns to read these pages written by her son who, she must still be saying to herself, will drive her to the grave. The realm of childhood 89. But I believe the time is over in Quebec when you washed your dirty laundry in private, and thereby escaped your social responsibilities. So much the worse for the laggards, the fearful, or the cowards, who will someday reap the benefits of our hard-won freedom, the bloodsuckers. Too sometimes one imagines that his past has disappeared leaving no memory, like a cloud that has drifted apart in the sky. But that is an illusion. One has only to be immobilized for a few weeks, in prison, for example, to find his past again and relive it in its smallest details. Then not only does one rediscover what one thought was forgotten or lost, but in the light of the present and looking back on the route one has traveled since childhood, one understands the meaning of his destiny, its significance. And believe me, there is nothing metaphysical about that significance. It is enough for it to be human. For the first 7 years of my life, I lived in the east end of the city, more precisely in the quarter that was at the time, 1938 to 1945, called Frontenac Park. It was bordered on the west by Logan Street, on the north by Sherbrooke Street, on the east by the railway tracks of the CPB which ran from Angus shops to the port of Montreal, and on the south by the waterfront. It was a tough neighborhood full of rival gangs. Burglaries were common. Every day there were family brawls conducted with iron bars, chains, chairs, or baseball bats. There were days when Harbor Alley, to the east of Frontenac Street, was turned into a veritable arena. It was the poorest alley in the quarter, and my parents forbade my brother and me to venture into it because there were frequent rifle shots, murders and, as Monsieur le Curé used to say, vulgar spectacles that did irreparably harm to the youth of the parish. Point 3. My favorite occupations were, in summer, wagon races with the kind of carts the newsboys use, and in winter, tobogganing down Sherbrooke Hill. Sherbrooke Hill lay to the north of our area, running east and west. We played as freely in the streets as in the fields. Even in summer we would sometimes coast down the hill on wagons, which was extremely dangerous because when we got to Hoche Laga Street it was very hard to stop. I had some disagreeable accidents that way. But each time I played it tough, because it was the 90 Pierre Vallières rule of the neighborhood never to bawl. Once a milkman's truck ran over my foot. I was in great pain, but I told the milkman that it didn't hurt at all. When I tried to get back up on the sidewalk, I was unable to move, and the milkman had to take me by force and carry me up, protesting, to my parents' flat. At that time we were living in a third-floor flat, on the corner of Hochelaga and Gascon, and my brother André, who was a few years younger than I, was getting into the habit of rolling down the stairs, at the risk every time of cracking his skull on the sidewalk. My mother was at her wits' end. She couldn't lock us up in our little flat, because we always managed to escape. And once outside, we had no thought but for dangerous games. We associated with shady individuals whom my mother hated and feared. On rainy days, when we were forced to stay home, we made such a racket that despite her fears, she could not help wanting us to go out as soon as possible, to cool off a little, as she used to say. As for Raymond, my other brother, he was not yet walking and my mother had no problem with him. I hung around the sheds of the quarter. The sheds were the headquarters of the gangs. At the age of 5, I already belonged to a gang that specialized in turning in false alarms, setting fires at the back of courtyards, and running after girls, with a view to terrorizing them in various ways. I was too young to take a real part in the plots hatched in the sheds, but there were days when I witnessed spontaneous acts of barbarism so cruel that even today they fill me with revulsion. Thus, one of my playmates, T. Rouge, or Carrot, was a great girl chaser. He always had a kind of vengeance to work out against someone. I did not know why this boy had so much hate inside him. I only knew that he belonged to a very large family and that his father did not often work. Near his home there lived a couple who were known as snobs because they had forbidden their 2 children, a boy and a girl, to play with the common people. T. Rouge hated this coup. Their boy often escaped to join us, but the little girl told her parents and our friend took a beating. T. Rouge had promised himself to teach the tattletale a good lesson. One day the little girl was walking alone on the sidewalk. She was coming back from the corner restaurant, where her mother had probably sent her to get some candy. As soon as he saw her, T. Rouge made a rush, caught her by the hair. The realm of childhood 91 and with one jerk tore out a braid. Blood began to pour out and the little girl uttered terrible screams. I had witnessed the whole scene. When the little girl began to scream and the blood started to flow, I ran away. When I got home I told my mother about it. And I never saw T. Rouge again. In this violent universe, in which children dreamed about gigantic conflagrations, terrible murderers of women and kidnappers of babies, going to school was, to say the least, a boring diversion. My companions and I were all completely disgusted with it. We constantly made fun of the teacher, whom we found as ugly and amusing as an old wax statue melting in a damp museum, the school. My mother had taught me to read and write 2 years before I was admitted into the school, so I never knew what to do with my body and my mind in class. As I was then too young to play with my you-know-what, I made paper airplanes and launched them right and left, or else, with the help of a pea-shooter, I bombarded the teacher with spitballs. That was lots of fun until the old fool sent me to meditate in the hall. Alone in the corridor, I would think about the conspiracies of the sheds. I said to myself that one day I too would have my own gang, and that this school would be razed to the ground. But meantime there was not much I could do, and I would ask the hands of the clock to turn faster, because I was tired and my stomach was empty. I was 7 years old on February 22, 1945. I was in first grade. Only one event impressed me that year, the announcement of VE Day on May 8, 1945. All the church bells began to ring at the same time. Automobile horns and factory whistles joined in the concert. There was general euphoria. The war was over. At least, in Europe. It remained to settle the fate of Japan. A few months later, we heard on the radio that the atomic bomb had just put a definite end to the SEC World War and thrown humanity into a new state of suspense. Would the Russians succeed in manufacturing the bomb? And if so, would it not soon be the end of the world? When my parents decided to emigrate to the other side of the river, the Cold War had come to the rescue of capitalism by preventing the war factories from grinding to a halt. One of the most critical problems of the post-war period was house. The poor French quarters of Montreal were overcrowded. Rents. 92 Pierre Vallières were going up while wages remained stable. Many working-class families of the metropolis began to move to the suburbs: Montreal Nord, Saint-Rose, Saint-Therese, Ville-Saint-Michel, Pointe-aux-Trembles, L'Assomption, and that vast territory on the south bank of the St. Lawrence which was to become Ville-Jacques-Cartier. At Angus shops, as in many other plants, the workers talked all day long about their housing problems. It was there that my father learned that at Longueuil-en-Aix one could get a plot of land and even a house for a reasonable price. There was neither an aqueduct nor a sewage system, but that was only a question of time. A transportation company had bought a few buses and organized a regular service between Montreal and the South Shore. A few families from Montreal had already established themselves there, and the children, it seemed, were blooming in the fresh air. One weekend I went with my father to Longueuil-en-Aix. For me, it was a big adventure. We had to take the bus at the entrance to the Jacques Cartier Bridge. We waited a long time before an old gray bus arrived. My father asked the driver if he knew Briggs and St. Thomas streets. The driver nodded and told my father he would let him know when we got there. "It's at the end of the line," he said. The bus gradually filled with passengers and drove onto the bridge. I opened my eyes wide to stare at the river, the boats, St. Helens Island. Then the bus reached the opposite bank. My father and I had never been on that side of the river. We were in completely strange territory. The bus continued straight down St. Helene Street, then turned left on the Coteau Rouge Road. This was a real country road. Narrow, zigzag, bumpy, it crossed vast fields in which a few small houses of wood or sheet metal appeared here and there. For quite a long time we saw only empty fields. Then we saw a farm with a poultry yard and a few cows by the roadside. Finally, the bus entered a kind of village and a thick cloud of dust began to vibrate in the air. As most of the windows on the bus were open, we absorbed this dust, which smelled of dry earth, crumbled stone, and drought, through our noses, ears, eyes, and mouths. Turning toward my father, the driver shouted, "We're almost there." The bus turned left and started down Briggs Street. The cloud of dust hid the houses and made the street disappear behind us as we advanced. St. Thomas. The realm of childhood. 93. We got up. The bus stopped and the driver wished us luck, the way a friend shakes your hand and says something encouraging when he thinks the adventure you are about to embark upon is sheer madness. We got off the bus, awkwardly. We were nervous, like travelers setting out into unknown territory. Was it possible that freedom lay in this little village with dirt roads and scattered, dilapidated little houses, that it was to be found in this out-of-the-way place full of dust and dirty children? There were only about 10 houses on St. Thomas Street. On either side of the street and around each plot ran ditches filled with black, stagnant water that gave off a strong smell. Tainted water, my father said to me. It was thick, sticky, covered with a cloud of flies and buzzing insects. We swallowed the dust that had stuck in our throats. We walked for a while without hurrying. Then my father stopped. In front of a little red and white house. 1197, he murmured. "This is it." A man came out of the house to meet us. He had the broad, toothy smile of a vegetable dealer who is about to cheat you. I didn't like his looks, but my father seemed to get on easily with him. The men said banal things to me. "How's it going, my little man? You go to school? You like the country, etc." I did not and swore. No, decidedly I did not like that man. But the impressions one has at the age of 7 may not mean much. I did not like the man, or his wife either, for that matter. She looked even more like a storekeeper than her husband. I saw that they wanted to sell their house and that they were only interested in us two as possible buyers of that house. I have never liked trade or tradesmen. For trade divides men into antagonistic groups, stimulates the exploitation of the weak and naive, the pure, the simple, by the strong and smart, constantly enriches some and constantly impoverishes others. Nevertheless, I was happy to be in the country, and the smell from the ditches was less disgusting to me than the forced smiles of the men and women. I stayed outside, gazing at the landscape, a grand word for such a shabby reality, while my father followed the couple into the house. On the other side of the street there were only 3 houses, separated by fields. A little farther off were some woods. I imagined them. 94 Pierre Vallières full of Indians and wild animals. I began to hope my father would buy the house. I couldn't have cared less what the house would be like to live in. It was the woods and fields I was suddenly interested in. They would be much better than the sheds in the city. When my father came out of the little red and white house, he seemed pleased. "You know," said the owner, "there are no taxes to pay here. There's no mayor, no city hall, and nobody who gets political patronage. It's all bound to come someday, but in the meantime they leave you alone." My father asked him why he had put his house up for sale. "I've just built a bigger house on the Coteau Rouge. I have 5 children now, you know. And then, I want to start a business around there, a grocery. The population is going to grow fast. Some plots have already been sold. They're talking about opening up several new streets next spring. I've always dreamed of working for myself. Sooner or later you've got to make up your mind to take a risk, no? Otherwise, you're just marking time. Right now I'm a longshoreman. It's irregular. In the winter there's no work. I'm fed up with that life. It's slavery, and I've put up with it for too long. And then, I want to send my children to the best colleges. I don't want them to have to do the same as me. I want them to have good jobs and an easy life. Anyway, if I don't make it, we won't be any worse off than we are now." My father listened to the men, devouring him with his eyes. How long would he remain a slave of the CPR? My father, who was then 33, had been working since the age of 14. He had had to leave school in the 4th grade because his father, paralyzed by a serious illness, could no longer earn enough for his wife and 14 children. The oldest ones, and my father in particular, had had to resign themselves to taking over responsibility for the Vallières tribe. It was a few years before the crash of 1929. When the Great Depression came, the whole tribe had had to struggle in abject poverty, like most of the working-class families of Montreal. A few years later, the war and the draft were to increase their many difficulties by adding the fear of dying on a battlefield for a cause that was of no concern to the working class. The realm of childhood 95. My father sometimes talked to me about those years of black misery. And from the things he told me, I have the impression that at that time the relations between one man and another, one beggar and another, were enveloped and steeped in a silent despair. Silent because it was too profound for men to believe in the efficacy of cries and tears. Until the day when the anti-conscription movement reawakened the old revolt and set off the riots of 1917. But until the war, a despair like that of men condemned to death was the daily bread of the workers of Quebec. My mother's family, like my father's, went through the black misery of the 1930s. My mother's father also fell sick during the Depression, and my mother had to abandon her studies and go to work. When she became a secretary in some office, she had just finished her 9th year with the Sieurs de Notre Dame. These aristocrats of the Catholic world of Quebec had taught her, among other things, to despise her class, the common people, and had given her a taste for bourgeois good manners. My grandfather's illness suddenly put an end to my mother's ambitions, and she tried to turn her disappointment into Christian obedience to the will of God. Like most of the Quebecois women of that time, she began to amass credits for entrance into heaven, although unlike other Christian women, she did not feel obliged to go to church every morning. Her bitterness was her form of prayer, and her daily toil was her liturgy. She detested the pious women, praying machines, just as much as she did the local gossips. She prayed, hated, tormented herself, suffered in her heart, for herself. My father and mother were both 25 when they were married, 2 years before the Second World War. My grandfathers had died almost at the same time, 6 months earlier, after very long illnesses. My parents had met in LaFontaine Park. They had decided almost at once to get married. They betook themselves to the church. As soon as they had saved enough money to buy the essential furniture. There was no banquet on their wedding day and no honeymoon. They immediately installed themselves in a little house on Guilford Street. It was there that I was born in February 1938. A few months later, my father had managed to find a job at Angus Shops and we moved to Frontenac Park. And it was in that quarter, one of the many French-Canadian ghettos which the merchants call the 96 Pierre Vallières French East End, that our little family lived through the war and all the problems it created. At this time the communists were very active at Angus Shops, and my father, while outwardly practicing his religion, agreed with the ideas of these men who wanted to give power to those who worked and wealth to those who produced it, who wanted to give the government and the factories to the workers. To a large extent the communists ran the union of the Angus employees, but unfortunately their work was sabotaged by the Stalinist bureaucracy, which was as active in Quebec as in France, Italy, Spain. All the strikes they organized in Quebec in the 30s and 40s only served in the end to put pseudo-leftists in power, in the Canadian and American unions, men who soon made way for the capitalists and the gangsters of big business-style unionism. The handful of revolutionaries who managed to retain their positions were reduced to impotence and used by the big labor bosses to give reactionary unionism a progressive appearance. Capitalism has always tolerated a small minority of dissenters. Of men who talk revolution as a clever subterfuge to make people believe in the existence of democracy, freedom of speech, and freedom of thought, without freedom of action. Business unionism, which is an institution of the capitalist system, applies the same strategy to maintain the illusion of democracy among the working class. But strikers have only to reject the betrayals of the leaders they are supposed to have elected themselves, in their own interest, for democratic unionism to call out the cops with their nightsticks and the goons of the underworld. And while the most courageous of the strikers take their way to prison like common criminals, the big shots, in the name of the working class, sit down with the bosses to a good steak. In 1938, 39, and 40, my father firmly believed that once the war was over, the unions would transform the life of the workers in Quebec. The American union movement was dynamic then, and the Quebecois Catholic and French unions were slowly beginning, with some hesitation and confusion, to reject the corporatism of the cyclicals. 9 degrees corporatism was a notion picked up from European fascist ideology in the 30s by the Quebecois elite of the classical colleges. In essence, it stated that every sector of society should be represented in the state by its representative association. The realm of childhood 97 at this time my father would doubtless have been active in a political party had it not been for the stubborn opposition of my mother, for whom getting involved in politics was a waste of time and a way of letting yourself be exploited by unscrupulous people. Rest a bit, my mother would often say to my father when he began to talk politics or union affairs. When you get sick, they won't be the ones to take care of you. Later, my father thought about participating in various social activities. He wanted to join the others in Ville Jacques Cartier who were trying to find a way to give themselves, to give the whole population, dignity, so that they would not be treated in the newspapers like the human refuse of the neighboring metropolis. But there too, my mother used her veto. Very early in life I promised myself that nobody was going to get me with vetoes, with, you'll only wear yourself out, you'll only let them put one over on you, you'll only get yourself killed for nothing. It was not that my mother, like Duplessis, saw the red devil, communism, in all forms of social activity. No. For she was hardly more faithful than my father to the teachings of the mother of mothers, the Church. In her it was irrational. Her stubborn opposition to all social and political activity was a kind of neurosis and, as such, was obscurely rooted in the unconscious, probably in the congenital insecurity of the working class. For my mother was not an exception. Capitalism and religion have mass-produced mothers like mine. And rare are the Quebecois, at least in the working class, who, at a certain period of their lives, have not been suffocated by the love of a possessive mother. I have already said that my parents were not particularly pious. Like all the troubled and the anxious, they attended Sunday Mass, and from time to time they went to confession. They were not the sort who collected sacred pictures and went in for pilgrimages. They practiced their religion partly out of tradition and partly out of fear of hell. They obeyed the law. Their love of God did not go beyond the minimal observance of the commandments. They did not seek the company of priests or members of religious orders. They detested the sisters because they saw them as nothing more than avaricious businesswomen who were hostile to the poor, especially in the hospice. Tals. My father, even more than my mother, was a Catholic in spite of. 98 Pierre Vallières himself, a Catholic who, like many another in this country, did not dare to declare publicly his indifference to religion. For on the way back from Longueuil and Aix, my father was not thinking either about God or politicians. He was dreaming of the house he would build out of this shack he had decided to buy. It remained only to convince my mother of the advantages of exile to the suburbs. If only Madeline can agree to it, he said to himself. He was marshalling his arguments and silently preparing his case. We'll be at peace. The children will have all the room they need to play. We'll be masters in our own house. There will be no more stairs to go up and down. André won't kill himself rolling downstairs. Pierre won't hang around the alleys and sheds anymore. My father tried to visualize the future. The area is going to develop. The owner said so, the men at the shop say so too. There will be schools, stores, all the conveniences of the city. The slums will gradually disappear. They're going to install an aqueduct and a sewage system. They're going to pave the streets with asphalt and make sidewalks. They're going to plant trees. The government has already promised a hospital for the South Shore. The owner was prepared to stretch the payments out over many years. The union would soon obtain raises. Life would become easier. He would enlarge the house. A few years from now, Madeline and the little ones would have peace and comfort. He could save a little money, and when the children grew up he would be able to allow himself to do a bit of traveling with Maid Lane, a Madeline relaxed, reassured, happy. They would take a vacation in the North Country, see the Gaspé and the sea, and, who knows, someday they might go to Vancouver, see the Rockies, the Pacific. My father was building the future in his mind, trying to imagine his domain, which he would build patiently when he got home from the shop, on weekends, and during his annual 2 weeks vacation. He would draw up the plan himself. He would do everything himself. Others were doing it, why not he? The bus, now on the bridge, had just passed St. Helens Island. The realm of childhood 99. While I looked at the boats riding at anchor, I asked my father if we would be able to go hunting in the woods across the way, which one had spent part of the afternoon gazing at. He only replied, "First we have to persuade your mother." For 8 years my father had been dreaming of someday owning his own home. Of course, the shack was no castle, but it was still better than spending the rest of your life as a tenant in the damp apartments of the Royal Trust. At least in Longueuil and Aix, he said to himself, there aren't any rats, or soot, or smoke. You've got fresh air. He was forgetting the polluted water, the dust, the queer smells. And then, what did he know about people's habits, about their mentality? When we got home at supper time, my father realized that he had forgotten to ask the owner of the shack if there were a few stores around, a doctor, a church, a school, etc. All he knew was that there was regular bus service between Longueuil and Aix and Montreal. 45 Madeline said yes. And a month later we moved to Longueuil. Aix. The shack was made of wood covered with papier brique, a kind of tar paper designed to look like brick. In the center front was a little white porch. Inside, only 3 rooms, in the middle a kitchen, which also served as dining room, living room, bathroom, etc. To the left, a large bedroom which my parents shared with Raymond, who was not yet walking. Lastly, to the right, a tiny room with a double-decker bed and a chest of drawers. This was the room of the 2 oldest, André and me. The rooms were separated by walls of Donnacona, a kind of hard, thick cardboard which could be bought quite cheaply from any dealer in building materials. Manufactured by Domter in the Portneuf region, I think, Donnacona was easy to cut up, install, and paint, and it was usually sold in panels 4 feet by 8. Many of the shacks that went up in Ville Jacques Cartier in the years following our arrival were built entirely out of 2x4s and broad panels of this economical cardboard, which was then covered with tar paper. It was not exactly warm in winter, but it didn't cost much. 100 Pierre Vallières, and with this miraculous material you could build a little house in 2 days. Our shack seemed almost luxurious compared to most of the HOVLs in Longueuil-Annex, which were covered with black tar paper and looked like sinister old shanties abandoned in a swamp. On rainy days especially, Longueuil-Annex looked like a burned-out shanty town. The only trouble with this shantytown was that it was inhabite, to adopt a phrase from the Quebecois poet Roland Giguère. As can be seen, paper played an important role in the construction of the houses, which were also called shithouses. Papier brique, tar paper, Donnacona. From the surplus wood and paper they did not export back home, the Americans made cheap building materials to be sold to the cheap labor of Quebec to make them masters in their own houses. Unlike most of the houses, our shack was located not at the back of the lot but at the front. There was a little hay growing around, which we were going to try to make into a lawn. To the right, between the street and the house, there was a cement well where you pumped water by hand. My father was supposed to install an electric pump soon, and he was already thinking about building on another room. He was forever making plans, while my mother scrubbed the floors. And my brother and I went looking for Indians in the woods across the way. In 1945 Longueuil-Annex had a population of perhaps 1,000 or 2,000. There was no administration, and you had to go to Longueuil to obtain a building permit or any other such paper. But at that time Longueuil-Annex was only the largest of an infinite number of little islands of houses springing up here, there, and everywhere out of the immense fields which in the space of a few years were to be transformed into a vast mushroom city. These blocks of houses had not yet been named, and life there was, as my father said, rather primitive. Longueuil-Annex, a better organized shanty town, it had 4 main streets and 4 cross streets, a grocery, a post office, bus stops, and even a little school run by nuns, was in the enviable position of having a chapel that served the surrounding area. Every Sunday a priest from Longueuil came to say Mass in the little wooden chapel at the corner of the Chambly and Coteau Rouge roads. The bishop had promised the local petty bourgeoisie the realm of childhood 101, the 2 old maids who ran the post office and the proprietors of the grocery store, that he would soon appoint a cure and grant Longueuil-Annex the status of a parish. As soon as this news began to circulate, people said that soon they would have to pay for the construction of a luxurious presbytery. A cure is a personage who does not live any old place, when they themselves had to go into debt to pay for the cardboard to cover their houses. No one concealed his annoyance, but neither did anyone dare oppose the decision of the Bishop of St. John, who was the boss of the diocese. People said to themselves that the arrival of a cure heralded the arrival of the tax collectors. For the cure would surely create a cooperative savings bank and would want the assistance of a mayor to administer this new parish where there were no services of any kind. The administration would need revenues to pay a chief of police, a few firemen, a secretary, etc., which meant that it would soon be necessary to pay higher and higher taxes. Most people did not suspect the scale of the coming invasion. They thought they were isolated, safe from outside interference, left in peace. They did not know that the owners of the abandoned fields were selling dozens of lots every month to workers who were only waiting to save up a few $100s to move their wives, children, and furniture to the other side of the river. The impending arrival of a cure disturbed them because most of the adult couples lived together without being married and practiced no religion. Very often their children were not baptized. Furthermore, some of them dealt in petty crime and did not care to have a cure inquire into their affairs. A few families were like ours, good family, hard-working father, possessive mother, children clean though poorly dressed. My father was very surprised to learn that most of these good neighbors were, like himself, employees of the CPR. I mentioned a local, petty bourgeoisie. I did not mean it as a joke. For in this wretched little village there already existed irreconcilable antagonisms. Even in the beginning, the few snobs in the neighborhood formed a separate world. They all lived on the same street, the Chambly Road. They all had money and were the only ones who had big houses. The proprietors of the grocery store were the richest. Since they had no competition, they had a monopoly on the trade in foodstuffs and made large profits. Rationing had not yet 102 Pierre Vallières been abolished. Wages remained very low. But the cost of food was constantly going up. The grocer and his wife extended credit to the poor, but only so as to justify the robbery they committed daily. What can we do, madam? With all these unpaid accounts, we'd go bankrupt if we sold things for less. Of course the accounts were always paid, for the grocer had a lawyer friend in Longale who knew how to force the poor, who had suddenly become drunkards, to the grocer, to pay what they owed. Everyone hated these tradesmen, but no one could afford the luxury of going to Longale to do his shopping. In this matter as in others, since you had no money you had to consent to being fleeced. The great friends of the grocer and his wife were the two old maids who ran the post office. They had also founded a private school for very small children. In the beginning they had only a half-dozen pupils to whom they mainly taught the catechism. Having inherited their mother's fortune, they gave themselves the airs of provincial countesses. As soon as the cure arrived in the parish, they became his most assiduous courtiers. They soon founded the Sisterhood of the Dames de Sainte Anne, while the grocer tried, unsuccessfully, to form a Ligue du Sacré-Cœur. The petty bourgeois circle expanded a little with the arrival of a barber and a few small tradesmen who sold clothing, shoes, hardware, etc. But it was at least 10 years before this petty bourgeoisie, having profited abundantly from political patronage, the county was in a position to play a role in politics. For the expansion and fusion of the nameless blocks of houses very quickly turned Longale into just another quarter among a score of others and made its inhabitants a minor ity overwhelmed by the influx of thousands of new poor. Ville-Jex-Cartier, whose population was still 98% working class, was to be surrendered to the looting, corruption, and violence of the big-time gangsters, under the benevolent eye of the man who is known today as His Honor, Judge Redmond Roche, and who is said to be very hard on anyone who steals a loaf of bread or a sausage. 66 In September of 1945 my mother sent me to the little local school, run by 3 nuns from Longale. The faculty was lay and consisted entirely of old maids who lived in Longale or Montreal. They acted the realm of childhood 103 like missionaries. We were the savages of Peru whom the white men from the big city had come to enlighten. We had everything to receive, nothing to give. We had to say, merci, mademoiselle, merci, ma sœur, merci, monsieur t'inspecteur, merci, monsieur Iab, merci, merci, merci. If I had known English, there were days when I would have shouted at them, mercy. For Chris sake, leave us alone. Their condescension underdeveloped us, humiliated us, made us constantly restrain our spontaneity, for we were afraid of seeming too wild. Ah! Cursed school that constipated us and paralyzed us. Prison where, day after day, they bored us to death with their disgusting, maternal stupidity. School of childish despair, which grotto ally turns into a monstrosity daily endured. Incomprehensible punishment. We were happy in the fields, for there at least we did not feel the unbearable humiliation of being regarded and taught as children of the poor and not as normal human beings. The sisters and Monsieur Iab, who often kept for themselves the classes in the catechism, were perfectly acquainted with all the tactics of dictatorship and the degradation of minds through humiliation. The world of good was constantly opposed to the world of evil, saintly women to great sinners, the Salazars to the Stalins, the men respected by public opinion, Duplessis, et al., to the union leaders, industrious tradesmen to the lazy unemployed. And the meaning of all that was, the bourgeois, who are good Christians, are coming to help you, poor little things, so that you may learn to work and love God, as do Duplessis and Salazar and the successful tradesmen and the sisters who go out as missionaries. Longale, mission country. We had been so happy living as pagans. Why were we going to school? To learn how wretched it was to be far from God, wealth, and success. To learn to be ashamed of the paganism of the poor and to hate each other, so as to put into practice the evangelical teachings of the nuns and abbé of the Longale bourgeoisie. The only thing I remember having learned in school was to be ashamed of our condition. A number of parents understood instinctively how pernicious was 104 Pierre Vallières the official, clerical education. They refused to send their children to school, and the nuns declared that those parents were degenerates who would burn in hell throughout eternity. My mother thought as the nuns did. She despised these ignorant people. For my part, I did not agree with her in the least. I knew several boys who did not go to school, lucky devils. They were my best friends. Their parents were poor and bitter, but they were independent. They did not easily accept the lessons and commandments of the bourgeois catechism. They knew too well the daily exploitation that was practiced in the name of love, obedience, and virtue. They did not want to be virtuous, sheep among the wolves, humiliated creatures among the rich, sinners among the pure, and the cursed poor to be assisted. They needed neither help nor advice. They wanted to be left in peace in their own houses. I agreed with that kind of revolt. But at this time I was still too little to defend myself against my mother's will. So I went to school, the way one goes to a funeral parlor, walking slowly and in silence. During recess, since there was no organized masculine sport, how could you expect old maids to organize baseball or hockey teams? We would lean against the gloomy school wall while the girls, who were deliberately separated from us, chatted or sang hymns with the teachers. A real paradise, in short. We learned about boredom listening to the song of the angels. Then we would go back to class, like prisoners returning to their cells. To pass the time, I would draw faces on my desk or make the others laugh, right in the middle of a lecture on religion or grammar, by letting out a fart as loud as a firecracker. I would pretend to be embarrassed, while the others doubled up with laughter and the teacher or nun waved her witch's wand over our heads. Will you be still, you wicked children? I am going to speak to the inspector about that. And you, Vallières, if you're sick, go see a doctor. There's no doctor around here. Then restrain yourself. Do you understand? What? Do you understand? She was as red as a tomato. The realm of childhood 105 me no understand. I was imitating the way the Iroquois talked. The whole class broke out laughing again. Vallières, go stand in the hall. Thanks. Then I would feel relieved of a part of my revolt, less unhappy than when I had been sitting motionless in the midst of the class, with other people's lessons buzzing in my ears. In the hall I could at least stand up, and my thoughts were not disturbed by the disdainful remarks of the teacher or nun on the wretched condition of people who had no manners or religion. I was proud of myself, and having that little two-bit pride made me happier than sitting stiffly in class with my mouth shut, learning that God loved me infinite ly. At 4 in the afternoon, liberated from school, I would go home with an immense feeling of joy. On the way, I had as much fun as possible with my companions. And very often I would arrive home covered with mud, my clothes torn and my school bag broken. The joy of being delivered from the monsters who were called my teachers helped me bear my mother's remonstrances or cuffs. Then, after a quick wash, I would mechanically eat the meatball, the 2 or 3 pieces of potato, the 2 slices of bread, the pickle, and the 3 cookies set out for me. I would hurry through my homework and, while I waited for Grignon's on et Sun Pechi to come on the radio, I would leaf through La Presa or play with my brothers. Our favorite game was to pretend we were crazy. We would shout, weep, laugh like madmen. That was our way of protesting my mother's refusal to let us play outdoors after supper. My mother would try to make us keep quiet, but there was nothing she could do. I'm going to tell your father all about it tomorrow, she would say. My father worked from 4 in the afternoon to 5 in the morning, and on weeknights he was never home. When Raymond learned to walk and started imitating André and me, my mother began to wonder what was the good of bringing children into the world. They have no gratitude, no respect, she would sometimes say. They won't understand until I'm dead. It's no life trying to bring up children like that. 106 Pierre Vallières. We had only a few toys and quickly tired of them. What we liked was the freedom of the streets and fields, the freedom to run where we pleased, to play with the girls and boys we liked, without anyone to tell us which road to take, which companions to choose, which games to play. Didn't we know better than anybody what made us happy? But my mother did not feel we had been brought into the world in order to be happy. So we roared out our discontent like caged lions. We were not aware of everything that was going on inside us and around us. It was only life, life that had been given to us by chance, but given to us all the same, asking to live. Was it not natural? But to my mother, as to the teachers, the nuns, and the abbé, we were grieving the good Lord, we were committing sins, we were constantly guilty of disobedience. I envied those of my friends whose parents were less Christian than mine and more given to drink. They, at least, were free. They were not continually prevented from being themselves by the necessity of being good. I suffered increasingly from my father's absence. On weekends I could talk with him a little, but he was in such a hurry to enlarge and improve his shack that he thought about nothing else. I contented myself with sharing his plans for the future, playing the favorite game of the workers in our shantytown, building castles in Spain. Every weekend my father spent long hours talking with the neighbors about a hypothetical happiness. I would have liked him to give me the certainty that in this world we would not always be losers. But my father had no certainty. He had faith, the obscure belief of the poor in some sort of justice. Not one of us ever dreamed of that justice. We were all waiting for it to be given to us, as a reward. We all believed in Santa Claus. Some nights I went to bed not to sleep but to think. I was not yet 10, but I thought a great deal. I questioned everything I saw, things and men. The philosophers call that calling things into question. Sometimes I felt sad and lonely. At other times, especially on days when school had been more trying than usual, I would clench my childish fists and dream of insulting my teachers in public, of humiliating them for a change, of throwing mud at them and shouting, "Hey, you, daughters of God, and you, Messrs les Abbés, why don't you go do a little work building houses for you're poor that?" The realm of childhood 107 wouldn't be so cold and cramped, instead of teaching them to repent their sins. Besides, if your poor didn't sin, you'd be out of a job. What have you got to give us in exchange for everything you want to take away from us? Why don't you leave us our freedom, our sins, our filth, and our peace? Take your catechism, your good manners, and your holy water back to Long Gael. Isn't the important thing to be happy? And, except for a few converts, we're happy to remain savages and not have you trying to civilize us. Of course I didn't say these things to myself in that style. My thoughts were not so well expressed. But I nonetheless felt a kind of wound inside me that penetrated the deepest recesses of my anguished mind. Their ready contempt seared me, their habit of humiliating the ill-dressed, unkempt, snot-nosed children, the dirty children of the common people. Oh! Cursed masters of sacred cleanliness. Imbeciles with immaculate hands, projecting ears, pointed noses, disdainful mouths, glassy eyes, and sandpaper faces. Empty heads. Deep inside, with all my heart, with all my intelligence, with all the hardness of a Deguiner 8 child, I proudly told you to go to the devil. If hell existed, it was your appointed residence. Imbeciles, you had everything it took to make devilish fine candidates for damnation. What did you expect out of this life? Why did you exist? Why were you our teachers? In 3rd and 4th grades, my hatred for school increased, for my mother forced me to continue my education with the nuns and lawn bus service had just been inaugurated between Long Gael and Long Gael Annex, but it was very irregular. Often, especially in winter, I had to walk to school. It was hard going but healthy exercise. In Long Gael I made a few friends, but I felt myself an outsider among these children who were well dressed, neatly combed, cared for. Comparing myself with them, I became more and more ashamed of my milieu. I was alone, incapable of communicating what I felt. And the nuns who took pity on me made my existence even more painful. 2 years later, my mother went to see the Brothers of Christian Schools, who ran a big college in Long Gael. This time, terror seized. 108 Pierre Vallières me. On registration day, completely ignoring the arrangements my mother had made, I went to the wretched hovel on Briggs Street, which had just been converted into a temporary schoolhouse. For 2 years families had been arriving by the hundreds in the still nameless town, and the government was in no hurry to build schools. Throughout the whole area shacks were being turned into schools overnight and muddy lots into recreation grounds. But there, at least, I felt at home, with my own kind. When I went back to school for the 5th time in my life, I had determined that henceforth it would be I, and not my mother, who would decide what school I went to. My mother resigned herself to my stubbornness, only muttering under her breath, "Damn pig. Headed child. You'll regret it plenty later on." For the first time, a man stood in front of the class and wrote on the blackboard the list of subjects to be studied at home. I mean just that, to be studied at home. For this teacher taught us nothing. He would tell stories, comment on current sports events and, between classes, take the most depraved of his pupils and teach them to refine their vices, distributing obscene photographs and selling them good marks in exchange for certain little services. This bastard, who had been a guard at the St. Vincent de Paul Penitentiary, not only taught 5th grade but was in charge of discipline for all the grades, 5 or 6, that had been housed in 2 adjacent buildings. He had no diploma whatever, no training whatever. Sick of being subjected to his stupidity and assaults, the boys decided one fine day to go on strike. A number of mothers joined us, and Monsieur le Professeur was expelled from the parish. He was replaced by a pretentious hypocrite who was an excellent professor of sacred history but just as depraved as a brother of Christian schools. We put up with him without too much protest. We were getting blasé. And basically, it was all more comic than tragic. Didn't we go off with the girls after school to do those dirty little things that Monsieur le Curé called sins against purity? We were not Dominic Savio's or Maria Goretti's .0, far from it. We just didn't like having the adults meddle in our affairs. Particularly since we had already known degree Dominic Savio and Maria Goretti are modern Italian models of youthful purity. Both have been canonized, cited by the Catholic Church as examples to young people. Trans. The realm of childhood 109 the facts of life for a long time. Indeed, that was about all we did know of life, except work, poverty, and humiliation. Ever since we had moved to Longueuil-en-Aix I had had a girlfriend. She was sort of my mistress. Of course I couldn't make a baby for her, but we often amused ourselves playing with our. We would laugh like crazy, hidden under a gallery, or in the woods, or in a shed. Sometimes she would cry out when I bit her new little breasts a little too hard. She was older than I, by 3 years, I think. She was gentle, independent, and proud, in spite of the fact that her family was extremely poor. I had met her the day we arrived and she had immediately become my best friend. She was only 10 years old then. When she was 14 and I was 11, we talked about getting married and going to live in Ontario, around Timmins, where she was born. She wanted to go even farther north if possible. She was like an Indian. She needed to live in the midst of forests, near lakes, under a sky that was clear and always young. When she was 15, more than one lad wanted to sleep with her. She was not the sort of girl who looked down on making love with different boys. She felt as if she were doing them a service. She told me about everything she did and taught me. I was 12. I loved her very much and she loved me very much too. At least, I had the firm impression that she did. One day I learned that Lise F. had gone away and was never coming back. Had she returned to Ontario? Neither her parents nor her brothers and sisters would answer my questions. They all seemed to have accepted her leaving home as a normal and even ordinary event. As for me, I experienced my first true sorrow, and I finished out the school year without enthusiasm. Lise had disappeared around May 15th. The weather was beautiful. The trees were budding and here and there wild flowers scattered a little color and beauty in the dust that dried up everything that would also dry up the flowers. 7 In the meantime, Longueuil-en-Aix had ceased to be Longueuil-en-Aix. Our quarter was part of a big city which the government had decided to name Jacques Cartier. The first mayor and a few aldermen had been elected, all of them ignorant men of goodwill. It would not be long before they were eliminated or assimilated by the underworld. The deputy from the constituency kept making prom. 110 Pierre Vallières ices, but the government didn't do much. Every spring, as soon as the snow had melted, an army of bulldozers would lay out dirt roads between the houses. The shacks would be moved about, some backward, some forward, in a laughable attempt at town planning. Everywhere, 4 miles around, mud streets full of puddles. When it didn't rain too often, the sun managed to dry up the puddles and the mud. Trucks came and poured tons of gravel on the streets. Bulldozers hastily spread the gravel out. The next time it rained the gravel sank into the mud, the puddles reappeared, and everything had to be started over again. On dry days, in July and August, dust filled the air whenever automobiles and trucks went by. Some families bought a few gallons of oil to spread on the streets and prevent the dust from poisoning the atmosphere. But that, too, often had to be done over. And even with Out dust, the smells that rose from the ditches and privies, commonly called bicasses, were still as tenacious as poverty. 0 When there was no oil on the streets and the dust hovered constantly in the air, the spaces between the black or multicolored shacks would turn yellow or gray, depending on whether the sky above was blue or dark with clouds. On days when it rained hard, everything turned black. The houses, flattened and ashamed, took on a sinister, tormented look. The people picked their way through streets transformed into rivers of mud. The few puny trees, which each family had tried to preserve on its lot, bent their branches toward the wet earth. It was as if they wept at being powerless and ridiculous witnesses to all the misery that was obstinately trying to persuade itself the future would be better. 7 On these rainy days, if I wasn't sleeping in class, I would stand for hours at a time on the front porch of our shack watching the water trace figures on the window panes. The neighboring houses, the streets, the sickly trees would seem to be transformed into a storybook landscape, and between reality and myself I would try to interpose one of the dreams my father sometimes talked to me about on weekends, his gentle eyes fixed on the yellow, limitless horizon beyond which there seemed to lie other worlds, less cruel than this one for men, for workers. But the older I grew, for poor children grow old faster than they degree. The word because is a Canadian-French corruption of the English backhouse. Trans. The realm of childhood. 111 Grow up, the more my dreams came to resemble those of a man condemned to death who cannot drive hope from his mind. 8 While my father was expanding the house, to make it more live able, my mother hardly dared invite the relatives to visit us. She was so ashamed of the surroundings, as she said. In spite of the misery that encircled and penetrated his domain, my father was happy to have something to build, even if it was only an extension to this jerry-built shack. But my mother dreaded letting others, city people, see our poverty. It was as if our entire existence was nothing but a daily obscenity. We had to hide that from the people of the big city. But the people of the big city and the rest of the province soon learned the truth, from the newspaper headlines in capital letters reading, the whole truth about Ville-Jacques-Cartier, babies dying of cold in Coteau Rouge, terrible poverty across the bridge, a city of sheet metal, etc. We would read these reports with rage in our hearts. What were we guilty of? Of having wanted freedom. We had never had it. Painfully, we were trying to achieve it. Why did these newspapers talk about us as if we were barbarians spewed out by Montreal, like bile spewed out by an unhealthy liver? For some newspapers, which I need not name, we were not men but the dirty masses of Ville-Jacques-Cartier, the human scrap of the biggest garbage dump in the metropolitan area. After the stories in the newspapers came the collections, the distributions of food and whatnot, the charity of all the people who had guilty consciences or who simply adored helping the poor. Fortunately, we were not armed, otherwise the church would have acquired a few more martyrs and the statue manufacturers would have made money. Everything was increasing, the population, the slums, the publicity, the taxes, the number of unemployed, of sick or crippled children and of unwed mothers, the churches, the thugs, the grocers, the thieves, the murderers, the drunks, the wretched. Angus shops, Vickers, Canada Cement, Canadair, etc., were laying off hundreds of workers every week. And each time the union said it would only be temporary. 112 Pierre Vallières. Some families converted their sheds into lodgings, moved into them, and rented out their shacks so as to be able to buy enough bologna and Weston bread to feed the little ones. Others sold their houses, because of the taxes, and went off to build others in St. Amable or St. Julie, beyond Boucherville. More than one mother tore her hair in despair, and more than one man thought of stealing, killing, or committing suicide. Some set fire to their houses in order to collect the insurance and try to start over again somewhere else. The established order declared that henceforth laziness and slovenliness would be forbidden in Ville-Jacques-Cartier, that norms would be established, that those who did not meet them would be expelled and that taxes would be raised in order to force the lazy, that is, the unemployed, to leave the city. The underworld, which with the support of Duplessis controlled the city, tried to put up a respectable front and held numerous press confer. Inces announcing reforms such as Quebec had never known. They began to build schools and distribute little gifts to their friends. Overnight, grocers, wrestlers, bandits became entrepreneurs and contractors for primary schools, churches, and administrative buildings. All this was financed with government subsidies or Sunday collections, in other words, with money stolen from the people, with the broad, hypocritical smile of a gentleman thief. The purpose of Build ing schools was not to educate children, but to grant paying contracts to supporters of the regime. So it was that Duplessis, financed by his friends on Wall Street, created his own class of petty bourgeois out of the very misery of the workers and farmers of Quebec who, taken in by a cunningly organized system of patronage, voted for him en masse, against their true interests and without quite realizing what was going on. Around 1950, a vast, slow construction project was undertaken to provide a complete system of aqueducts and sewers for the dirty masses of Ville-Jacques-Cartier. The underworld nibbed its hands at the thought of the enormous profits it would reap from this very humanitarian enterprise. They began by raising taxes. One after another, all the streets of the city were transformed into long trenches 8 feet deep, with heaps of earth on either side about 6 feet high. Paths were improvised between the houses, piles of earth, trenches, sewer pipes, dynamite, steam shovels, etc. The daily dynamiting. The realm of childhood 113 cracked the walls of the shacks and ruined the wells, which ran dry or filled with muddy water. A few public drinking fountains were installed here and there, on the privileged streets, which were served by the aqueduct from the first year on. But after a lightning beginning, the work slowed down. Everywhere there were trenches, Eunice-able wells, and mountains of mud. And the work did not progress, lack of funds, people said. But Quebec had put millions into the project. Where had the money gone? The people asked questions while the months and years passed. The work advanced at a snail's pace, a little here, a little there. In winter all the machines fell silent. The long trenches filled up with snow. Most families had to collect rain water in huge barrels or buy water by the pail every day from a tradesman to whom the city authorities had granted a monopoly on the sale of water. Water cost 5 cents a pail. Many families, including mine, had to tighten their belts to buy water for cooking, bathing, doing laundry, etc. That lasted for years during which Duplessis was letting the Americans loot the rich iron deposits of northern Quebec. The Americans were making billions off our iron, Duplessis was making millions off the Americans, the political machine of the National Union Party was distributing its millions to the supporters and thugs of the regime, and we, poor starving wretches, we had to buy water. As this situation went on and on, people tried to find ways of getting free water. Some of them walked a mile or two every day to fill a few pails at the fountain on one or another of the privileged streets, the streets that had water. But that was not always possible, either because the weather was bad or because the trips were too tiring. My family lived about 2,000 feet from the new Longueuil, where modern cottages were being built for the petty bourgeois femme. Elise who wanted to live in the suburbs. Together with our neighbors. We tried to get permission from these richer suburbanites to take the water we needed from the fountains in their quarter, whose streets were already paved with asphalt. They treated us with unbelievable contempt, and yet they were not English. A few weeks after they had spat in our faces, the petty bourgeois of New Longueuil built a high wooden fence so they would not have to meet the thirsty eyes of 114 Pierre Vallières, the dirty people, every day. All the streets which up until then had crossed Longueuil, New Longueuil, and Ville-Jacques-Cartier were blocked off at the border of Ville-Jacques-Cartier and New Longueuil. With the exception, however, of St. Alexander Street and the Chambly Road. If a revolutionary party had existed in Quebec at that time, it would have found thousands of workers, women, and young people ready to take up arms in Ville-Jacques-Cartier. Some people thought about that possibility, but without acting on it. There were many street fights with picks and shovels, but nothing lasting. Only, the consumption of beer rose steadily. Senseless crimes were reported daily. My mother dreamed of leaving this accursed city. But where was the money to come from? In this atmosphere of desolation, increased by the vast, unfinished construction works and the water shortage, to try to sell the shack would have been to fly in the face of common sense. We waited, we survived everything, like thousands of other men, women, and children who did not have the means to escape from their absurd condition. We waited for it to be over the way, in 1940, people had waited for the war to be over so they could learn how to live once more. Weariness, bitterness, and resignation again followed upon disappointed hopes and took possession of the manipulated, despised, worn out, powerless, demoralized people. For the last several years a dedicated men, silent and shy, had been ceaselessly working in their midst. An unpretentious doctor who spared no pains to serve these people whom he loved and who loved him. Jacques Ferrin was not the sort of man who took advantage of his privileged situation to exploit the ignorant. I do not know what motivated him to establish himself in Ville-Jacques-Cartier. But he certainly did not come in order to make political capital for himself. Although he was a candidate of the NDP and the RIN, degree Jacques Ferrin 0, the NDP, New Democratic Party, is social democratic and a member of the Socialist International. The RIN, Rassemblement pour l'Indépendance Nationale, was a center party and is now merged into the Part 1 Québécois. Trans. The realm of childhood 115 Ron went into politics in order to serve his friends in the socialist and independence movements who needed a good candidate, and not in order to build himself a personal reputation. For him, people were always, and always will be, more important than parties, and human fraternity more important than politics. In fact, I believe that for Ferrin that is all that counts, fraternity. The bourgeois of the literary salons are going to be very surprised to read that. Because to them, Ferrin is the brilliant, ironical writer, the artful storyteller. And he is also the founder of the Rhinoceros Party. In short, he is an eccentric. To the citizens of Jacques Cartier also, Dr. Ferrin is an eccentric, in the sense that, unlike the other doctors they have known, he very often refuses or forgets to collect a fee. I was not 10 years old when Dr. Ferrin came to our house for the first time. We were very much struck with his shyness and kindness. Especially as he left the house refusing to accept payment. Could this man be a qualified doctor and at the same time refuse payment? We did not know whether to be glad or suspicious. Before his arrival, the local gossips of Longueuil, Annex had gone in for much knowing speculation. He must be really brilliant, this guy, to come and bury himself out here. He must be an old army doctor, an old monkey with no brains and no heart, replied another. Unless he's very young, just hatched out of the university, and poor as job. In any case, he needn't expect to make a buck off us. The cure says he's an ex-communist. Communist? What's that? The doctor installed himself in the basement of a two-story build ing whose first floor was occupied by a pharmacy. Distrustful at first, the people soon discovered that in spite of his diplomas, he had not come to despise them. He was a very different sort of man from the cures and politicians. He was with them. He did not judge them. On the contrary. He listened to them, treated them. Served them in 1,000 ways, living among them as among friends, recognizing their freedom, accepting even the baseness and 116 Pierre Vallières' narrow-mindedness that are generated by too long and painful an experience of poverty, never preaching to them, accepting, despite his own political convictions, the fact that they were disgusted with politics and on election days voted against his own political commitment. He had not come to preach or command, but to help. He was conscious of the fact that he owed his scientific knowledge, his profession, his social position to the silent labor of the poor, to the daily exploitation of those whom nowadays we call the economically weak. A communist. Yes, a real one. Consequently, one who remained outside the party, detesting all the sacristans of the pro-Soviet chapels, all the second-hand theologians who knew so much more about Garoui and Stalin's encyclicals than about the people in whose name they spoke, among themselves. An apostle? No. He loathed pity. For pity is the opposite of fraternity. That is why the cure of our parish feared him so much, for in contrast to the ideology of the church hierarchy, Jacques Ferrin offered a fraternity he really lived, creating the need for fraternity around him and thereby isolating the cure in his presbytery. Like many heirs, I heard the calumnies that the cure invented to drive the people away from Ferrin. But the minister of God was wasting his breath. People saw what Ferrin did. They compared him to the cure, who was always preaching without ever practicing what he preached, who only seemed interested in taking up the Sunday collection. People could not help being on Ferrin's side. Ferrin's office was near my home, and I often went to him for treatment. It was always for the terrible boils that worry and nervousness brought out on my neck. I never went home without a few newspapers the doctor had given me, France Observateur or L'Express, which in the 50s were militant weeklies. But we never talked politics. It was just that Ferrin had realized that while I waited my turn in the hall, I would devour these papers, which were placed among others on a little table. He had understood that I was hungry for that. I was very withdrawn at the time, and I never dared tell the doctor what was on my mind. Later, when I was cured of my timidity, I saw him only rarely, usually at some literary event where neither the realm of childhood 117 Farron nor I felt really free to talk about the people across the bridge. There are things which cannot be said just anywhere. I hope to see this great man again someday. He is still practicing in Ville-Jacques-Cartier, without growing rich, simply for the love of men. Meantime, in these pages written hurriedly in prison, I wanted to tell Jacques Farron that he is not unrelated, far from it, to my present political engagement. As an individual, Jacques Farron has the right to prefer people to parties, the present parties, in any case. But his whole daily activity, which goes beyond the mere practice of medicine, must in the end lead to politics. Otherwise, fraternity itself may take men down a blind alley. The fraternity that does not lead into a popular revolution is a dangerous fraternity. For sooner or later it becomes a religion, or an ethic. In the end it makes no change in the material condition of men, in the division of society into classes, in the exploitation of men by men. Men of quality may love those whom the majority of bourgeois despise and exploit. But only a revolution will change their lives. I think Farron understands that. And that is why I think he has long since oiled his rifle. He himself does not organize men into an effective political force. But by fraternizing with the workers, by helping them and trusting them, he gradually forces more than one man who is bitter or resigned to choose hope, which represents his better self, and finally, to choose the struggle against capitalism. For the personal engagement of each worker is as important as his rifle. This type of revolutionary action is, after all, not very widespread at the present time. There are not many who take it on as a daily responsibility. Thank you, Jacques Farron. 10 It was as if the more people there were in Ville-Jacques-Cartier and the more complicated everyone's problems became, joining and intertwining to form huge, hard knots, the more difficult it was for men and women who had been aged by the Depression and the war to believe that freedom, peace, and prosperity were not just words, not just a deputy's promises. They were weary, but they had not lost all hope, for in a universe like this, filled with noisome smells, what was it, after all, that still made it possible for men to breathe and to 118 Pierre Vallières go on in spite of everything, if it was not the hope they bore within them. Even when they wish they were dead, men never will to die. Especially when they know that their dying will not make history condemn their life of slavery, that their death will be as anonymous, useless, and absurd as their present condition. To give a meaning to death one must begin by giving a meaning to life. And even then, not everyone dies who wants to. Despite all the shit, in the midst of all the shit, hope took all sorts of forms. For instance, not far from where we lived was a little restaurant run by a man from the Gaspé who had been mutilated in the last war. Right leg amputated, father of 12 children. Living on his veteran's pension. How had he managed to make the journey with his family from Matin to Jacques-Cartier, rent a little house, and open a restaurant? The oldest of his children was not 13. His wife did not work away from home. 6 or 7 of his children were in school. This man was extraordinarily gentle. Notwithstanding his crutches, he had the bearing of a general or a lord. The bearing of a nobleman without arrogance, a nobleman who knew too much of life and men to fudge and dominate. An odd sort of restaurateur, who gave credit to everyone without calculating and let himself be exploited by the very ones he did the most for. It was almost as if he were an accomplice of the army of debtors who unscrupulously took advantage of his kindness. And I believe he really was their accomplice. He borrowed money from the finance companies so as to be able to sell bread, bologna, and candy for the children on credit. One day he put his store up for sale to pay off his debts. His feelings toward others did not change. He had wanted to make a go of it. He had wanted the others to make a go of it too. But the others hadn't wanted to, or hadn't been able to. Nor had he been able to, or wanted to, without them. How can you understand it? How explain it? This story, out of which Camus could have made a magnificent tale of the absurd, was not just the experience of one citizen of Ville-Jacques-Cartier. And perhaps in the last analysis that is why nothing. The realm of childhood 119 happened in this town. Fundamentally, Every man was alone. People came and went too fast, they did not have time to get to know each other. Hopes were built up hurriedly, at random, and crumbled a little later amid general indifference. It takes many years of struggle, of victories and defeats, many fresh starts and hopes lived through in common to make a true human fraternity. But in Ville-Jacques-Cartier, a totally new town made up of shacks and exiles, there were still only individuals. All the Jacques Ferrans were isolated from one another and alone in the midst of the anxious, sometimes panic-stricken mass. Even if they forced the humiliated, the disappointed, the utterly disheartened more and more to choose hope, they remained powerless, unable to organize that hope, to arm it with anything more tangible and effective than kindness, etc. Nonetheless, from the seeds that rotted in that wretched ground there would one day spring up something stronger than humiliation. No doubt some seeds must rot so that others may germinate. But how many? How many? My father, like the others, felt weariness overcoming him. The Angus Union had betrayed the men by making compromises with the government and the management of the CPR. The fervor aroused by the heroic strike of the miners in asbestos died down and went out in discouragement. And the town, turned upside down by gigantic construction works that made no progress, taught the men who had expected so much from their new post-war freedom how hard it is to find peace without fighting for it. If you would have peace, prepare for war. The new citizens of Jacques Cartier had not yet fully understood that. But the idea was making headway all the same. And out of this ruined garbage dump there would at last spring a hard and enduring fraternity. More enduring than the brief uprising in asbestos. Notes 1. In Bonheur d'Occasion, translated by Hannah Josephson under the title The Tin Flute, Gabrielle Roy has quite accurately described this climate of misery, of small, gray moments of happiness enlivened with a little. 120 Pierre Vallières Hope, although the book does not give a complete idea of the conflicts affecting the working class at the time. Her novel remains more a study of character than a description of a social milieu. Her characters belong to the working class, that is all. 2. Profitable for them, for their publishers, for the wholesale book dealers, the bookstores, the film companies, the owners of movie houses, the collectors of indirect taxes, the state and, finally, the bourgeois class itself. 3. It is from this universe that Marcel Dubé has taken the subject of Zone, his most celebrated play, and André Major uses it for the little masterpiece called La Chair de Poule, Gooseflesh. 4. This service was provided at the time by the Laval Transport Company, whose president was to become one of the first mayors of Ville-Jacques-Cartier. 5. An allusion to the title of a collection of poems by Giguère, Le Défaut de Mines est d'avoir de habitants, the trouble with ruins is that they are inhabited. 6. Judge Redmond Roche is a former National Union deputy from the county of Chambly. The government made him a judge even though he had been implicated in an abortive attempt, thanks to the AC tie-in of the citizens, at embezzlement, of funds amounting to something like $1 million, if I remember correctly, in Ville-Jacques-Cartier. The government subsidies to the town were supposed to have been transferred in large part to certain persons whom ordinary people, like you and me, call crooks. 7. In the study entitled La Troisième Solitude, made by the Montreal Labour Council and published just recently, Ville-Jacques-Cartier and its environs, La Flèche, Notre-Dame du Sacré-Cœur, etc., still appear in the category of the most disadvantaged areas of the metropolitan region. 3. The Great Darkness, Spring 1951. One was soon going to leave primary school for good. To go where? To the long, dank rooms of the Raymond canneries, to hull strawberries all day long. To the city streets, to work as a drawer of water or be one of the unemployed. To the college in Longueuil, to study for a job as an office clerk, bilingual, if possible. I was 13. For the first time in my life I had to make a choice. Over the last few months I had hungered and thirsted for knowledge. I had read biographies of some contemporary scientists in magazines and had been much impressed by their will to understand and transform the world. The biography of the Curies had made a particular impression on me. But could a worker's son aspire to the scientific knowledge of the Curies or of an Einstein? Poverty in childhood had not prevented certain scientists from realizing their ambitions. It had been very hard for them to get started, but their determination had overcome all obstacles, one after another. Would I have the strength to do that? I looked at myself. It was perhaps the first time I had ever looked at myself. I was small, puny, poor, ill-dressed, crude, ignorant. I reread the biography of Madame Curie, studying especially the way she had behaved as an émigrée in Paris, poor, but proud and tenacious. To pursue my studies, to go to the university someday, seemed to me like going into exile, emigrating to a foreign country, breaking with everything that had hitherto constituted my life, my world. My anxiety was as terrible as my hope was profound. I was afraid. But at the same time, my determination was growing stronger. 121. 122 Pierre Vallières. I knew very well that my mother would oppose my ambitions in the name of the religion of the half a loaf. She would tell me one had to learn to be content with what one had. To be content, what exactly did that mean? To sacrifice oneself. I had no desire to sacrifice myself. I felt, more than understood, that kind of sacrifice was the worst mistake a man could make. It was not the life of Donalda, Alexis, and company that I wanted, but the life of the Curies. I wanted to do something, to become someone, to get out of this shit. This glue that we were stuck in and that only filled my mother with contempt for everything. Did I feel responsible? I do not know. At least I wanted to live. I knew I was responsible for my life. Perhaps you have to begin by assuming that responsibility before you can join with others to assume a greater one. The closer we came to summer, the more determined I was to become a scientist. To whom should I turn? And where was I to find the necessary money? I was obsessed by this question of money. Money had turned all of us into perpetual rebels who rebelled in vain. Protesting victims, how could we seriously believe in our freedom when we knew that freedom was based on money? And how could we not protest when we knew that money was being stolen from us every day? But our protest changed absolutely nothing. It was a small thing compared to the capitalist system, compared to the economic, political, and social organization of exploitation of the masses by a minority. We had to act, not protest. And in order to act effectively, we had to unite, to confront the systematic organization of exploitation with an even stronger organization. But can oppressed people, even millions of them, really constitute a force when they are opposed by? It was the time of the Korean War. Another war. So it would never be over. I was tormented by the immensity of the tasks to be accomplished and by the kind of collective self-destruction that the depressed working class was engaged in. Resistance to oppression was no longer anything but a concept. It seemed to me that everyone had abdicated. I could not count on others to help me. At the time, I did not clearly understand what I am now trying to describe, but I knew that in the beginning I would have to count only on myself. The Great Darkness. 123 After a few months of hesitation, torment, and insomnia, I resolved to take the plunge. Come what may, I said to myself, I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. At 13 it is hard to be confronted with such choices without having anyone to turn to for support or understanding. The grief I had known when Lise F. had suddenly disappeared was nothing compared to the anxiety which now took hold of me. I slept badly. I ate little. On the way home from school I would take long detours so as to give myself time to think in peace before going home. My friends wondered about my prolonged reveries in class. My mother watched me out of the corner of her eye. As for my father, he was still working from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 5 o'clock in the morning. I almost never saw him any more, for on weekends I would often go into exile in long gale. I would sit down at the foot of the Quai St. Alexander and plunge my dreams into the depths of the river. I would stay there hours at a time, alone, lost in silent meditation. When I came home, I would feel stronger and more optimistic. The peace of the river did me a world of good. But it was not long before the stifling atmosphere of the house would exasperate me. And I had to start all over again. It was at this time that I began to think about breaking with my family, for good. In June I left primary school like someone coming out of prison. At last, I said to myself, I am going to be able to study seriously and learn something. The year before, the Franciscans had started to build a classical college on the Chambly Road, 5 minutes walk from my home. I did not know what a classical college was. Shortly before leaving school, I had asked the director to explain to me what a classical college was all about. The die told me that this new college was a day school and that its purpose was not to turn out priests but to prepare young people for university studies. Ah, said I, gaping. And does it cost a lot of money? 124 Pierre Vallières, I don't know. But I don't think so. Anyway, there's the Ouvre de Vocations degree, the Ouvre de Vocations. You said it wasn't a seminary. Yes, I know. But there's always a way to work it out. The director and founder of the school isn't a bad fellow. He quite understands the problems of the people around here. He's sure to help you if you go to see him. He looks after the parish of St. Jean-Vianney. He even started a class in Latin fundamentals this year in the parochial school. There are 30 pupils. All boys from around here. It's the Ouvre de Vocations that pays for all 30 of them. Ah. All that Father Very is going to ask you is if you are opposed to the vocation in principle. What? If you are opposed to letting yourself be influenced by the Holy Ghost. All you have to do is say no, and the whole business is set led. You can see there's nothing very tricky about it. I'm going to write you a letter of recommendation, and I'll ask the cure to give you one too. Come back and see me the day after tomorrow. The die began to laugh, clapped me on the back, and wished me luck. I was skeptical, suspicious, worried. In July I made an appointment with Father Very. Everything was settled inside of 10 minutes. All that remained was to convince my mother. Father Very told me he would take care of that. He invited my mother to come and see him and probably asked her not to oppose the will of God. My mother resigned herself, but this time with ill humor. I didn't say a word. Secretly I was triumphant. I would have laughed in my beard if I had had one. But I was trying not to further irritate my mother who, quite correctly, did not believe a word of this business of a vocation that the father had talked to her about. As I was only 13, she told herself that I was still too young to work. On the other hand, she would have preferred to have me go to the College of the Brothers of Christian Schools, where I would learn more useful things than Latin, English and math, so that at 16 I could find a job in a bank. Degree The Ouvre de Vocations was a fund for the assistance of future priests. Trans. The Great Darkness 125-3 My first year at the college, financed entirely by the Ouvre de Vocations, was completely taken up with the small concerns of a diligent pupil. It was no effort for me to study, and the first thing I learned was to free myself from the thoughts that tormented me by reading or sports. To tell the truth, the haunting fear that I would never be able to finish these studies never left me. I tried every possible way to put it aside. But I did not succeed. Still, outwardly I was the merriest, most carefree student in the college. At that time the Franciscans' classical day school was only a vast, half-finished structure in which some 60 pupils had been installed with great difficulty. There were two classes, Latin fundamentals and syntax. Syntax was made up of graduates from the parish of St. Jean-Vianney, Latin fundamentals of newcomers. With few exceptions, we were all sons of workingmen. The majority of us came right from Ville-Jacques-Cartier. We formed a strange group of students. For most of us, the usefulness of the education we were receiving was completely incomprehensible. We were there without exactly knowing why. It was a little like primary school. Only the subjects had changed. There was little difference between the dilapidated buildings where we had gone to school on Briggs Street and this college that was still in process of construction, half unfinished and filled with the deafening noise of drills, etc. Every 2 weeks we changed rooms or floors, according to a plan drawn up in advance by the plasterers, carpenters, painters, and so on. Some days the college was full of thick, white dust and we could hardly breathe. The desks, the blackboards, the books, the classrooms were all temporary. The new equipment would not be installed until the building was finished. That would take 2 years. In the meantime, we had to do the best we could. In this half-built college we felt more like juvenile delinquents than students. We spent more time playing gangsters in the chapel and the auditorium than studying Latin. Behind the college there was a vast field. In former days we had gone there to pick strawberries, now we had secret rendezvous there with the girls from Ville-Jacques-Cartier. 126 Pierre Vallières. The courses given us by 2 Franciscans were absolutely worthless. We memorized Latin conjugations, rules of grammar, definitions from the catechism, a few historical dates, then, periodically, recited what we had memorized. Our two professors were perfect ignoramuses who had been sent by their order, for the time being, until more competent personnel could be found. Like the desks, they were temporary. Neither one of them dared preach morality to us. Having always lived in monasteries closed to the world, they were out of their element. It shocked them to hear us swear and tell dirty stories. But like prison chaplains, they contented themselves with praying for us, without making comments. As for the director, Father Vallières, he left us completely free to do as we pleased. He was to die 3 years later. People said then that in reality his kindness had only been weariness. They reproached him with having been too understanding. But Father Vallières, like Farron, saw clearly, too. Clearly to impose on us the truth and the good as envisioned in the manuals of the Departement de l'Instruction Publique. He was not a superintendent of souls and minds. He did not insist that we should be perfect or that we should learn the truth by heart, but only that we should have the right to make mistakes, in other words, free dom. He had founded this college in the desolate landscape of our town in order to give each of us his chance, his life. Unfortunately, he died too soon. The superintendents appointed by God and the DIP lost no time in imposing their order, their values, and their secret ambitions on the bunch of idiots that we were in their eyes. For how could anything good come out of Ville-Jacques-Cartier? Personally, I was less interested in the required lessons and exercises than in this freedom which made me feel I was entering upon a new life. I read all the books I could find and understand. When I got home in the evening, I would eat in silence, trying to talk as little as possible about what I was discovering day by day, freedom, which made me secretly despise everything our family had always known. Now I demanded a great deal from life. Never would I be content with half a loaf. If my mother did not want to give meaning to her life, that was her problem, not mine. The year passed like a dream. First in my class in spite of myself, I had received excellent grades on the June examinations. The authorities of the college thereupon decided to have me skip syntax, so as the Great Darkness 127 not to waste my time. The Ouvre de Vocations renewed its subsidy, and I was able to find work in July and August. The money I earned as a laborer on a construction job enabled me, for the first time in my life, to buy a real jacket, some new pants, white shirts, a tie, and a few books. In method, my classmates were older than I, but I got on better with them than with the boys of my own age. There were now 4 classes: method, syntax, Latin fundamentals A, and Latin fundamentals B. The building was not yet finished, but the faculty was of better quality than the year before. The method teacher, Father Charles, was an exceptional man. But we were too young and too unstable to realize it. He often became discouraged, but he stuck it out. Just imagine Malraux explaining the greatness of Egyptian art to 5-year-olds who have never known anything but a world of rusty sheet metal. But he did manage to make us understand that the content of great works of literature and art was much more important than their form. That form served content and not the other way around. Which was enough to make us prefer Shakespeare to Sully Prudhomme. Father Charles was a nonconformist who detested narrow-mindedness, especially in religion. Like all of us, he hated the new rector, who was soon to supplant Father Vallières as the real director of the college. This rector, who also taught religion and history, was the very incarnation of narrow-minded piety. He had close connections with the profiteers of the dip and was always preaching charity, so that people would not judge his little deals and, particularly, would not criticize them publicly. Once a week he went to Quebec to pay court to Duplessis and his chief assistants. It was common knowledge that Father Charles and the rector were not on the best of terms. One day the rector called me in for a talk about my vocation. I understood at once that my interests lay in pretending to be on their side. "You know," the rector said to me, "you must be frank with us. The oeuvre de vocations is poor. We must think first of our priests. If you do not feel called, you must be frank enough to tell me, my boy." He stared at me with an icy, insistent look, while I remained motionless. 128 Pierre Vallières, always remember, Vallières, he continued, that this money is not yours and that sooner or later you will have to pay it back. It is money that belongs to the oeuvre de vocations. He went on talking for a solid hour, but I was no longer listening. I was furious and humiliated. I would have liked to blow his brains out and shout, "But dear poor servant of the Lord Jesus, who is it that finances your damned oeuvre de vocations? Your friend Duplessis or the workers you exploit in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, the Virgin of Fatima, and Saint Anthony of Padua?" The old fart, I said to myself as I left him. It was around the same time that Father Charles asked his pupils to write a little story. We were free to choose the subject and the form. I decided to express the thing I was most troubled about, the question of my future, in the form of a soliloquy. However, in the story it would not be myself speaking but my father on his way home from the factory, as he sat uncomfortably on the bus that brought him back every day to his family problems. I had my father say what I was feeling and ask himself all the case tie-ins I was facing. I had him admit that he was powerless but that, at the same time, he hoped I would succeed a little better in life than he had. I did not expect anything to come of this story. I had written it spontaneously, it was an easy subject for me to develop. Father Charles, who was first of all a man, did not correct my paper, he read it aloud in class, the way one reads a document or an eyewitness report. He did not reveal my name, but since I was visibly moved by what Charlie said about my little story, the whole class guessed what was going on inside me. I was profoundly shaken by this first literary experience. I suddenly understood that through writing I could communicate to others what I was too paralyzed by shyness, fear, or shame to express in speech. And I decided that someday I would write a book about my family, my social milieu, my hunger for freedom and justice. All my classmates were my friends, but there were a few who understood better than the rest what I hoped to get out of these years at the college, a better knowledge of myself, of others, and of the world. I wanted to give meaning to my life, the life of a frustrated but impassioned French-Canadian. The Great Darkness 129. Among these friends there was T-Guy, a shy lad from Longueuil with a heart as big as the class. After Charlie read my little story aloud, T-Guy began to lend me books I had never heard of, Wind, Sand, and Stars, Swan's Way, The Conquerors. I marveled at these books. Was it possible to transform all human experience into such masterpieces? I wondered. Could a French-Canadian ever write like these great men? I spent more and more time dreaming, indifferent to the courses, which did not answer my questions. Henceforth, I would not go to the college to listen patiently to stupidities but to exchange books and ideas with T-Guy and a few others. June came all too quickly. For the summer of 1953 was a veritable hell for me. Every day, every week, a word, a gesture, or a quarrel clarified the outlines of the crisis that was brewing. Like the inevitable, logical outcome of a long Cold War, between my mother and myself, in particular, the decisive confrontation took shape, becoming a direct threat to family harmony, and to my reputation as a good student destined for a great future. Determined that I should study English and mathematics, my mother nagged me continually, "You've got to leave this day school. When you're through studying there, where will you be able to work, especially if you can't speak English? You needn't expect that we're going to pay to send you to the university. You're not the only one around here. Your brothers, your father, and me, we've got a right to live too, to live better than now, to buy a better house. If you went to work, instead of reading all those useless clever books, we could move." How could I answer her? I knew that I was condemned to say no or rot. For reasons which I did not clearly perceive, my mother wanted to force me back into the passivity, docility, resignation, and humiliation which were precisely what I wanted to escape from once and for all. What is the good of having realized that you exist only to be exploited, if you then refuse to rise up against this fundamentally unjust state of things? I was surprised to have to argue that with my mother. Had she not already gone through enough to understand? I thought about my father. His life no longer had the slightest meaning. 130 Pierre Vallières ESING. All his acts were nothing but habits. His life, a routine. His body, a worn-out machine, reduced to skin and bones, nerves and tendons. His mind, a lamp with run-down batteries. His dreams were steadily shrinking. His strength was abandoning him. In a few years he would die of exhaustion. Why would he die? Why would he have lived? For nothing. To serve as cheap labor for the CPR. Yes, for nothing. My mother had said to me once, "Fortunately, your father doesn't think he's as important as you think you are." Fortunately, you say. Fortunately. No, unfortunately, you should say. Yes, I think I'm important. I don't intend to be defeated before I've even fought. You can stay in all this shit, if that's what you want. I say, no thanks. Call it pride, I don't give a damn. Me, I call it dignity, a minimum of dignity. And I mean to say so, whether you like it or not. Where do you come from, for God's sake, to be so pig-headed? From this shit, from this filth, from this misery, from Ville Jacques Cartier. You know all that a lot better than I do. What do you want me to do in a bank? Let myself be exploited in a clean way. Be a slave in a white shirt, making $20 a week. Lining up figures. No, never. I'd rather starve. It's Father Very who's taught you all these fine things. Leave Father Very out of this. I can think and decide for myself. And if that doesn't suit you, shut up, you heartless wretch. These quarrels exhausted me. In August they occurred almost daily. If I had had any money I would surely have left home. But I could find almost no work that summer, and I returned to the college in September poorer and more unhappy than ever. In another 6 months I would be 16. My mother had decided that I would not go back to the day school after my year of versification unless I really wanted to become a priest. I told her that the priesthood had nothing to do with it and that I would pursue my studies to the end. "Are you afraid of working?" she asked. "You know, your father, he's been working since he was 14 and he hasn't died of it." "I'm not my father." The Great Darkness 131, or the rest of us either, we haven't died of it. No, you're not dead, but you're not much better off than if you were. I wasn't born to be a slave. I mean to be free. Why you? Wake up, for Chris Sake. For centuries we've been letting ourselves be ground down while we bless the Lord. Don't you think it's time we wised up a little? You despise us, damn you. Ever since you've been going to the day school. Just try to understand a little. I don't despise anybody. I'm trying to wake you up. That's right, we're only a pack of idiots, while you're the one with the education. You spend your days reading. The rest of us, we work. We don't read. Don't have the time, and besides, we're not educated. We can't all afford the luxury of being smart and shitting on our parents the way you do. Just try to understand. You'll drive me to the grave. I assure you that your brothers won't go to your precious day school. One lunatic in the family is enough. I'm not the one who's so damn pig-headed, it's you. Shut. You don't have to shout. I'm going out. What a hellhole. I would go out and not come back until as late at night as possible. At the day school I was no longer quite the same. Everywhere I went I was in a sort of daze produced by insomnia and worry, which were becoming habitual. In October, however, I found a degree of peace. I had suddenly fallen in love with M, and with her I escaped into a fanciful future. We both liked going to the movies and taking long walks at night. M was a very simple girl who had little education but who was open to all questions. She was affectionate without being maternal. She did not let herself be caressed like a passive doll, but was as active, as wild, as I. She too liked to have long periods of rest after times of ardent frenzy. She was 16 and her breasts were firm. Her skin was soft, and when I caressed her I had the feeling that I became better, more tender, more human. For the continual scenes with my mother were hardening my heart. M was the medicine I needed. 132 Pierre Vallières. Her family was like mine, except that her mother was less old-fashioned and authoritarian. When we went to the movies, it was to lose ourselves and imagine a tie-in with people who were able to impose their dreams on the world, to transform it, or at least to transform themselves. As in the movies, nothing seemed impossible to us then, and we would caress each other in the dark as if to persuade ourselves that our hopes were tangible. Soon we talked about getting married, and I decided that I would abandon my studies in June in order to write and work toward the realization of our dreams. I understood then that I was going to the college only to escape the morbid atmosphere that reigned at home, for when all was said and done, what had I to learn from my so-called teachers? The writers I was beginning to discover taught me infinitely more. Father Charles, who had grown peevish from fatigue and illness, had become unapproachable. The other teachers, except for the one who taught mathematics, a layman, were simply fools. Perhaps I had been wrong to quarrel with my mother so often. In any event, I would not be a bank clerk. And besides, I would be leaving home at last. My fiancée's mother thought we were too young and would not listen to anything we said. For my part, I had decided not to alert the family until everything was settled. M did not dare go against her mother's wishes and told me it would be best for us to continue as before. Maybe you're wrong to despise your teachers and the classical course. How do you know that next year you won't really learn something? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. Maybe. Sooner or later you have to know where you're going. We went on as before, but with a little less enthusiasm. Sometimes I would take M to the college for a dance. But most of the time we went to the movies, unbeknownst to the others. We were very guarded about our privacy. Then, with the approach of the Christmas holidays, I was seized with the desire to give her a magnificent present. To collect the necessary money, I increased my pilfering here and there. To pay for the Great Darkness 133 movies, I had already more than once stolen quarters from my mother. One fine day my mother discovered the source of my finances and got together with M's mother to stop us from seeing each other. My mother knew nothing about our love, she thought we were just friends. M's mother, however, was better informed, but she quickly came to an understanding with my mother. Why? I never found out exactly, but I think she suddenly saw me as a thief. Her own father was a thief and had been in prison for years. M wrote me a short letter begging me not to try to see her again for 2 months. She wanted to think things over. I replied at once that I was not at all happy with the pact concluded by our pious mothers, but that I would respect her wishes. At Christmas I received a little card with just her name written on it. I wrote her several letters. No reply. I dared not believe that her love for me had evaporated. Was M only a little fool who had let herself be frightened by her mother's stories about thieves, abandoned wives, jailed husbands, and starving children? I wrote her one last time to arrange a meeting. I begged her to come and talk things over with me. She did not keep the appointment. This love story, which trailed off into nothing, made me even more unstable and tormented than before. I no longer quarreled with my mother, I had simply ceased to speak to her. Nor did I speak to my younger brothers, who followed this drama, or melodrama, in bewilderment. My father remained the absent one, the man who worked at night. I had given up the idea of talking to him, I thought about it as little as possible. It was as if he were dead. But stuck in the damp and soot of the factory, he was doubtless trying to understand what was going on at home, in his absence. At least, that is what I want to believe. Never did my father speak to me about my studies. Occasionally he would discuss union affairs with me, during those rare moments when we had an opportunity to exchange a few ideas. He was increasingly disillusioned and refused to take sides, letting events fall their course. He no longer believed in anything or anyone. He worked. He had no energy left for anything else. When he came home, he was drained. To discuss, to dream, he had lost all interest in that. 134 Pierre Vallières. It pained me to think of the dreams of the old days, which had crumbled into dust under the terrible alienation my father experienced in the only life he had ever known, poverty, work, and opera's shown. He was so completely crushed that there was no room left for revolt or hatred. In those eyes as deep as mine shafts there arose from time to time only a faint rush of tenderness that could twist your guts with pain. In this town haunted by the impotence of the exploited, the humiliated, the weak, the utterly disheartened, there were others in whom the same experience had produced a savage hatred of the world, and of themselves. Deep inside, a fierce need to kill gnawed at their shame and humiliation. Sometimes they could not resist, they killed, carrying out blind vengeance at random, in order to feel that they were men. And as if by a kind of diabolical coincidence, it sometimes happened that these men became auxiliaries of the underworld and, by their wild freedom, helped to augment the degrada. Tian, weakness, dejection, and impotence of their class, to increase everything they had such a horror of. But one could hardly expect their revolt to lead them into the ranks of revolutionaries who could give them an ideal and the means to achieve it. There were no revolutionaries. The months went by and I felt more and more alone. T-Guy generously loaned me books, and I tried to set my thoughts in order and at the same time suppress a host of feelings, which was not very good for my physical and mental health. Once in a while I would venture to confide in one or another of my teachers, who would suddenly change into my spiritual advisor for the occasion. He would listen to me absent-mindedly. And noticing, after 15 minutes of monologue, that the monk didn't give a damn about what I was saying, I would feel like bashing in his skull with a chair. By the time school ended in June, I had completely lost my bearings. 5. I looked for a job, as in previous summers, and spent hours filling out forms in various placement offices. The first job I was offered, helper in a small factory on La Gauchetière Street, in Montreal. The Great Darkness 135 was not exactly well paid, $15 a week. I took it anyway. A few weeks later I received a letter from the Banque Provinciale du Canada. They were offering me a job in a branch office that had recently been opened in Ville-Jacques-Cartier. The next day I presented my resignation to the boss of the dump on La Gauchetière Street. I was not particularly enthusiastic about becoming a bank clerk, but since it was only for the summer. And besides, the bank was near home. I gave half my wages to my parents and with the other half I bought books, especially novels, Gide, Malraux, Sartre, Camus, Proust, Mauriac, Dostoevsky. In the evening I would read for 5 or 6 hours, then, before going to bed, I would practice writing. I was thinking of doing a kind of fictionalized essay in which I would protest as energetically as possible against the Québécois traditional capacity for resignation and try to persuade them to choose freedom, to break away from the old values and to undertake a struggle to the finish with obscurantism and exploitation. But like all the other Québécois, I too was imprisoned in the land of winter and the great darkness. The pessimism of the great contemporary writers made me increasingly doubtful that the mass of men was capable of awareness, freedom, and courage. Nietzsche stunned me with his ferocious logic, and I began to have a cold contempt for my class. How can you base new values on such a brutish mass? I said to myself. But at the same time I was thinking, if this mass, composed of alienated men, is incapable of total revolution, what good does it do me to base new values on nothingness, in solitude and oblivion? Where there is no solidarity, does man really exist? I was 16. What could I do in this world? And did this world need me? If men were really powerless, inevitably and eternally defeated. If life could not become better. If wars and massacres must go on forever. If none of it could be changed. Then, yes, decidedly, as Sartre said, I was superfluous. If humanity is to be buried in great cemeteries under the moon, I thought, well, let the evil genius who threw us into this world make haste to exterminate us and let's say no more about it. 0 Above all, let's say no more about it. If man's fate is only plague, degree les grands cimetières sous la lune is the title of an anti-fascist, anti-clerical book by Georges Bamanos, 1938, dealing with the purge of Majorca during the Spanish Civil War. It has been translated into English by Pamela Morris under the title A Diary of My Times. Trans. 136 Pierre Vallières Nausea, or Remembrance of Things Past, Why Bother About It? Has existence nothing to offer men but pain and, in the end, death? I racked my brains for an answer but felt I was struggling in vain, like a cat that is carried around in a sack of flour until it suffocates. What's the use? What's the use? Those 3 words hammered in my brain like a leitmotif. In September, to my mother's amazement, I decided to go on working at the bank, reading, writing and surviving. I did not go back to the college. Ville-Jacques-Cartier was still one vast construction site. Men were no happier, but there were more speculators and big-time crooks. Everywhere were huge blotches of black misery. There are certain individuals who love a social milieu precisely because they have great pity for it. And so they go from one poor shantytown to the next, arms outstretched, embracing the people with their ardent pity. But their hands are empty, even if their pity gives them a clear conscience. My hands too were empty. But I was not full of pity. I was full of fear, fear that the people would die suffocated in poverty and passivity. It was not pity they needed but a kick in the ass. I did not want to judge, for to judge is to not understand. But neither did I want to be duped by an understanding that was soft and ineffectual. I tried to see things clearly. At 16 one never sees things clearly. Also, despite my good intentions, one feeling gradually came to dominate all others: exasperation. A painful exasperation, aroused, sustained, and nourished by the daily spectacle of the silent servitude of those around me. An exasperation that asked nothing better than to change into active fraternity. But can one build fraternity with thousands of living dead? Like my father when he was at work, I had nothing to keep my will alive but nervous energy. At that time I weighed no more than 110 pounds. They called me a bag of bones. A bag of bones with a restless mind. I read, I wrote, and I searched, with passionate impotence and a confused, dread feeling of urgency. I searched for the right direction. I had the distinct impression that I was going around in circles, or, worse, that I was running like a squirrel in a cage. The cylinder turned, but the breathless squirrel always stayed in the same place. It was certainly not I, a lone adolescent. The great darkness 137 who was going to influence anyone or change. No, I could do nothing. I was so tormented by the absurdity of this universe with daily tyrannies, tears, illnesses, and insecurities, that I was reduced to a feverish desire for a better world and, at the same time, to a restless impotence, a will groping in the uncertain dark. You're pretty mixed up, my mother would say, a freedom appalled by the immensity of the changes that had to be made and by the almost infinite capacity of men, the men of Quebec, at any rate, to accept defeat, to drug themselves with the opium of Christian resignation. I exerted all my nervous energy and all my intelligence in an attempt to find an explanation and do something, but the harder I thought, the more confused I became and the less I wanted to act. My ideas, my desires, my feelings all seemed to partake of a strange madness. No one here understood what I was saying, what I wanted. No one wanted to become aware and take action. Everyone seemed to have definitively chosen defeat. What a fate! One day I said to my mother, questioning, through her, the entire population, for God's sake, why do you go on existing? A 99, you're not living anymore, you're just running on the last momentum of I don't really know what. You're going to die of old age the way a watch wears out in the end, inevitably. Why don't you even protest? Why? We don't have the means to protest. And besides, even if we did, 99, we don't have the money, we don't have the education, we don't have any experience in all those things that you call politics. What do you want us to do? With whom? We don't even know each other in this damn town. If you went out more. Went out? To meet who? Ignorant women and sluts. You desp, don't you talk about despising. You're a fine one to lecture me about that. For Chris sake, we don't even know each other in this house. You know that as well as I do, you, with the education. 138 Pierre Vallières, there's nothing we can do about it. When you're born. For half a loaf. You have to learn to be satisfied with it, that's all. She went back to her chores sadly, that day. It was the only time my mother seemed to me to be made of the same stuff as my father. Certainly, her despair went very deep. For the first time I was touched by her suffering. For the first time I saw her as something more than just a stunted mechanism exclusively engaged in the routine occupations of a housewife. For the first, and last, time. My mother never talked to me about these things again, as if that time I had awakened an old, and unavailing, sorrow, one it would be better to deaden and extract, like a decayed tooth. That was precisely what depressed me most. This tenacious refusal, as tenacious as poverty. This hardness. And I thought, you have only one life, one life. Why don't men want to unite? Happiness, like love, or friend. Ship, cannot be achieved individually. Men must unite. But these men, who did not really have either love or friendship, were not seeking happiness. They were working. Subsisting. And they had no choice. I wanted to talk to them about dignity. But there is no dignity for those who work all day long, without knowing for what, but knowing all the same that others profit from their work. A nigger's life is not a life. And all the Quebecois were, and are, niggers. I wanted to preach to them. But it was not a moral problem. That's what I didn't understand. Or rather, no. I knew it was necessary to act, but I did not know it was necessary to organize. I expected the workers to unite the way one expects a good speech to produce a spontaneous revolution. How can I put it? I was completely ignorant of the practical aspects of revolution. I had only ideas and words. Nobody was interested in them. Even the fact that I had guts. Because what's the use of having guts if it doesn't change the conditions of your life? But the others. What did they have, for God's sake, what did they have inside them? I suffered a great deal, because all my thoughts were asking to live. But life is not to be had for the asking, it seems. The Great Darkness 139. What was I to do with my life, if the others didn't? What are you to do when you are the only one who wants to live? No, other people were not hell but rather a desert, indifference, death almost .0. The earth was shrouded in the disillusionment of men who had been crushed. Would they ever be healed of their wounds? Unless it's me. Maybe my thoughts are really only a sickness, even worse than the disillusionment of the others, a sickness of the mind, a high-grade form of decay. Ugh! Like the obstinate, blind contemplation of a God who does not exist. What was I to do with my ideas, my hopes, my life, if freedom, like God, did not really exist? No one could give me an answer. I had to formulate one myself, alone. At least, that is what I was beginning to believe. For at this time, the more I wanted to choose action, the more I chose anguished reflection, that terrible literary and philosophical exercise of the existentialist thinkers, the more I experienced, in the words of Kierkegaard, fear and trembling, and the more mystical I became. I was in real trouble. On the one hand, I could not really live on ideas that were not translated into acts. On the other hand, I felt powerless to perform those acts, because I was alone and also because I was so young. My solitude burned inside me. Why was I alone? Was I not one of them, I who from the day I was born had both feet planted in shit? I who had the same problems, the same resentments, and the same enemies as they. What was it that separated me from them? My awareness. Were not they too aware? Their daily experience. It was as if the more my understanding of our common condition of slavery deepened, the more I separated myself from them. And yet, by deepening my understanding, I was only trying to bind myself more closely to them. But apparently it was not a question of binding myself to them, since my fate had been bound up with theirs from birth. It was a question of something else, of transforming our condition, transforming it materially. To do that, there had to be many of degree. This is another allusion to Sartre's No Exit, in which one of the characters, Garson, scene 5, says there's no need for red-hot pokers. Hell is other people. Stuart Gilbert's translation. Trans. 140 Pierre Vallières Us. And I was alone. And I was confused about all that and misunderstood it, because I was profoundly ignorant of the forces that govern human history. And then there was the influence of existentialist literature, which instilled in the individual Pierre Vallières the idea that he should live his own life and define himself on his own without concerning himself with revolution, for as Sartre told me in one of his works, hell is other people. Existentialism was a great temptation to me. I succumbed to it all the more readily because everything around me seemed as lifeless as a vast cemetery of soldiers who had fought, for no reason, in a war engineered by other people. The great darkness of the Duplessis era seemed to be a vindication of existentialism, and Nausea became my bedside book. At the end of February 1955, completely disgusted with my job at the bank, I decided to go back to the college, not so much to pursue my studies as to see my friends again. For 7 months I had not talked to anyone. The day school authorities permitted me to take my place in Belles Lettres as though I had registered in September and been sent since then, on account of illness. A few weeks later, Father Very died. The school really began to change into a classical college. Everything became formalistic and disciplined, in the old-fashioned way. The instruction was worthless, especially in universal history and the history of Quebec. Duplessis and Salazar, standing on either side of a Pius XII as cold as a block of ice, infused their orthodoxy into the teaching of the imbeciles who had the presumption to bring us truth as a gift, the way missionaries bring baptism to the natives, who, fortunately, are not taken in, and let themselves be baptized in the hope of obtaining a bit of the capitalist wealth that the church takes with it everywhere. We put up with the truth in the hope of someday enjoying the material privileges attached to it. We all lived in a state of forced hypocrisy. For to be frank and honest immediately meant the door, that is, the end of our studies, and a life sentence of poverty. We were all Catholics, perforce. But very few of us really believed in God. We went to Mass every Friday in order to qualify for the Great Darkness 141 sistance of the beautiful Ouvre de Vocations. But that did not stop us from occasionally partaking of a few sacrilegious communions. I remember that during Mass I used to read Baudelaire while the monks took note of the edifying spectacle of my piety. I kept up the pretense until December 1955. I was then in rhetoric. First in my class, I had an unstable temperament but was an intelligent pupil who, they said, showed great promise. I wonder what my alma mater thinks of me today. I had no choice but to play the vocation game, because if I didn't, I would go back to the bank and lose my few friends. Among ourselves, my friends and I often discussed this demeaning hypocrisy. We would say to each other, it's not our fault, after all, if in our milieu the only way to get yourself a minimum of education and a ticket to the university, that is, a BA, is to take advantage of the propagation of the faith and the ouvre de vocations. Faith doesn't give a damn about justice. Why should we be afraid to not give a damn about faith and to take advantage of it? Charity doesn't give a damn about low wages and unemployment. Why should we be embarrassed to exploit charity? It certainly isn't our fault if the church and high finance imprison us in an empire, their empire, in which men have to alienate themselves, prostitute themselves, if they don't want to die like rats. The church, religion, was it anything more, after all, than rites and collections? Rites that justified the collections. Collections that financed the teaching of the catechism. Teaching of the catechism. That justified poverty and exploitation, that sanctified slavery. One day I couldn't take it any longer, and I began to publicly ridicule this masquerade, this monumental farce. Around that time, the Abbé Pierre gave a famous speech in Montreal, a speech which greatly provoked His Majesty Cardinal Paul-Émile Léger, known as Kid Kodak. Degree Abbé Pierre had to leave the country. I asked the best of the priests who taught us whether they sided with Abbé Pierre or with the cardinal. They all took refuge in neutrality, like the rest of the clergy, which just suited Paul-Émile. One day I told one of them that they were all a bunch of whores. The cardinal was given this nickname because of the frequency with which his photograph appeared in the newspapers. Trans. 142 Pierre Vallières and the worst enemies of the people of Quebec. He replied that, morally, he supported Abbé Pierre, the worker priests, etc. But that he didn't want to get involved in politics or fall into extremism. I asked him, what do you expect the people to do with your moral support? You are all accomplices in exploitation, obscurantism, and injustice as long as you do not perform acts. Acts, not sermons. You are hard. I'm not hard enough. Listen, I'm going to tell you something that someday I will say in public. To me all priests will be profiteers and cowards so long as I don't see them helping the workers, the farmers, and the students of Quebec to burn their churches, their seminaries, their presbyteries, their Cadillacs, and the rest. It's all very fine, my dear father, to be honest and virtuous in one's heart, but that doesn't do much for the people who are oppressed every day by the regime. You have hands like every other man, use them. The good monk was thunderstruck and only said in a faint voice, and I who believed that you were the model of your class. What has come over you? Nothing at all. Or rather, yes. It has come over me that I'm fed up with play acting with you pack of idiots. From that day on, my hatred for their authority and their truth prevented me from studying. My friends and I began to frequent the taverns of Longueuil Point. One there we would read Rimbaud's A Season in Hell, which had quickly become our Bible. We did so many eccentric things and created so many scandals that at one time the authorities of the college thought of expelling the lot of us. We were becoming a public danger for the new generation of students, whom we sup. plied with the banned books that were the Hetzenwars of the professors. In June I took the examinations with an indifference from which I could be roused only by beer consumed at the tavern. I then resolved never to set foot in the day school again and to devote myself entirely to the novels I had started to outline. 6. During the summer of 1956, thanks to one of my comrades at the day school, I found a job on the Rue Saint-Jacques. I went to the Great Darkness 143 work for the biggest French-Canadian brokerage house of the time, L.G. Beaubien and Company, which is now the property of Jean-Louis Levesque. I was to remain a clerk there, assigned to the payment of dividends, until the summer of 1958. I began to live among shadows, among men who had been annihilated by the incessant, deafening, monotonous sound of IBM machines and by a routine of the same insignificant motions, the same checkings and recheckings, the same initials scratched on thousands of little sheets of paper that were all alike. A place of scribblings, figures, additions and subtractions, speculations, hypotheses, false arguments, lies, and prophets, where the sisters of wisdom strutted about with those whom Cowett has so aptly called the sharks of finance. The brain and soul of capitalist society. A dreary and stupid universe. The great majority of my co-workers were poor men and women, whose wages ranged from $25 to $60 a week. Some of them had been working for the Beaubien family for more than 20 years. Those were the most exploited, the most underpaid, and the most alienated of all. They justified their slavery by a very simple story. They had lived through the Depression of the 30s. At that time most work heirs were unemployed. The Beaubiens could have thrown them out into the street because business was bad, but the Beaubiens had kept them on just the same, ever since they had felt obliged to be eternally grateful to the Beaubiens, and accepted as a gift their small wages of $50 or $60 a week, after 20, 25, or sometimes even 30 years of loyal service. It was in these surroundings that I came to understand that white-collar workers also belonged to the Quebecois nation of cheap labor and that they were even more alienated than the factory workers and the farmers. During the 2 years I worked among them, I did everything to start a revolt inside the tidy, well-lit offices where exploitation had clean hands and a respectable face. I could never get anything more than vague sighs. A few women seemed to be the only ones in that gray hell who had the courage of their opinions and of the revolt they felt. But they were rare, very rare. At New Year's Madame de Gaspé-Beaubien, spouse of the deceased founder of the enterprise, would come in her wheelchair to offer us chocolates and her sanctimonious old smile. She was Presidente of the Hôpital Saint Justine. Justine was her first name, and all. 144 Pierre Vallières. The nurses in the hospital detested her. The brokerage house L.G. Beaubien looked after the investments of the nuns, and the Cardinal of the Poor presented the pontifical cross to the great Christian lady whose fortune had been made out of the exploitation and alienation of the people. 0. The remains of our national bourgeoisie. To be incinerated, comrades, to be incinerated. After we had swallowed Madame's chocolate and her ghastly smile, the big party would begin. This was our annual bonus, as much scotch, whiskey, gin, and beer as we wanted, and a few $10 bills. After this evening of grotesque, paternalistic debauchery, the routine would bring us back to our basic dependence, to the daily reality of our servitude, and of our growing frustrations, for the bosses made no secret of the fact that one electronic computer was worth more than 10,000 men. The threat of unemployment haunted us from morning till night. All the more so because there were, and still are, no unions on the Rue Saint-Jacques. We earned starvation wages, we had no security, laborers and journalists were treated better than we, but were we going to soil our hands by forming a union as the workers did? Here, to be a worker meant to be low, ignorant, etc. If they formed a union, would not the white-collar employees make pariahs of themselves? They thought they were educated. And they were so proud of being able to read the financial pages of Le Devoir and La Presse that they forgot that they themselves were exploited, that they were cheap labor in well-pressed ties and skirts, cheap labor wearing glasses, the men, and careful makeup, the women. Did not the clean, cheap labor of the Rue Saint-Jacques and the other offices of private enterprise and government belong to the vast lunchbox family which has never yet eaten its fill, materially and intellectually speaking? How many illusions can be built on the simple fact that one holds a pen in clean hands and can initial forms, tons of forms? What a sorry affirmation of one's self. And yet even today, despite the unionization of the government employees, who are of their own kind, how many white-collar work heirs still have the illusion that they belong to a superior world? B. Degree, the cardinal of the poor, is another reference to Paul Emile Ledger and to the publicity surrounding him. Trans. The Great Darkness 145 cause they scribble notes and sort papers instead of screwing bolts in a factory. The absurdity of this artificial feeling of superiority, together with the hypocritical, profit-making paternalism of my bosses, made me sick. One kept the job, in spite of the disgust one had for it, because it demanded very little of me and left me plenty of free time for reading, writing, and subversion. When I was home, in Ville-Jacques-Cartier, I lived only for my work. Every evening, every night, I spent long hours writing, or rather, describing myself. During these hours of silence and solitude I lived out my narcissism to the full. Perhaps at that time it was the only way I could escape from the intellectual conformity, banality, darkness, and nothingness of the nation. Who knows? Writing thus, day after day, revealed me to myself and made me exist. I was laboriously working my way out of collective anonymity. Like the earthworms that crawl over rich people's lawns on rainy days. A few friends consented to read what I wrote, and for them I began to exist, in my true light. They listened to me, they understood me. For the first time in my life people thought I had something to say and to give. At last I was no longer struggling alone. People knew that I could do something, become someone. I was flattered and at the same time terribly anxious, supposing, I wondered sometimes, it was all only an illusion. Naturally my friends wanted to please me, to see the pained expression I always wore disappear from my face. But did they really believe in my worth as a person? If my mother had not been able to discover, how could they? And I wondered when I awoke from my long narcissistic meditations, and what do I think of them? Am I capable of recognizing their worth, and of loving them for what they are? Since my abortive adventure with them, I had become a little like an oyster, and I had hardened myself outwardly in order to avoid being wounded or humiliated. With my friends I would talk about literature, painting, and philosophy, but I avoided talking about myself or listening to what they said about themselves. When I had them read a chapter of the novel I was working on, I would try to discuss only the style, the impressions I had splashed on paper like paint on can. 146 Pierre Vallières Vas, the construction of the paragraphs, the metaphysical, ideas mingled with the poetic images, and so on. The question I was most afraid of was, this guy is you, eh? I didn't want to answer, but the description was all too exact. My friends went to the college. They were now in philosophy and were dying of boredom. Occasionally I would call in sick at the office while they did the same at the college. We would meet in some tavern, and there, over large quantities of beer, we would discuss the absurdity of human existence. The events in the Suez and in Hungary had deepened our pessimism. The launching of the first Russian Sputnik, in 1957, filled us more with disgust than enthusiasm. Was it in order to send their Sputniks up higher that the Russians had crushed the revolt of the Hungarian students and workers? We talked more about Rimbaud, Leo Ferré, and Dostoevsky than about international politics. We made regular visits to the Montreal art galleries, discovering Pellin, Bordeaux, Bellefleur, Détonnancourt, Dallaire, Musso, Riapelli, who were trying to put a little color into the grayness of Québécois existence. We read an issue of the communist review site Libre from time to time and went to the Théâtre du Nouveau Monde. 2 or 3 times a year we could see a good French film, and that was quite an event. We were bored with Montreal. We dreamed of Paris and New York. I went with 2 friends to spend a few days in New York. Our stay consisted of spending the whole day gazing at the paintings and sculptures of the great masters. Then in the evening we went to the movies to see one or another of the films that were banned by the censorship in Quebec. In New York, for the first time in my life, I felt truly free, and it was not without a certain rage in my heart that I came back to Montreal, the city of boredom and stupidity, a city that Mayor Jean Drapeau was clothing in the purity and morality of a dried up, ugly old maid. T-Guy, Johnny, Yvonne, Raymond, a few others and I dreamed of escaping to Mexico or France, of leaving Quebec forever. This country had nothing to offer us. But while I waited to leave, I continued to write. I covered Hun degree. Leo Ferré is one of the leading writers and singers of French popular songs. His lyrics are often revolutionary in content, but as Vallières implies, he is popular mainly with intellectuals in Quebec. Trans. The Great Darkness 147 dreads of pages with my disgust, revolt, and violence mingled, despite everything, with hope. What I called my work was a mixture of moralism à la Camus and obscenity American style. I took pleasure in it but was not attached to it. And that is why, in 1958, I had no difficulty destroying the whole thing in less than an hour. Once in a while I went back to the college to see how things and men were evolving there. The day school now presented a respectably appearance. The registration and tuition fees were very high. The ouvre de vocations, I believe, had been abolished. There were more petty bourgeois than workers' sons. The place looked more presentable in general, and there was talk of competing someday with the Jesuits of the College Sainte Marie. A very liberal spirit reigned at the college, but unfortunately, in order to enjoy the privilege of sharing in that liberalism one now had to have a fair amount of money. The boys from the surrounding area, the boys from Ville Jacques Cartier, did not have that money. They became laborers like their fathers, passing the classical day school of the rich, morning and evening, with their lunch boxes under their arms. The streets of Ville Jacques Cartier were now paved with asphalt, but the poverty was as great as ever. More than once I wanted to pack my bags and leave Ville Jacques Cartier to live alone and free in Montreal. Each time my father, who only spoke to me on these occasions, managed to persuade me to remain with them. My father had built me a little room where I could write in peace, night or day. I stayed, but as a stranger, a boarder, never talking with my mother or my brothers, who understood nothing of what I was doing and thought I was crazy. I felt cut off from the people around me, and guilty of a crime difficult to describe and define. It was as if my education, as they said, was a shameful blot that humiliated them and made me ill at ease, guilty, troubled. Instead of discussing it with them, I took refuge in a steely silence. When my heart was mush, I could not speak a word to my mother, for it seemed to me that she had lost all understanding of the things I would have liked to talk to her about. As for my father, he was becoming a veritable ruin of a man. I loved him very much, but crushed by work he had turned into a creature whose energies were 148. Pierre Vallières, totally absorbed by a single preoccupation, to survive, not to fall sick, not to die. And as for my brothers, they were too young to have the least idea of the drama that was being played out. In the morning, when I was going to my job along with all the other workers, or in the evening on the way home, it would wring my heart to meet old classmates from my first years at the college. The great majority of them had had to leave the day school in the middle of syntax, method, or versification, for lack of money. Now they were day laborers, but day laborers who went to night school. Do you think, one of them would sometimes ask me, do you think it's worthwhile going to night school? All the hope and suffering contained in that question would make me want to bellow like a calf. Night school. Another racket. How could you escape exploitation, dear God, how could you escape it? I did not know what to answer my companion. To tell him the truth, to tell him those schools were organized by thieves, would be to demolish his last remaining hope. And I had nothing else to suggest. It was that hurt me, nothing to suggest, nothing. I don't know, I would say at last. You can try. You'll find out. You. My voice would choke on the lie, you can try. What a farce. 7. Nowhere did I feel at home. In Ville Jacques Cartier I lived like a stranger, instead of being in the midst of the others, instead of serving like Jacques Ferrin. I was only interested in my work, in myself. In the art galleries, the beatnik restaurants in the West End of Montreal or at the École des Beaux-Arts, where I had a few friends, I never felt I was with my own kind. As the people of my milieu say, I looked like a lost penguin. I was more at ease and had more joie de vivre with my old comrades from the college, but there was also something that separated me from them. They were content to talk, to discuss, they never had anything to offer, to exchange. So I felt very much alone, until the day I met Gaston Myron and Maurice Point too. I met Gaston Myron in 1956, when he was sales manager at Beauchemin's. It was Claude Fournier, one of the first Québécois poets published by Myron, who had advised me to make his acquaintance. The Great Darkness 149. Every Friday, pay day, I would go to Beauchemin's, buy a pile of books, then have supper at the restaurant St. Louis, near the square of the same name, with Myron. We would stay for hours at the restaurant on St. Denis Street, mostly discussing poetry and decolonization. It is thanks to Myron that I came to know and love contemporary poetry, as well as the literature of the colonized peoples, M. Césaire, the Algerian poets, Pablo Neruda, and so on. I became profoundly attached to René Char, Paul Éluard, Aragon, and the Welsh poet Dylan Thomas. But above all, many a time I had the privilege of listening for hours to Myron himself reciting his Marquet à one amour and recounting his Vie agonique. No Québécois poet, in my opinion, has expressed us with so much authenticity, not even Grandboy, Hébert, Giguère, Pilon, or Prefontaine. Isolated as I am today in my steel cage, how I would love to read and reread those poems, that long, sorrowful song of our alienation and our will to live. In spite of the winter that Vigneault speaks of. At that time Myron was only the penniless publisher of the editions de El Hexagon, the men who launched 2 or 3 new poets every year, the men whose poetry only evoked cynical, amused smiles. I have heard respectable, sophisticated poets say that Myron did not know how to write and that his romanticism dated from the 19th century. But he is the only one of our poets the Quebec workers understand, when on May Day he tells them with his whole being about his love and his revolt. Except for the chansonniers, Myron is our only popular poet, and he doesn't write in Jewel. Degree at the restaurant St. Louis we sometimes met a dry man with the piercing eyes of an eagle. Myron called him the Grey Eminence. It was Claude Ryan. He spoke little, answered our questions vaguely, scrutinized us the way an entomologist scrutinizes insects. Fortunately, Gaston knew a great many people who were more degree. Jewel is the name given to the language of Quebec, a French that retains some holdovers from the 17th century and is heavily corrupted by English. The term was popularized by Desbiens, in Les Insolences du Frère Untel, who said that his Québécois students so pronounced the word cheval. The radical duelists, André Major, for example, who is mentioned in the notes at the end of the preceding chapter, write in Jewel, claiming for it the status of a separate language. Vallières opposes this Positien. His own work, while it is sprinkled with English words, les businessmen, establishment, racket, cheap labor, le big boss, le fun, etc., and contains a number of peculiarly Québécois expressions, is written in standard French. Trans. 150 Pierre Vallières likable than the future director-dictator of Le Devoir. First there was Michi, who was wonderfully beautiful and intelligent, then Yves Prefontaine, Jean-Guy Pilon, Henault, Aulet and Portugais, the Futur founders of the Revue Liberté, Roland Giguère, who was soon to go into exile in France and whose poems I devoured, poems which scarcely 200 or 300 persons were reading at the time, Michel Van Schendel, Adèle Lauzon, Rena Lasnier, Alain Grandboy, and Hébert, persons who are now famous and respected but who, in the 50s, were all hesitating between exile and belonging to the country. Quebec was not Algeria, it was not even Martinique. What was one to do in this country whose inhabitants rejected all passion? Some had a go at social democracy. And Myron, like Ferron, became, in 1957, one think, a candidate of the NDP. But he dreamed, we all dreamed, of France, the incarnation of the nation and intelligence, the country that spoke to the world in language adapted to its needs and aspirations. We were all obsessed by the desire to leave. To leave, to leave, to leave. I thought about it every day. But when would it cease to be a dream? I did not earn much at Beaubien, and I spent almost all my wages on books. I drowned my impatience in beer or in writing. I wrote like a madman, for hours on end, and sometimes for entire nights. Myron was worried about my fervor and often suggested that I go to the country for a while. I did not take his advice and later I was to regret it bitterly. At that time at least, 1956 to 1958, Gaston Myron was not one to impose his ideas on others, but he had great insight into people and was master of the art of bringing out the truth and freedom that were in them. I think he knew me better than I knew myself, and it is thanks to him that I read the authors whose thought or passion responded to my own. Unfortunately, I was too withdrawn to give Myron what he may have expected from me. I took everything, I gave nothing. But it is also possible that Myron expected nothing of me. I knew, and anyway, it cries out in all his poetry, that he had already been profoundly disappointed and that many of his wounds were not yet healed. Myron was a wild, loving sorrow that roamed the streets of Montreal, arms outstretched to embrace men and, at the same time, to take them with him, to awaken and stir them. Those who know the great darkness 151 him know that Gaston Myron has remained the same and that the quiet revolution has not changed him, it has revealed him, it has shown him to the blind men who thought themselves geniuses and copied René Char while Myron lived and created his poetry. Without knowing that he was expressing as with the profound genius of a François Villon, despising publicity and renown, seeking only one thing, love. Like all of us. A hard thing to find in Quebec. A thing he is no doubt still seeking. Like most of us. Some people will be surprised that I give so much importance to Gaston Myron. They will think I am exaggerating. In reality, I am not even doing justice to this great living poet who, despite his youth, is the spiritual father of the FLQ, of Part 1 Prix. Revolution Québécois, Liberté, and many other political or literary movements. So far as I personally am concerned, Myron is the one who developed my political consciousness and turned the course of my philosophical literary search to practical political engagement. It was he who gave me the idea of writing my first, engaged, articles for Le Devoir in 1957, and who made me understand the importance and political significance of the Médocville strike. But my articles published in Le Devoir were far from reflecting coherent political thought. They were a mixture of half-digested ideas, spaghetti with existentialist sauce. Still, it was the first time in Quebec that a young man, I was 17, had dared to tell the old men that they were on the point of collapse. And the intellectuals of the time that they were useless manufacturers of third-rate novels or skillful editorialists incapable of assuming their responsibilities and acting when social justice demanded it. At that time the only people I admired were René Lévesque, Judith Jasmin, Gerard Pelletier, Pierre Trudeau, Gerard Filion, Jean-Louis Gagnon, André Langevin, and Jacques Hébert. Of those, all but Judith Jasmin, André Langevin, and Jacques Hébert are now more or less whores. The first article I wrote, in 1957, was entitled The Fear of Live Ing, and was an attack on the slave's philosophy that was hidden behind the title of a novel by Jean-Philippe Trault, Le Refuge Impossible. The search for a refuge had gone on long enough, I wrote. It was time to learn how to live. But perhaps at bottom it was myself I was trying to persuade, for in reality I was not living. I was consuming myself, I was burning. 152 Pierre Vallières the candle at both ends, as the saying goes. And all my activity was primarily cerebral. Myron was increasingly worried, and he had good reason to be. 8 Maurice was a very different sort from Myron, whose eccentric ity he did not think much of, by the way. He was an artist, a Christian thinker, a happy husband, an excellent father. I met him early in 1957 at the Musée des Beaux-Arts, where he was having a show. We got into the habit of meeting regularly, at his place or at L'Écurie on the Avenue de Pins. He was the first, along with T. Guy, to read my novel Noces Obscures, Dark Wedding, destroyed in 1958, in which I told about my confusion, dryly, in the manner of Camus or Sagan. It is thanks to Maurice that I acquired that minimum of self-esteem and self-confidence that every man must possess to be able to create something. Noces Obscures was a book filled with my narcissism. Maurice taught me to take responsibility for that narcissism without being ashamed of it. He urged me to submit my manuscript to the Cercle du Livre de France, which refused to publish it because of the ending, which was too fiercely immoral. In the meantime, I wrote a second novel, Les Demons, which was very bad and which I destroyed a few weeks after finishing it. Only Maurice read this unsuccessful novel, while Noces Obscures was read by most of my friends, whose number was steadily growing. Maurice was first of all a Christian personalist. A personal friend of Albert Biguin, whom he had met in Paris, he lived by the thinking of such men as Mounier, Ramaz, Unamuno, Bernanos, Kierkegaard, Pierre-Emmanuel, Domnach, Berdiev, and Teilhard de Chardin. All that group of thinkers who were trying to reconcile ideal justice with practical political engagement, necessarily biased, and whose lives were a perpetual yearning for an unattainable purity. Maurice was aware, by the way, that what was called personalism was a select form of alienation, but he could not rid himself of it. And I, whose knowledge was rather sketchy, and who lived primarily with my instincts and my inner monsters, even if I did so in a style that was outwardly cerebral and cold, was incapable of understanding this alienation clearly and analyzing it rationally. At that time I was an agnostic, that is, fundamentally an individualist and an anarchist. The Great Darkness 153 ready for all intellectual adventures, all the inner experiments of the kind that Georges Bataille was promoting. I was happy to write engaged articles in Le Devoir. I believed in the social responsibility that Myron talked to me about, but I believed in it after the fashion of Sartre, as the grand panjandrum of existentialism had defined it in What is Literature? A responsibility that engages one's conscience more than one's life. Besides, this existentialism was only an atheistic personalism, an individualism decked out in false Marxist garb. It is not for nothing that Mauriac, Mounier, and the Abbé Moller tried to baptize Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, and Camus, something they never tried to do with Marx and Engels. Lucidity became the big thing. And as each man was to determine his conduct and morality on the basis of his conscience and his freedom, that is, in the last analysis, on the basis of his personal interests, lucidity varied from one individual to another and everything became ambiguous and consequently gratuitous. Sartrean responsibility, like Christian responsibility, was only an ideology that served as a fagade, an ideology required by the daily spectacle of millions of innocent people throughout the world being massacred by the imperialist West. Lucidity, verbal protests, petitions, scathing essays, denunciations that earn you the Nobel Prize, etc., refined and artful ways of washing one's hands. And to think that after 20 years, in the era of the atomic bomb, the war in Vietnam, famine in India, and the bloody repression of the revolutions in Santo Domingo, the Congo, and Watts, this respectable comedy still goes on in Saint-Germain-des-Prés and elsewhere. The high treason of the pure and of the right-thinking who disdainfully judge Lyndon B. Johnson but who will never perform the smallest concrete act to overthrow him. The clear conscience of those who weep over the assassination of Kennedy and the much more terrible assassination of the Vietnamese people, but who will never dare to compromise themselves by joining with the disruptive youth who get clubbed down in the streets of the free world. Nothing is so disgusting to me as the lucidity of the members of this new establishment. And I don't care whether they refuse Nobel Prizes or not. That kind of honesty makes me want to vomit. The Phariseeism of the rebels in dinner jackets and satin slippers is an admirable compliment to the neo-Pharaohism of the Soviets who con. 154 Pierre Vallières stem the war in Vietnam and at the same time collaborate with the Americans. What do we care, we, the hewers of wood, the drawers of water, the cutters of sugar cane, all the niggers of the entire world, what do we care about intellectual and moral trials? What do you expect us to do with all these piles of papers that judge but do not change anything? We need hands, brains, and weapons, not bourgeois literature with a bad conscience but a fine lucidity. Worse than de Gaulle, François Maspero correctly wrote in regard to the French left, the old and the new. Worse than the Christians, one might write in regard to these existentialists who exist so vigorously only in their books and who are nothing to the workers and the colonized peoples of the whole world. Pharisees, impotent men, who unconsciously exploit our operas shown and enslavement, who profit from the disarmed and thousand times repressed revolt of the niggers. You remind me of the journal. Is to make their fortune out of the easy scoops abundantly provided by the misery of those who do not know how to write, of those who feel betrayed, robbed, raped, and despised every time they read what objective pity is pleased to tell about their hopeless existence. I am thinking of certain journalists, certain intellectuals, whose prestige, alas, eclipses all others. I am thinking of those brilliant minds in love with justice, purity, and integrity, who end up in the academy or in parliament. High-class rabble. Yes, high-class rabble. The young fascists of Greenwich Village who draw swastikas on the walls of their theaters and cabarets are also fervent readers of Sartre, Genet, and Gide. A coincidence? An accident? Existentialism is a Nietzschean individualism that has borrowed from Marxism a vocabulary capable of expressing the revolt and boredom of a decomposing bourgeoisie in words comprehensible to the masses. That is why it had so great a vogue. But the results of this fashion, in Europe as in the United States, are, among other things, the rebirth of Nazism and the resurgence of nihilism. Is not Heidegger the father of Sartre? And is not Heidegger, even today, a defender of Nazism? I know that Sartre has written prefaces to Fanon and Nizan. He has also praised Gide, Genet, Montaigne, and Descartes with equal fervor. Is Sartre also going to write a preface to The Great Darkness? 155 complete plays of Brazil. Locke and say of Céline that he saved the soul of anguished France under the occupation. Personalism grapples with the same contradictions. Thus Bernanos, who supported Maurras, deplores the Spanish Civil War and, like Unamuno, refuses to take sides in the name of justice, as if justice could be on both sides at the same time. To condemn bishops who are politicians and chiefs of state in no way changes the social, or rather antisocial, function of the institution called the Church. And to claim that one belongs to the mystical body of the Church does not justify apoliticalism. For apoliticalism is always, always, the politics of the strongest, the fiercest, the politics of the vulture. It is in vain that Unamuno, from his university chair, curses the Franco officer who shouts, "Shoot them! Long live death!" Unamuno's last-minute cry will never make us forget that by his refusal to fight side by side with the Republicans, the workers, the women and children of Spain, by his very abstention and his purity, he worked concretely for the coming of fascism and the crushing of his people. If he had not died of a broken heart, it would have been necessary to shoot him. If there is a heaven for the Miguel de Unamunos, the pious XIIs, the Claudels, and all the clear consciences of the world bourgeoisie, I prefer the worst of hells to that heaven, to the selfish happiness of the Pilates and the cowardly aristocrats. For if heaven is theirs, God, if he exists, is surely not on our side, on the side of the majority of the human race. He is surely not on the side of the people, but rather in the very midst of the napalm the Americans are showering down upon innocent, free Vietnam. Let us not forget that God is an invention of the dynasties, of the aristocrats of the 5 continents. This invention began to haunt the minds of men from the moment there appeared on earth the first tribal chief who needed to create a divine right in order to preserve his rank, privileges, and power. How many men have been massacred, how many peoples crushed, in the name of the Lord God of the Christians, the Muslims, the Hindus, and the Buddhists? As you read these lines, the God of Paul VI and Lyndon B. Johnson is flying over Asia, Africa, Europe, and the 2 Americas in AB 52. God of the atomic age, God who fights relentlessly to vanquish communism on earth, with his apostles, the 156 Pierre Vallières Marines. It is no longer as it was in the time of Jesus Christ, when the first disciples gave their goods to the poor and Christ himself drove out the exploiters with a whip. Mounier himself, who has nevertheless fought more than the other personalists, and who even offered his hand to the communists, participated in that vast enterprise for hoodwinking the masses which is Catholicism by remaining faithful and publicly defending a religion and ideology which, as he very well knew, served the interests of capitalism and fascism. Living with such profound contradictions, how can one help living and dying with anguish in the very marrow of one's bones? One cannot reconcile the irreconcilable, and each man, within his own class, must take a clear position for or against the established order, against the essentially economic organization of present society on which political life, religious life, intellectual life, and even artistic life depend. Because they have refused to see what the daily activity of men and peoples teaches, what history teaches of its own accord, for history is objective, it serves no interest, it is not politics but a science. The personalists, like the existentialists, are trapped in the status quo. Except, of course, in certain exceptional circumstances that are transitory and concern only one aspect of society, like the Algerian War, when even the Church, the Democrats, and the conservatives take sides. Furthermore, not only are they trapped in the status quo but they defend it, if only by their mystical, disillusioned, or charitable passivity. For there is only one way to oppose the status quo, the reign of organized exploitation, institutionalized injustice, and oppression baptized with the blood of Christ, and that is to organize everywhere the revolt of the exploited, of the vast majority of mankind, against the established order, established, but unstable and vulnerable. But the personalists and the existentialists think only in terms of metaphysics, of being in essence, of being in itself and being for itself. To be or not to be, that is the question. I am in complete agreement with Shakespeare. To be or not to be is not, as is believed by the inventors of various metaphysical systems, one more absurd than the next, a philosophical problem but a practical problem, a problem of action. And unfortunately for tender hearts, noble minds, and sensitive souls, action can only be conceived and the Great Darkness 157 resolved in terms of action. To be or not to be, in our civilized world, in our asphalt jungle, means simply, to be or to die. I have nothing against those who believe in God. But I do have something against those who believe they are exempt from opposing injustice and taking practical action against it, those who believe they are justified in remaining neutral by virtue of imaginary divine commandments, revelations, or teachings. Such men, in my opinion, deserve neither respect nor understanding. The starving and the humiliated have no use for the moral scruples of well-fed bourgeois who are honored by their class, which is in power. That is what I reproach Maurice, and a number of his friends, for today, for not having wanted to understand, and still not wanting to understand even now, that the most elementary rights of men demand total revolution, a revolution not in people's minds, in their mentality, but in the social relations, the relations of production, on which every mentality is founded, built, and developed. Today I reproach him for his absenteeism, and in spite of my friendship for him and my gratitude for all the services he has done me, I am tempted to call him a coward. But in those black years 1957 and 1958, one too, like nearly everyone else, was hooked by the depths of existence. For I lived more and more on myths that contradicted each other and mingled to form an agnosticism with 1,000 facets, none of which had a precise meaning, a fact that spared many men from having to make a direct and necessarily costly commitment. I consoled myself for my impotence or fear by repeating to myself that I was a child of the absurd, begotten by the war and infected with the sickness of mind that had been caused by the shocks of the 30s and 40s. I was a victim, a creature shattered from birth, sitting on a heap of ruins and trying to reconcile Rouault, Cézanne, Malraux, Dostoevsky, Camus, Lenin, Picasso, Sartre, France Observateur, Éluard, Césaire, etc., with a meaningless universe. 5 I saw man's fate through the war in Algeria, the way Malraux had analyzed it through the beginnings of the Chinese Revolution and the Spanish Civil War. But Algeria was far away. And I was live in Quebec in the great darkness of Duplessis, in a desert where men ate, worked, and begot children out of habit and without enjoyment, with a boredom as profound as the country was broad in the 158 Pierre Vallières' horizon distant. Duplessis seemed as invulnerable as God, and no one disputed his dictatorship. Asbestos, Madocville, the students sit in at the doors of Parliament, they were the pathetic endeavors of a freedom that did not believe in its own strength or even in its own legitimacy. Most people were not taking any risks, not even the tiny core of leftists, who were trying, without much enthusiasm, to politicize the Madocville strike and to publicize the tame socialism of the PSD.06. The newspaper Vrai was finding it very hard to interest the people in truths that were nevertheless under their very noses, and Cite Libre looked like a pious hope. Besides, it often boiled down to the demand that laymen have the right to speak out on the affairs of the nation and the church, which were inseparable, a real revolution. It was simply an attempt to resuscitate Clovis in backward Quebec and see if he could not once again accomplish the deeds that had made him famous. Scarcely 10 years ago, any Catholic layman who professed his religion openly and took the liberty of quoting a piece of scripture himself, without permission, was considered a rebel fomenting a coup d'état to overthrow the hierarchy. Gerard Pelletier led this little vestry revolution, while Trudeau, who was more pragmatic, was laying the foundations of his politique fonctionnelle, opportunistic and liberal politics, as the word was understood in the days of John Stuart Mill, which in 1965 were to make him parliamentary secretary to Lester B. Pearson, the most insignificant prime minister Canada has had in all its 100 years of confederation. As for the deceased rebel Gerard Pelletier, he has become one of the many silent members of the Ottawa Parliament who always vote with the government. But when you can sell your freedom and principles for a good price, right? Why have scruples about it? After all, Quebec and its little population of starvelings are such small things. But in the 50s, these veterans, who are now living on pensions from a government that stinks with corruption, were heroes to me, or at least Québécois Voltaires. They incarnated a freedom that was narrow and arduous but a freedom all the same. And under the Part 1 Social Democrate, PSD, was the Quebec branch of the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation. Trans, FJCiste is the popular term for a member of the Jeunesse Étudiante Catholique, JEC, a Catholic Action Youth group. Trans. The Great Darkness 159 Plessis, any freedom was a scarce commodity which, as such, cost dear. Following the example of Myron, I tried to participate somehow in political life. I met some of the leaders of the PSD and the FTQ, but among these defenders of the people, who lived in Outremont and were led by Madame Casgrain, I felt rather like an awkward, crude delinquent who had been adopted, because he had a kind heart, by a very rich, paternalistic family whose daily concerns were not on the level of the working class but of the bourgeoisie. I should have liked very much to know Michel Chartrand who, with his wife, was giving the cures and the businessmen some good kicks in the ass on state television. But I never had the opportunity of meeting him. Since, except for the PSD, there were only the old traditional parties, I said to myself that Quebec politics were not worth devoting one's time to, even so much as an hour a week. I dabbled in Munici. Pal politics in Ville Jacques Cartier, but without enthusiasm. It was very hard to tell the good underworld from the bad, and I was soon fed up with that world of more or less shady deals. All this made me susceptible to the arguments of Maurice, to whom the essential thing was to be a man, in the metaphysical sense of the words to be. To be a man who was true to himself in purity and to others in friendship. Why cling to political ideologies? The only thing that counted was the inner adventure, which a man undertook alone or with a few others. The hermitage or the little circle of friends. The mass, the crowd, the noise, sweating humanity, that was only the blind herd, a pointless destiny, or rather the absence of a destiny. Politics soiled what was best in men, his silence, his gaze fixed on the fundamental, on being in essence. One had to live in being for being's sake, as one lives in art for art's sake, to discipline one's mind in accordance with an exclusive search for the essential, for the basis of human existence. To spend hours contemplate. Saison's onions and more hours meditating on a maxim of St. John of the Cross or Ramas. Was not the universe of the artists and degree the Fédération de Travailleurs du Québec, FTQ, or Quebec Federation of Labor, is the Quebec branch of the Canadian Labour Congress, CLC. The CLC has branches throughout Canada and has close ties to the AFL-CIO in the United States. Trans. 160 Pierre Vallières mystics, the only one in which men could find his worth. Lavelle complimented Ramas. And Mounier's political writings disappeared under thick volumes devoted to being. In Maurice's living room, stuffed with paintings, books, and art objects, one would have thought the humiliation of the workers had lost its revolting reality. It was reabsorbed into Saison's onions, which Maurice gazed upon the way believers worship the host, seeing God in it. Maurice believed that true engagement, for each man, consisted in gaining access through art and prayer to his original purity and draw from it a kind of grace that would wash away the stains of humanity, a light that would reveal to mankind the heart of the world. Maurice was also a fervent disciple of the German theologian Hans Urs von Balthasar, who thought he saw this heart of the world in Christ. Teilhard de Chardin, for his part, talked about the divine milieu. Heidegger was obsessed with being in time, and with the essence of human freedom. St. John of the Cross described the dark night of the union with God. Teilhard, Heidegger, St. John of the Cross, a fine lot for whom renunciation of the world was the way, the truth, and the life. Hey! Degier's being unto death was the sinner described by St. John of the Cross who had to let himself be consumed by love through self-renunciation. Besides, one could only know love through death, and love was being. Since Quebec could not change, since everyone was certain that Duplessis would not stumble, that he would continue in power for years and that the great darkness was not coming to an end, mystical theology became a logical occupation and the exploitation of men gradually ceased to be a moving spectacle. People in ordinary life were dying of boredom and servitude. Perhaps renouncing life would bring artists and saints happiness, the beatific vision, communion with being, the only true life. Did not the greatest happiness lie at the end of that long inner tunnel which the artist and the saint knew they were called upon to traverse in pain and darkness? One had to engage not just a small part of oneself but one's whole being, one's entire life, one's body and mind, one's past, present, and future, everything, absolutely everything, and wait in tears and torment for the contact with being, the divine, love, in order to learn at last what one was, and what purpose one served. The Great Darkness 161. But perhaps at bottom we expected God to make men of us, as if we were only submen or monkeys seeking intelligence. I don't really know. The more I thought I knew Maurice, and the more discussions I had with him, the more I let myself sink into a kind of dream that was half rationalized, half purposely mad. What did Maurice talk about, then, when he was alone with his wife? She seemed so uncomplicated and so far removed from our search. Could they understand each other without speaking the same language? She never participated in our long, philosophical conversations. She would prepare the meals, wash the children, put away the books that were lying around, and serve us coffee with a gentleness that made her more beautiful than Modigliani's women. And every time I looked at her, I would silently recite a poem by Éluard or Aragon. I would have liked her to be capable of adultery, even if Maurice was my friend. Then, after this period of relaxation that should never have come to an end, we would return to our effort, our need, to discover, at all costs, and to know, once for all, in precisely what domain lay the fundamentals we were seeking, the way other, simpler men patiently do crossword puzzles. But for us there was never any answer, and in the end we were not sure of anything, except that this search was making us increasingly weary of Quebec, of the Québécois, and of ourselves. We discovered with amazement that there was a vast emptiness in our lives. I was 17 or 18. He was 24. I was a bachelor. He was married and the father of 3 children. But our emptiness was the same. When we looked into ourselves, we experienced the same dizziness. A Québécois had nothing to live through. Not even a war, like the Algerian who, in the depths of his little village, still felt that he had freedom, dignity, and concrete worth. We had to find our worth in something that perhaps did not exist, in being, which was always ready to take, in our imagination, the form that our preoccupations or feelings of the moment lent it. And it never answered back, any more than Cézanne's onions dared contradict all the things that Maurice made them say. I became addicted to this strange mysticism the way one becomes addicted to opium. I acquired a taste for intoxication, for mythomania. I invented a universe for myself in order to deny the life and the country I despised. It was necessary that nothing else should. 162 Pierre Vallières exist, in order for being to appear and devour me, for in my heart of